Hello and welcome to another day of CrossFire West League. We are approaching the end of the season. 1 week left after tonight, so a lot of
Yes,
action, a
sir.
lot of stakes to present it to you, and we are here to show it to you guys and to show you a lot of action of CrossFire. My name is Kholi. I'm going to be your host for tonight, and I have with me tonight Hazim X. How are you, Hazim?
I'm doing absolutely fine, man, and I'm super excited. Close to the end of the season,
Yeah.
and all the teams just want to win, man. And me, you, the audience, we're just here for it.
Yeah, 100%. And yesterday we witnessed history. We witnessed
We sure did.
ROC
We sure did.
Esports winning Black Widow for the first time ever, and like it was a celebration from the guys. So a celebration here in the desk and everywhere, I guess, for from ROC fans. But like we were talking, me and Penguin, about like who might be the top four,
Yeah.
who might be competing right now for the playoffs, and we mentioned that the top five teams right now may be the ones that are closer because like we are approaching the end of the season, like only 1 week left, so every game matters.
Yeah.
And like the competition is getting closer and closer. I mean, despite ROC Esports.
And we're not saying every game matter in a metaphorical way, no, but actually every game do matter. Okay,
Yeah.
so for ROC Esports, every game do not matter really, since
Yeah.
they played 11 matches. Guess what? 11 wins. They lost 0 matches. But for IC, GG, 3P, and the list goes on, every match do matter for the boys. Now, let's start it from the bottom, shall we? 999 and TPI chances are just getting doomed one time after another. Now, for Anubis and Swam Gaming, chances are still there. Being the 5th and the 6th does not mean that they are out of the competition. No, vice versa. They are still there, still here competing, but they need to win every match starting from today. So 3P and IC, GG, chances are super high for qualifications. Again,
Yeah.
it's the top 4 qualifying to the next stage. So ROC Esports, that's one. So we are talking about the top 3. In my opinion, we'd see GG competing there. And with the comeback of Spoxy, we would see GG shining.
Yeah.
And I see still be there. 3P, and speaking of 3V, our first match now.
Yeah, our first match, PingPongPals versus 999, which is a very interesting matchup because like
Tricky one too.
yeah, PingPongPals for me, like the competition right now is with Anubis, and like they are 1 game behind, and like today's win will put them like in a 1-win gap. So like winning against 999 is a must for PingPongPals
sure.
because like having this 1-win gap, like assuming that both these teams have the same result by the end of the season, like in terms of the wins and losses, they will have an advantage. They can make it to playoffs only from winning tonight. So like PingPongPals, they have a game against 999, which is a team like that has very minimal hopes to reach the playoffs. Let's be real here, and it's a very important match for PingPongPals.
So for 999, at this point, they are just here to destroy other teams' chances
Hopes,
to qualify. Yeah, the other teams' hopes. Greens, KP, YKCRS mentioned. We did speak a lot about them. I mean, I generally do not know how they were struggling, knowing that they won their first match in the league, then the continuous loss streak did start for Team 999. I mean, the individuals are great, yet they can't find their rhythm. And that's for 999. Now, for 3P, it's always super tricky when we speak about PingPongPals because HTZ, LSY, Petro, and MKZ Gaming, the names are big, the names are huge, and they do win some and they lose some, and they still struggle to find a win against Anubis Gaming and take their place in the standings, yet some would say they won't qualify. Others would say, yes, they are on the top 4 position. They will 100% make their way up there in the top 4. It's super tricky. So they need this win, and they need their next match win in order to qualify. So no chance for losing when we speak about Team PingPongPals. Now, 999, though, when you have nothing to lose, you will shine. When you're playing best of 1, best of 3, you have nothing to lose. No stress, no pressure, just go all in.
Yeah, 100%. And like the key players in front of us, BYK and HTZ, speaking, whenever we mention PingPongPals, we always mention HTZ is like the star player of this team. I mean, combining with Bitru as IGL, a lot of experience coming from this roster, and they are giving us, like, they always give us a lot of good matches, a lot of good fights. And yesterday against GG, They even performed well in the first map, and like it was pretty close. But like GG, it felt like they clicked because like Xbox is coming back.
True.
They had the mental
True.
boost. So like PingPongPals tonight, they have it's a must win. And Triple Nine, like in their head, we can just like
We're playing
mess
stress-free.
with the teams in the standings.
Yeah, we're playing stress-free. We don't have any pressure. It's we're not going to qualify. Let's be honest. It's a 10% win rate team. They're on the last position of the league, but they can destroy other teams' hopes and hopes to qualify the game. So it's super tricky for them.
Yeah.
Yet you have to worry when you play against Triple Nine, especially mentioned and CRS being the sniper. It's super scary to play against them.
100%. And let's talk more about the maps because like I feel like Triple Nine can even cheese in the map veto, right?
Yeah.
Like they can leave some maps that teams are not used to play.
They can try whatever,
Yeah.
man. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw New Mexico, Black Widow, and decided being, I don't know, Port, the weirdest of the weirdest maps out there. We can see them because, again, they have nothing to lose.
Exactly. And let's take a look at the map veto to see if we have some surprises for tonight. And we have Black Widow indeed as the pick for Triple Nine. Compound picked by PingPongPals. We know it's their favorite map or one of their favorite map. And Port as a decider. It's pretty basic maps and like Triple Nine, Black Widow. It's a map that allow the aggression, the aggressive playstyle, the cheese, and I think Triple Nine. This will be the approach for this game.
Honestly, if I'm Triple Nine, I'd do my best to win this game and not to ruin other people and not to ruin PingPongPals' chances to qualify, but no, as an honorable mention that okay, we did lose a lot of games.
Yeah,
we did not qualify, but let's make them remember, and by them I'm speaking about the audience and the other teams, that we were once playing in this tournament. We did exist, and we had our remarks, our ups and downs, and not only downs for Triple Nine. So I hope we do see a win. Honestly, me personally, I cheering for Triple Nine for this game because I love an underdog story, and like it or not, Triple Nine is the underdog in this series.
Yeah, and like coming to the season, like even PingPongPals, you could have said it's an underdog team, right? But like now we cannot. You cannot mention, you cannot say this statement anymore. Like this team in front of us, like it's a pretty strong team. It's a
solid one.
It's a team that can compete for the top four,
for sure.
Even. And like I want to ask you, what do you think made PingPongPals click as a team, like in just very short time? And like what's missing from them to beat the top dogs in this?
So the top dogs, what makes the top dogs? The top dogs. It's the chemistry between them. It's the
experience.
The experience, the longevity that the duration of time that they did play together. So speaking about GG, they've been together forever. ROC Esports did the same, being the undefeated champion of the season. Now, things with PingPongPals, the names are there. They have such solid IGL, which is Petro. HDZ, the names are just there, the big names out there. But the thing is, they haven't played together. If we had season 3, which we don't, we would see them shining. In my opinion, we see them in top 2, playing against and competing against ROC Esports. But it's just a matter of time. Get your chemistry together, synchronization, find the rhythm. And we would see them actually in a better place than they are. Because, again, when you have the names, you just need to play again and again and again in a competitive pattern.
And I feel like PingPongPals are one of the teams that are keeping their consistency. Plus the teams that are scaling, for example, IC, I feel like they're skyrocketing to the top right now. But like PingPongPals are one of the teams that they don't have a bad day. It feels like they always can give a fight. They always can take a win. And again, against Triple Nine. It's a must win for them, and like losing tonight, they can pretty much say that like the run to the playoffs might be.
It will hurt their chances significantly. And keep in mind, if 3P lose and a team like Anubis did win, now Anubis goes super up because again the standings are super close. When you lose a match or win a match, you don't jump 1 or 2 places, you might jump 3. We did see this with TBI on the last week or the week before. They were the 7th, jumping the 2nd, going back to the 5th, just ping pong with them.
Yeah.
So PingPongPals, they need this win. Now, if PingPongPals did lose and Triple Nine made the huge statement that, hey, we aren't qualifying, but we're still there in the tournament, that makes 3P in the same place, but Anubis just goes up and up and up because I'm pretty sure Anubis have this mentality of, hey, we don't want to go home. We did qualify by a miracle in the first season, by a huge comeback.
Yeah.
We can't just give them this win. And I'm actually super excited to see what's going to happen this week because everything is super close yet super tricky.
Yeah, 100%. Me too. And like we were talking yesterday about like the importance of the coaching staff and like in terms of the scaling for you as a team. And PingPongPals yesterday against GG, like they were in a pretty tough position in map 1 and they didn't take, or map 2, and they didn't take the timeout. They just kept running. And I want to ask you as well, like about the importance of the timeouts and the timing, because like we know that Bitro is in this roster, so like a timeout has a very very high value, but it's a point we'll talk about later because the game is ready.
Yeah.
PingPongPals versus 999. Let's toss it off to the cast.
Let's go.
Take us to
Let's see.
Cheers, fellas. We're back again, and we're looking forward to some more CrossFire action here in the West League. Myself, Neokai, and Laz, as we've got an interesting game to kickstart things. You know, we've got the new boys in the block, PingPongPals, right? And they've kind of caught our attention in a few ways. Notable names, some decent gameplay as well, Laz, and a funny name, all in all. But they've also got you have to say, a pretty easy start to the day. 999. It's not been a great season for them.
It really hasn't, right? Like that, and that's the weird thing too about this is that we saw a lot of the same players, and Creed's joined from from GV, where I was kind of like, okay, I'm interested. I'm curious to see how this team can do. But yeah, like in terms of the win column, it's just not there. Like they're sitting at a 1-9. It really hasn't been a good day for the season. So I mean, when you kind of look at it on paper, like comparable to this team here, like this group is 5-5 right now, kind of sitting in that number 4 spot. So you kind of obviously lean here for the PingPongPals, but look, like 999 have shown that they can make games close. It's really just, what you kind of, the good saying yesterday is they just can't cross the line, and that is the biggest problem that we've seen with this team.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is with this side, we see moments of kind of brilliance. I'm like, okay, this is a side who've got ideas. I mean, when you look at the names on, Minchen's been around for a while, right, as well. Oh my god, we're straight into the action. We'll come back to that. I was going to say Creed as well, another name who's been putting out some decent numbers throughout previous seasons. But let's see if they can do anything here. We are flying into the fights here, lads, and it's down to 2 for 999 already. BYK and CRS, all that's left. MKC's taking a little bit of damage, but this should be a pretty simple start here for 3P.
Yeah, definitely should be, right? I mean, this is, again, I think for 999, like, the desk was kind of mentioning this, is that, we're probably going to see some funny maps, potentially. We'll probably just see some, random gameplay. And that's kind of the thing for 999 in this kind of, this series is really, it's really, if they can find a win or two, it creates more of a conversation because TBI is sitting at a 3-7. So anything they can get is going to be huge, right? So I think for them just to play a little off the leash, I think that's going to be kind of the threat, I would think, in this kind of a matchup, just because if they play structured, might not work. But oh man, BYK just, I don't even know how he missed that. It was just by a pixel, but what? Doesn't even matter. He's just going to keep re-swinging, and now this 4-on-2 is turned into a 2v2 through the thick and thin of this.
Yeah, never should have as well. We shouldn't really be in this spot where PingPongPals are having to really fight tooth and nail. 4 versus 2 should never fall flat. Hope pulled out to the missed shot as well by MKZ. How has he let that one slip? That should never fall flat. All down to HDZ, and he gets a double. My God, they have to work for that. Let's just call it first round of the day jitters, I think, Laz, because that was a little scrappy by PingPongPals.
It really was, yeah. I mean, look, credit to CRS. Like, he had some really good shots. Like, again, just 2 kills, but again, just effective enough that he was able to find a kill through mid, was able to find it through connector, and then again, like, won a duel here in B main that probably he shouldn't have won. So it probably is some jitters, but look, I like that 9-9. They make it close again, really down to the 1v1 situation. But now 3P, probably a little bit of a wake-up call to go, look, like, we can't just run over these guys. We got to play this the normal way. Despite their record, these guys are still an absolute threat in the server. So I think you can see it right now where they're kind of giving a lot more respect and kind of just taking their time on making a decision what to do here.
Yeah, I mean, if we're being honest as well, that's kind of been the story of 999 throughout this season. They've had maps and they've had moment series where they've actually been able to push some decent sides. It's, you know, as you touched on, just so you're getting towards the game, it's about crossing over that line into victory, and that seems to be the big kind of mental block that eludes them. A little bit of a push in towards doors, not a huge amount on offer, just a bit of a poke and prod, seeing what's offering up. Doesn't seem to be a hell of a lot. And I think PingPongPals, after the scare of that previous round, are just taking this one a little bit slower. Bit more due diligence being shown. But Minchen's in for the chance of getting a few here, but he just falls asleep at the wheel.
Oh, yeah, and his timing, too. I was thinking that was actually going to be pretty nice, but oh my goodness, yeah, Kreese, and oh man, there it is. That's what we were talking about, this new addition to the team, right? He's a guy that can just put up some decent numbers, and yeah, rightfully so. He does here with the triple kill, and he's put himself in a big amount of work for this team to potentially get their first round right back on the board. Unless HDZ, you know, he's got 9 bullets in the chamber here. He only has to take down 3 people, and he's got 40 seconds, but Creed's still just causing some mayhem here. He's already inflicting more damage as it is, so HDZ probably going to get overwhelmed. No way, surely not, but oh man, it gets a little bit close, but Creed's with a quad kill to get this round back on the board for them.
Yeah, brought his name up for a reason, right? Creed's is somebody who in previous seasons actually looked really, really solid. He's a player who has these highlight moments, has these kind of numbers on the board. It's just actually he needs the support around him. He needs the facilities to be able to do that, and it's not always given over, but, you know, fantastic work coming through. I like the play at the end, all 3 swinging, just making sure that that sniper can't isolate fights. That's the perfect way to take down an Orm. You know, you don't want to give him isolated duels. You don't want to take head-to-head kind of 50-50s, because that's the thing could force out. You swing as a pack, don't give him time to reload. Perfect work. CRS though, gonna start well. Yeah, sure, gonna get caught. And this continues the narrative we brought up yesterday as well, as Pietro seems to have, you know, statistically really rough when it comes to these opening duels. He goes down early a lot.
Yeah, he does. He's kind of, he always reminds me of like Flex in some way, because Flex, you know, on like Gaimin Gladiators, he's the guy that always goes down first. But the difference is that, you know, statistically, Flex is just a lot better, right? He's able to still get some kills. He's able to do something or some kind of information. Whereas it feels like, you know, for Pietro, he always seems to just be the sacrificial lamb where he's just out right away. And I don't know how much they're really gaining from this. So that's kind of the one thing that makes me a little bit worried for him, is that we just need to see a little bit more of that firepower to kick in a little bit more, just to get some impact back in the server, right? Because when you go down early like this creates a lot of problems. And even right now, like this problem here is you got CRS and window, but you also have Creeds just playing behind green box. This is going to be relying a little bit on CRS to be a good distraction point, but there you go. Creeds going down is not going to make it easy. And now CRS is fighting for his life in this site. And 3P, they have just been gifted this one.
Yeah, it's a great execute actually on towards the side. They just play it as a pack. And group mentalities are so difficult to deal with, especially if you're like an Orm that was stuck in towards backside. What really could CRS have done from that spot? C4 going to go down momentarily. Cannot be denied that HE will go deep. It does soften up LSY, but not enough to see him out of the server. So a 4v3 on the retake for 999, and this is a very difficult one. And they're also just a little cautious about the potential flank.
Yeah, and this is tough too, because again, you got still 20 seconds remaining on this, and the 3 of them are just in this connector piece. So now the pop flash into me main, that's good, it connects. Now they have to hit these shots, and not looking bad at all. And now MKZ by himself, he's been tucked away, he's just waiting. It's 8 seconds on the timer, but he has to get this kill, and oh no, he just misses it. He just needed 1 or 2 more bullets, and that could have really changed that round all the way through. But man, oh man, I can't believe 999 stole that.
Yeah, they're going to be kicking themselves, PingPongPals, letting that slip. That should have been a round taken. It's a 4v3 post plan. It should be unlosable. And this is something that, you know, I brought up a little bit yesterday. We've even seen this at the international level, where it just feels like teams in post plans, they just don't play patience enough. They don't play the clock as their sort of best friend in that scenario. And I think that's sort of what PingPongPals did there. They could have easily just shelled up, waited, and hoped that timer goes down, but not enough. BYK, UJK going to get kills of their own as well, leaving it down to 2 for PPP. I mean, and in this, what do you really do? ACC's tagged down to half, and it's all a whether Gainer can carry.
Yeah, man, this is, again, like, Gainer's unfortunately just not been able to find any sort of abilities to get a duel in his favor. He's sitting at 0-4 here with Pietro, so the 2 of them alone are just not putting up any frags. But, you know, HEZ, he's one of those guys that's, you know, the second highest on the team, but just, again, it's not enough. And this is where again, I talked about 999, still a big threat despite their record. Like, this is a lot of talented players. You made a good comment about that before. And let's not forget, even the last time when these guys played, like, I believe that was earlier in June, like, you know, this was still a 3-map series, which did pan out here for PingPongPals, but it still went to the distance. So that's where, again, that threat is still there. And these guys can definitely compete at this level. It's just, it's just the closing factor is the problem.
Oh, hello.
Okay.
HTC for a double. What a way to do it.
It's not bad at all. And that's what's scary too, right? Like, if we have both seen, like, when HTZ is like in this mode where he's just running around fragging, like, look out, man. Like, you're gonna have a bad time. It's like honestly playing like Spoxy. Like, you know, when you're going against him, it is gonna be so difficult. That's kind of what I give with HTZ. Like, he's kind of maybe a little bit different level of that, but man, when he's fragging, he is fragging.
Yeah, he's difficult to deal with, and I think it's just whether we can get him on a good day, right? And we can all be still alive and kicking. So it's Kreese, though. We know what this guy can do. Got the spot of Minchen and CRS at range. Kreese trying to swing up close as well with that new gun. Colt pulled out. Can't quite see him out of the server. HTC getting 2 more as he's on for an insane round. It's just CRS left to be dealt with, and HTC trying to see off the last. He's in a fantastic round here, and he'd love to close it.
Even LSY ready to go. Yeah, double snipers. My God, okay. And this is what I'm wondering too, is the fact that, like, for 3P, like, this is a round where HDZ was just running around getting so many kills. Like, I'm pretty sure he ended this with a quad kill, if I'm not mistaken, but it's just nuts. And the fact that they're barely scraping through rounds, like, that's a little bit scary, but look, they'll take it. If he's gonna have a moment where he's just popping off, like, yeah, let him just do his thing, and if he's feeling it, he's feeling it.
CRS. Keeping an eye on that smoke in case anybody trying to push their way forward through it, but looks okay for now. I mean, actually getting more of an even game than I thought here, but at the same time, you know, this is 99's map pick, so it might be their kind of pocket pick, a map in which they feel a little bit stronger on. If PingPongPals are able to see this one over the line, it will put them in a really good spot heading in towards Compound. They've been very strong on that map. CRS, oh my God, they might actually tunnel vision past each other. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, totally
That's why checks.
Yeah, not bad at all. Nice little movement from LSY too. And now this is awkward for BYK, right? I mean, he's kind of tucked away in the corner. He might be able to get a timing on this, maybe. Oh no, LSY again! Oh my goodness! I don't know how he gets away with that twice in the same corridor. That's just madness. But now 999, they have to reconfigure their game plan. They have to decide, like, do we rotate hard to B? Do we, like, just gamble this that they might fake towards A? It kind of looks like they're leaning on this A bit, but now Min's kind of even thinking, look, I gotta flow to mid. I just gotta be around here so we can play the 1-1-1.
Yeah, understandable, honestly. That's why. Going to join up with the rest of the crew as we're going to push this short control. Vincent can be first spot of contact. Softens up the first, and he'll get caught by LSY. Brilliant work. This round should be done. A 2 versus 4. We're about to be in a post plan as well. I cannot see a world in which 99 get back in. Since Kreese is still alive, and that is a real positive because this guy can hit shots, and we've just seen it. LSY at range with an Orm gets killed there by the HK.
Yeah, and HTZ's just like holding his hand too. I was like, what's going on here? I didn't know if he was trying to knife him or something as a bit of a troll, but yeah, I mean, look at Kreese. Like, this is tough, man, because again, he has to bank that all 3 of these guys are like not swinging together. So yeah, goes on the crosshairs. He's a dead man. This game is still very, very close, but I mean, tie game of a 3-3. But that's what I was saying. Like, 999 definitely have, tried to make a bit of a statement in the opening rounds here, put up some good threat, and there you go. Even this double long, it does pan out nicely for them to be able to win some engagements. They're committed to this still. They're not even falling back, and now this might be problematic. This is where they probably should have retreated a little bit earlier, and they've already lost a few more bodies than they should have. BYK, I don't know how in the hell he gets away with that, but they'll take it, man. And now LSY just on his lonesome here with the bomb.
It's going to be tough. What do you really do here? Sure, BYK and CRS are low, so if you can isolate, maybe there's a chance. He's got a minute 40 as well, so he's got plenty of time to kind of figure out what he wants to do here, but I don't really know where you go from this sort of a position, to be honest. I mean, there's not really a huge amount to work with. And honestly, it doesn't even clear CRS here as well. Nice shots. It's a QJK. both players are low now, Laz. If LSY, if he is aware of the flank, he might be on for something here.
Yeah, this timing from CRS is really nice, though, because, again, he was able to just kind of move himself to LSY. Shouldn't know, yeah. That's really good work from CRS, though, because, again, he was kind of just tucked underneath there. Unfortunately, his teammate had to get kind of baited for it, but you know what? It was kind of a nice little bit of a bait and switch. Allowed him just as soon as he knew that kill happened, he just hopped up on the ledge and just trailed him right away. So that was really, really good timing from CRS. And that's something he's been doing well with, right? Like,
agreed.
His arm was making good connections. He was just really finding the perfect timing. So that's been a really nice benefit for these guys.
Yeah, exactly that. So, CRS, no smoking towards mid door, so he's got plenty of space to work with. Changes from the Orm to the HK. From the sniper to the HK. But where we're at, it's all the same, really, isn't it? But we're at 4-3. It's such a close game in this kind of position that we're at. I mean, 9-9 are still playing at a level that is higher than I thought, if I'm being completely honest. STZ needs to be careful.
Oh, man, this is... Oh, I don't know how CRS gets away with that, but he does. Nice little maneuver to get out of it. This will be interesting, losing QGK too. Like, I mean, again, now that we see the situation where they're down the man early, like, this is where they've actually gone for these opening duels a lot, like 999. So them being down is interesting, because even CRS, you can see now he's overextending. It's just about Pietro hitting the perfect timing. Oh, Pietro, you need this kill, and he finds it. It's a little bit labored, but at least he gets something. Now BYK lines up. Oh my goodness, he actually misses that shot too. It creates a little bit of an opening now, and MKZ and LSY together now, maybe getting themselves in this site. And Creeds, he might just have to tuck tail, wait for his teammate on this rotate. Oh, he's trying to be cheeky. This is just dirty. My God, how are we in this situation? How are they finding these kills? This was a 4-on-2 that has now gone even.
Pietro. MKZ does he clear? Yeah, Minchen will get caught in that cubby. All down to Creeds, but we know he has his moments. He just cannot get out the window. There's PingPongPals who get away with it, but it's definitely a bit of a scare there. Again, every single round they are being made to work for it, tooth and nail.
Yeah, it's definitely a really difficult... Oh, okay, man. All right, a little bit of one tap drive-by, not bad at all. Trades back and forth from both these teams, but, you know, that's the thing now. We're in the last round of this first half. It's all about, you know, for 999, if they can be able to find this, it's definitely going to be the cherry on the top, because, you know, the BL side will be interesting. And that's where we really noticed that a team like them have struggled in this in the season, where the defense has been better. But when they get on that, you know, BL, it just, yeah, it's just not as easy, to say the least. So they really could use this extra round in their favor. But 3P are going to try to go through mid here. This actually looks like a potential mid crunch, potentially from Min and also Creeds. They might try to swarm this, but Creeds has a sniper. That's not going to be good. Missing the first shot, not even better. So now this has created another opening here in 999. I don't know how the hell they do it again, but they just sweep the floor, load the kill feed, and Pietro with a big task at hand with the 1-on-2. I don't know. He's still going to pick up this ball. I mean, he's still got lots of time here now, but he's got to figure out a game plan, and he's got to figure it out quick, but not even meant to be. He goes to the grave, and there we go.
All right. Well, a serious game on our hands here. I got to say, I've been impressed by the way in which 999 are approaching this. They're kind of coming in with a lot of, I guess, confidence. You know, what we've seen from this side in the past is at times if things go wrong, they just fall super flat. It looks like the comms go all out the window. They fall very quiet, but at the moment, it doesn't seem to be the case for them. I'm liking what I see, but now that they're the ones setting the tone, will this work in their favor? HTZ going to get the first. That'll always help.
Yeah, and this is where I wonder a lot. I mean, the thing that's been really good for this 999 team is, like, Creeds, right? Like I mentioned it before, like, coming from GV, like, he was kind of that secondary caller, a guy that has some really good thoughts. So I felt like for the BL side, that's going to be a lot better for sure. But it's just more the question about, you know, figuring it, you know, if it's a little too late in this kind of a situation. Because right now, I mean, they've already lost somebody. That's already a big effect for them. But they might be able to still maneuver something here. They got triple player into long. They're going to swing onto LSY. And man, he's just staying alive as long as possible. And Pietro, unfortunately, only finds this one. But luckily for 999, they've gotten themselves some long control. But they're losing bodies quickly again. The bomb is down. Min just out in the open exposed area. and that's an easy round here for the PingPongPals.
Yeah, they'll take that every other week. And it's just nice to have a start of the half like that. Just give yourself a bit of confidence. Just give yourself kind of a bit of a runway to start in towards this. And also to tie the game up, right? It goes a long, long way. Early damage goes towards the HTC. He started that previous round, but he gets softened up a lot here. So we'll just take a couple of steps back. Him and MKZ now both in a very vulnerable state. He comes through, and MKZ is a lucky, lucky man to stay alive there as well. HTC is still going to support him at range, but both players are uber vulnerable, so they need to be super careful about how they play this. Smoke down. MKZ does cross that U2 is out, so gets a little fortunate and gets a bit of a pathway to safety.
Yeah, so the HP is so low too. Like MKZ, like he's got to be down to like 1 HP here. Like this is ridiculous. And Gainer just over swings this, and now 9-9. They actually are starting to win some good fights here, and actually they take 3. So I mean, make it even 4. Like they've been able to just find themselves almost the flawless round, and that's not a bad way at all. But there we go, making good connections. Only 1 casualty on their end, not bad at all. It was still a little bit questionable for me, but it's a nice bounce back. And again, this thing is just a bit of a teeter-totter. This thing is just going back and forth, and
yeah,
it's really hard to know what to even expect out of this game.
I guess for the main thing is that 9-9 are relatively happy. If it does go back and forth, they've got the side advantage with that lead. But as a whole, I do worry a little bit. And just in case, right? You know, if PingPongPals are able to get a bit of consistency and they take this map, that'll put 9-9 in a tough spot. But a couple of opening kills that come through, they get immediately responded back. It's down into a 1 versus 2. Join MKZ versus Creeds. Creeds is clutched up time and time again. He needs to find Pietro. He's getting flanked and he doesn't even realize it. And it's PingPongPals who walk away with the round. But again, another scary one, but another back and forth.
Yeah, that's a really nice amount of work from Pietro, though, right? Like, he's just playing on Catwalk. Despite his record of being a 5-11, like, that was so much impact that him just jiggling, just distracting Creeds, not being able to know where the other player was, that was perfect because MKZ was able to get an easy kill. So that's a really good amount of work from Pietro. And that's, again, those are the kind of things that he brings to the server, is that he's got some good gimmicks. He's got some ways to find that impactful round here or there. So that's what you need. But pans out nicely to bring things back in an even game once again. HDZ, though, is, again, kind of maneuvering himself a little bit hot here with the sniper. Now the rotates coming through, 9-9-9, abandoning this A hit, as they can tell that, you know, 3P have essentially just fully committed to it. Now they're going to reset. They have plenty of time here remaining, so they don't have to be over anxious on this. They can just decide what they want to go with. They can take it slow and steady.
Yeah, and slow and steady is the case. Quiet. Start things off. Not a huge amount of offers. We hit the 120 mark. JK going to make his way forward here. Thinking towards window, he gets caught on some poor timing, unfortunately. Gainer just double checks that corner, and freebie of a kill. Hasty Z, nice shot onto Minchen as well. But there is Creeds once again. Continues to have a fantastic game. Up to his 15th kill.
Yeah, he's really he's definitely putting up some big numbers here, and that's what I'm excited to see, right? Because like when we saw the roster shuffle in the beginning of the season, it was like, look, I definitely was always curious where Creeds was going to go. He's definitely a guy that he's a good fragger. He's got a good mind for the game. So you're seeing it here, right? Or you're seeing it right here is the fact that he's sitting at a 15-9, and he's trying to really get himself, you know, right back in this game and getting his team back into winning ways. But the question is, can he find the timing of this? LSY, I think he's got a bit of an inkling, but he just cannot connect on the shots. And there we go, 3P. They're going to just slowly take a lead here. Man, oh man, these things are coming down to like 1v2s, 2v2 situations. So this is just a grueling first map.
You are spot on. This is, I mean, the awkward thing now for 9-9 is that even though it still is kind of back and forth and it still feels like neither side have real control, it's just PingPongPals in the lead, right? And they're doing enough now. They're starting to find a bit of form. See, 40 down with Minchen getting caught. Not a bad game, Minchen, but it's unfortunate to fall early. Now I kind of like the movement here from PingPongPals. They're staying super grouped up. They've got a feeling about A, and that they've gamble stacked up, but so far it's the wrong idea.
Yeah, I do like the fact that they're going to commit this together, though. Like for 999, is that they're not just going to keep like playing this little bit of a lurking setup. They're actually going to commit maybe a potentially 3-1. Maybe have BYK again, just hoping to find a rotator caught off guard here in mid, or maybe even try to go up to Cat, look to find a quick kill, maybe distract as much as they can. But now you see, this is where they're going to go for the execute. Gainer and Pietro, they have to lock this down. They're both playing a crossfire together. It's all about the timing. What on earth is going on? Where does QJK come from? He just like bunny hops all around him, but oh man, they do lock it down, they get it done, and that was definitely a ping pong match in that round.
Really awkward as well, some of these rounds, the way in which they're being found. But a narrative that we brought up a lot yesterday, lads. Doesn't matter. As long as they get over the line, that's all that really matters here. And especially for PingPongPals who are on their opponent's map pick. That is a bold move from Minchen, and one that does not pay off. I think now with the site lost, they're going to have to play full retake here, the PingPongPals. There's just really no need. It's going to fly in here carelessly.
Yeah, I agree. No, absolutely agree. They gotta be smart about this too, because you can see some of the nades are getting lined up. But you also have the big flank right now for Gainer. He might be able to find something through main. You also have the player here on short that might be able to just go for this fight against BYK. So this is important, but he does find that first opener. Gainer just cannot seem to activate the rifle. And now this other player from 3P has been fully exposed, which is MKZ. And maybe he might be able to find this double kill, and indeed he does. So now things have gotten interesting. Now things have kind of turned on its head just a little bit more. CRS is just running around rampant here in the site, but now MKZ needing a quad kill to putting this round through. Does some good damage through the box, but it's just not enough, and 999 survive another day here in this game.
Yeah, not dead just yet. That's the main thing. Now, still having that belief that PingPongPals have got enough up their sleeve to see this over the line, but again, if they start to fall a little flat, start to get, oh my god, that's actually a lot of nade damage. Minchen gets softened up a lot, down to 27. The start that he would have wanted, but still alive. I guess that's really all that matters. I speak too soon. Down he goes very quickly to MKZ. Swings quite carelessly there.
Yeah, he did. Like, and I'm glad you say that, because it felt like, I don't understand what the plan was. Like, he just kind of went for a dry swing. He just committed to it, and I don't know if he thought he had a timing. I don't know if he thought he could just slip through like that, but it kind of felt just like no thought process in there at all. So this is an awkward round for 999. It just kind of feels like they're putting their bodies to situations with really no thought process to it, which is super concerning considering they lost they won the last round in such a great fashion. So this just seems like an awkward kind of situation considering they've lost two so fast.
Shot. Now that's white. Catches CRS on the swing. I mean, now down to 2 for 999. I think it's safe to say this round feels done here. 2 versus 5. It should be completely unlosable for the PingPongPals. I mean, QJK has been spotted in towards doors. There's a bit of a creep move by Creed, but he just gets caught. Gainer pops his head up at the perfect time.
Yeah, this is a... I'd be so curious if like the desk can even just like maybe message these guys after and ask them about this round specifically, because I don't really understand what the plan was. It felt like everybody from 999 communicated, okay, each of us are going to go one at a time, and we're going to try to fight for a map control. You do it on your own. If you die, one of us will go as well. So it just felt like it was just no tactic to it. So I'm not sure, but either way, I digress. But look at this. It's a nice little bit of an opening here from 999, but LSY does actually get himself a really good, bounce back into this. But now we see 999 really picking up the speed. They kind of go, from 4th gear to 5th, and they got themselves right back into this game. And HDZ is in a clutch scenario to get this map done and dusted, but I just don't know if I can see it, just given the position he's in. And the way that 999 has kind of, posted themselves here for the post plant, it's good here now.
Yeah, it is. It really is. HDZ, it doesn't, even now we're into 1 versus 2, I mean, what do you actually do from this sort of spot? Already given too much of a clear in towards bridge. He gets caught on the drop down. 999 not dead just yet. That's really all that matters. Staying alive bit by bit, putting pressure on and just keeping the hope that if they can take it to overtime, who knows, right? I mean, they can maybe put a bit of pressure on and maybe even be able to kind of steal this map away. We saw a pretty spicy golden round yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
That's why.
It was the only one.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. First one I've had in a long, long time as well.
Mm-hmm.
Last season I didn't get any, so it's been a hot minute.
Oh,
That's why. Right idea. How will he fare? Approach him down in front of him, and And the second one that comes across just distract him and kind of draws his aim away. Pietro going to get caught once again, first to fall.
Yeah, that's really not great for Pietro. Again, he's in that prime position where you have to be the anchor. You have to just keep yourself alive so your teammates can just go for the retake properly. But now they kind of have to wait things out. And now you can see they've actually kind of abandoned going through connector. Now they're all looking like they want to post up in mid. They want to see if they can be able to find some of these lurkers in water. And they're trying to see that. And BYK, he's got a bit of a suspicion because he's worried. Like, you can tell he's nervous to swing this. Flashes are just getting thrown around, and MKZ goes down. And BYK finds the first. This is already looking prominent here for an overtime situation. And 999 are going to put up a massive fight here. They put up a wall of offense. And now HDZ, unless he can do the impossible, but it's just a little too late with time. He's getting all the kills, but he just can't seem to have enough time to get this done. And we're going to overtime despite his efforts.
Yeah, there we go. 999 do not falter. They step up when it matters most. And like we were talking about, this back and forth affair between these two sides. What a way to kickstart this game and this day as well. You know, we come in towards this looking at what felt like PingPongPals just going to relatively easily kind of just sail across the line. And now they're going to be forced into an overtime, which does make things really awkward. Because for me, it feels like they've lost all control of momentum.
Yeah, and that's the thing where it felt like the momentum was kind of going back and forth a lot, but I felt like 3P were kind of sitting really good on it and the smooth sailing-ish, right? But I don't know, 999, these last couple rounds have just been able to pull something out of the hat, and now they bring things to an overtime situation where I didn't think that was going to be the case at all. It just felt like they were running out of gas, you know, in the tank, and it just felt like they were just kind of doing some weird swings. But look, they're able to push through, and that's a lot of grit, so that's not a bad thing at all here, but it gives them another chance to get their map pick if they choose. And like I said, let's not forget, you know, this is the last time these guys did play each other. It did go to a 3-map series where they were all relatively close, like 10-5s and then a 10-8.
Yeah.
That did favor PingPongPals, so that's where could maybe be history in the history being rewritten again.
Question for me though, where's CRS gone? Fella? We've got overtime to play here. Let's take our seats. We've got some crossfire to be had. Let's get back in position. I don't have him standing up and going away, but we're getting on the way hopefully in just a moment. And I think this will be a big map for 999 if they're able to take it, right? If we're able to kind of put ourselves into a spot where they have a decent chance at a 2-0, but still, again, maybe a little unlikely, but at least pushing it towards that third. That's good for a side that have struggled really all season, right? And that'll be a real kind of confidence booster in a way.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this is the thing too with, like, you know, we were talking about, and the desk was mentioning it as well, is that, you know, for a team like PingPongPals, where I think there was a lot of question marks about what they were going to be able to bring this season. I mean, they're sitting themselves in a not a bad spot. I mean, they're in that 4th, 5th spot right now with a dead even record, but they've had some good games. They've had some really bad games. And this is kind of one of these situations where for this one, to me, it felt like, given that we're in the late portion of the season, just given where we've been and all the experience they've had, I kind of felt like they're definitely the player or the team that should be able to get this W, just so that they can feel a little bit better in the overall standings.
It's a big fight out in towards long. That's why he comes out on top for the first, but it's Creed's there again, making his presence known. It's a triple sniper setup as well for 999 to kickstart OT. So they're pulling a couple of tricks out of their sleeves.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I mean, it's good to be a little bit creative, right? I mean, they definitely have an idea where they think that, you know, we can put the range into our favor. We can just bring these snipers that might be just enough to pack the good punch, but it's a good creative idea. They haven't done that for a long time. They did it like way early in the season that I can remember, so it's cool to see they're trying something a little bit different. But the only problem with this is that, you know, for 3P, if they get themselves and execute and they get some utility, it's going to be way harder for those snipers to be as effective as they should be. So that's the other thing, is they have to be able to get these first engagements right away here for 999 with these triple sniper setups.
Yeah, exactly. Over to 15. Who's a little quiet? Not a huge amount on offer in this 4 versus 4, and not really any damage taken either way. So this might be a bit of a bloodbath here towards the A side. 3 making their way up long. JK on the truck itself, looking out towards short. Here's the first fight. He misses the shot. That should have been a freebie. He should have taken out to Pietro every day of the week, but he can't. He will get revenge as he drops Gainer with the Colt, but still, sight taken. This is where things do get a little spicy now. Can BYK even get out the window is the big question. He's trying to jump peek to find Pietro. It's Creeves who comes out huge. He jumps out. He can't get the kill. LSY and Pietro combine 1v2.
Yeah, I mean, just now that Creeds is in this position where he's actually got himself for a big flank, and again, they have to still pick up the bomb 3P, and they still got to get it down. So this is actually, you know, giving Creeds a bit of time here to get himself in a good position because, again, Pietro's low. He's down to 8 HP. Creeds just has to shoot one shot, but my God, Pietro just with a massive wide swing gets a one-tap. Not bad at all. I was thinking this is an opportunity for Creeds. If there was going to be a moment where he was going to clutch, I thought it was going to be there, but man, oh man, Pietro's been quiet, but he pulls up through here in the first round of OT.
Yeah, big work. That is for damn sure. And it just, you know, the age-old classic with all overtimes is, you know, you're looking for that elusive round to see it off in regulation. You can't get it. You come into OT, you get it straight away. It always seems to be the case. Once again, the case here.
This is interesting too, is that, you know, surprising with the triple sniper setup from 999, I'm actually kind of surprised that CRS is the one that's not sniping because I felt like he was doing really well. Like, he was the guy that was finding first duels. He was the one that was, you know, mid rounds, he was able to get a kill here and there as well. So it's a little interesting that he wants to rifle up. So, I mean, it's not like I'm against it necessarily. I'm just a little surprised considering he was being quite hot with it, but they know something I don't. But Min, again, just goes for these really big swings. He gets punished for it, so that's not really going to be great here for 999 fans, but now 3P, they got themselves in a prime position here with a 5-on-4.
Creeds. Got an idea about NKZ as well. Yeah, correct one too. Under a minute now though, and honestly, for 909, they probably have to start thinking about getting a little proactive. MKZ, down he'll go. Same for Pietro as well. This is big. 909 needed this. Back into a 3 versus 3. I say that only briefly as Creed's going to get caught. HDZ should have really punished BYK on the cross. He does. Second time of asking. Last player spotted. And it's CRS who has to go huge in a 1 versus 2. 30 seconds, so plenty of time to get that C4 down. And CRS going to go for the rotate.
Ooh, this is good. Yeah, this is really, really good. Again, just repositioning, taking advantage of the fact that 3P have not gone for the bomb plant. Now he's made his presence a bit known here. He went for that kind of quick pre-fire. I think he thought he saw somebody. He thought he could get it. And unfortunately, him giving his position away like that cost him his life. So now 3P get themselves another round here. This is going to be the 2 in a row that have looked really, really good thus far. Again, you gotta tip your hat here for HDZ, man. Like, he's the guy that's putting up some big numbers. I'm pretty sure that was a triple kill last round, if I'm not mistaken. Gainer finally gets a little bit more active here too, finding the opening engagement. This is looking so much better right now from the PingPongPals since we hit OT.
Easy. Keeping an eye out. I mean, 909 are running out of chances here. So a bit of a tough predicament, honestly. Oh my, it's a bloodbath. Pietro gonna get 3. That is big. He's at times struggled to have his moments of really shining, but Pietro's come alive here, and he gets the last 2 with the Colt. Beautiful work.
Damn, yeah, it's about time. I love it, honestly, and that's the thing, like, I keep talking about, you know, I want a moment from Pietro where he's able to put up some big numbers, and you love to see it. Like, that's where, again, like, you know, he was from the previous teams of Knights and things like that. Like, he's still, yeah. I think he's still just trying to prove his worth, right? Like, when you leave a team that you've been on for so long, I feel like it kind of gives any player a moment to just go, you know what, I'm going to reinvent myself. I'm going to, you know, remind people why I'm here. So I love to see moments like that, especially from someone like Pietro that's been around forever. So
yeah,
it's good to see one of the old dogs, you know, just popping off like that.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, we're looking towards this now, and it does feel like, unfortunately, 999 have run out of chances. It's just not been the way that they would have hoped, not been the way they would have wanted. So, times are the essence. I mean, you look at 999, and I think they've actually done a really good job to get it to overtime, but anything from here on out, it does feel very, very unlikely for me. I feel like, as well, especially when you look at the entirety of the series, a couple of these pocket strats and all the rest for this side, they might kind of run out of ideas now, because some of these rounds into overtime are just looking a little flat for me.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't agree more. It just feels like that's what I was kind of even surprised we got to this overtime situation, is that to me it felt like 999 were running flat. Like it just felt like the tires couldn't really, connect on the road. Nothing was moving very well, but then all of a sudden they did those last couple rounds to push to the OT, and then it's just kind of, again, running on flats. It's just square wheels. Nothing is moving. So now they got to make sure they're round, and this is where they have to be able to put up round after round. And HTZ, I don't know how he's still alive in the wide open angle like this. This is just an absolute massacre of a round. It's just a death match here in this A site. Everybody is just shooting around. Everybody's going to the floor. It's a 3-3, and now LSY gets overwhelmed by the numbers, and Creed, he doesn't want to be done here yet. He wants to continue playing, but you got MKZ and Pietro still alive. They're still a threat in this scenario, but right now the bomb still has to get planted, and these defenders, they might have enough time here to work with something on this.
Yeah, you're right. MKZ going to get caught by the pistol. UIK, he's fine for him. Yeah, sure, he's just tucked. He is really stuck in the middle of it here. Nothing really he can do. This should be a bit of a freebie, and it will be. QJK see it over the line. So 999 not dead just yet. Still alive, still kicking for now. But a lot more needed to be done. I mean, to get kind of 2 rounds in a row now is asking a lot, and HTC making sure of that. He's been very good with these opening kills, HTC. Pietro gonna find on his own. MKZ too. Laz, it might be over.
Yeah, it might be over. Like, the fact that you're losing 3 bodies within less than, what, like 15 seconds is just madness. And now, Min, he's going to go for a big swing here with QJK. This is kind of the Hail Mary. This is honestly just like putting all your efforts to see. Min's had a bit of a quiet game. Now he's asked to do a 1-on-4. He finds himself the first, but it's just not meant to be. And 3P are going to be able to take the map pick away here and get things done into overtime. But man, oh man, was that a grueling way to get to the victory, though?
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. They never should have had to go in towards overtime, but all that matters is they get it over the line, right? And they do take away their opponent's map pick, and now they can start opening discussions about this series looking very good for them, right? You're going into your map pick next, a map in which you've actually looked really solid on, as we saw yesterday. This is a side that are in a really decent position all in all. But real credit has to be given to 999. This is a side that have basically been written off for this season. It's about relegation or just squeaking out of it, but making any sort of conversation or anything more, super unlikely, right? So I think they really did earn a lot of respect in towards map number 1. But enough from us. Let's see what the desk have to think.
After a very, very, very long fight, PingPongPals managed to win map 1, and they are in a pretty decent position. But like
Exactly.
999, what a fight!
Man, before we speak about 3P, let's speak more about 999. Let's give credit where it's due. I mean, what a show from 999. The map was their pick, and they showed us why the map was their pick. I mean, Black Widow is not your common map. We don't see Black Widow frequently, but when 999 do choose Black Widow, they do surprise us with a beautiful show. As we did see, the game started in the early from Team 999. Round 4 was beautiful by 999, managing to get round after round after round. CRS did surprise us with his snipes one time after another. I mean, there's a certain point where I thought, okay, this game is 999's, and 999 would actually win the game and might win the series, because they did win the map. They did the easy part. Anyways, 3P. Now, after we give credits to 999, we need to talk more about the winner of the first match, which is PingPongPals. Honestly, convincing performance, yet it needs to be done again. And it's the easy part for them, where you play on your own map, the map that you choose, and winning against a team that did choose a map and fought for it and tried to get a win against them. It kind of gets tricky, because 999 did need this win, and looking at the stats and the next map, I think 999 do have a solid chance winning against 3P in their own map.
I mean, it's gonna be a bit harder to be honest. Like, I mean, this is their map pick, and a bit like 999, like they were not comfortable on this map at all, like Black Widow. But like in the next map, they have Compound. It's their own map pick. It's the map pick that we are used to see from PingPongPals. And I feel like 3P is one of the teams that take the game slower at the very beginning. Like I feel like map 1 they start a bit slow, but like they start scaling a bit by bit, like going through the series. So like I feel like game 2 or like map 2, it will be like a different result, like in terms of how close the game is. And like in the set summary, I mean the game was very close, going to OT.
Yeah.
And PingPongPals in the OT, they were completely
Dominating.
decisive. They were completely on point, and they managed to win like the OT in a pretty easy fashion.
Exactly. And you can look at it from a different perspective, that if 999 did manage to win this game, I think there is a high possibility that they would win the next game. And I think that's the most convincing performance from 999, knowing that they are a 10% win rate team, knowing that they lose most of their games and they barely even get a single map. Now, winning a map and, you know, trying to win the next one would be highly likely if you had won the first map.
Yeah.
But the thing is, losing Black Widow and reaching overtime, taking us to round after round after round, and then losing, it just makes you guys in a bad scenario. It makes the mission super easy for PingPongPals at this point, because they did the hard part and now they just want to shine and they're on that map. Now, CRS and Mention, I saw the name repeated one time after another with the snipes, and Pichu absolutely nailed it, reaching the overtime. But I do not know what happened in the overtime. Keep in mind, 999 did not reach a lot of overtimes, and I think reaching the overtime just burnt them down and built them out, and they don't have enough stamina to, you know, and enough endurance to keep going. They aren't used to this.
Yeah, and I feel like 999, I mean, we can see it even through the cams, like even when the guys are losing, they are taking it lightly. They are laughing.
Yes, chances are low for quite
the mental. Yeah, the mental is solid, and this is actually like I know having some stress can be beneficial in some times, but like having this fresh, chilling mentality can give you the power to fight in every map, because
exactly
it doesn't, like, your mental doesn't affect your game negatively in this case.
Yes, and keep in mind they did lose this game, but hey, who knows? No pressure, no stress. All their pressure and stress is on 3P.
Yeah, 100%. Let's see if 999 can give one more fight. Casters, you have the mic.
Hey, thanks very much, guys. And yeah, I mean, a lot of good things said here, because again, like, you know, Black Widow's done, and now we're moving over to Compound, which is, I don't know, like, this is again a tough pick, because 3P went for it, which I think makes a lot of sense. Again, all those guys are vets. They've all played this map a bunch of times. Not to say 999 isn't, but I just think for 3P, they've been able to have some pretty good matches on this. So for 999, this could be a rough day in the office. I'm not going to lie. This might be a really telling one here, Nao. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're looking at this now, and at least for me, internally, I'm starting to think that this should be a pretty simple one to see over the line. I mean, this is a map in which they've obviously looked very good on. This is a map in which I've liked what I've seen, but, you know, you touched on it. It's experience. It's also, you've got to just look at statistics, right? You know, this has been a much better season for PingPongPals, coming through the open side of things and being a side that actually I think are actually really challenging, right? That, you know, we spoke about this a little bit yesterday. That middle of the pack is so even. Like, between essentially 3rd place and 6th place, there's like 1 or 2 wins being the difference between that jump. So I actually think PingPongPals are in a really decent spot. Of course, on the flip side, 999, this season's more or less over for them, if we're being completely frank. They might just squeak out of kind of instant relegation, but even still, they're not in a pretty spot, if we're being completely frank. They've really been struggling to put up wins on the board here, so it's tough for me to find a narrative in my head of how they kind of come out of this and push this towards a 3rd map.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, like you said, like it's interesting because the conversation's still kind of open a little bit. I think just slightly a little bit here for 999 is, like you said, maybe to slip out of the instant relegation, but that is kind of playing the effect of how TBI plays, the other team that's kind of near the bottom of the ranks here. So there's a lot at stake, right? And so, I mean, we'll see. Look, 999 did show us a little bit of life on that first map, but it was very mixed results. It kind of felt like we got some really good moments, and then we had some really just poor moments. So now this is where they have to kind of play for their lives here, because, you know, this loss is going to be putting them at a 1-10, and that's just something that they just cannot afford right now. But that's kind of the same argument for 3P, is that these guys are also trying to compete for getting in that top 4 spot if they can to get into playoffs, and they're kind of right on the cusp of it. So there's still plenty at stake, but just kind of different ends of the leaderboards. But we'll find out. And I mean, this is a good trade-off from both teams. 999 being in the BL side might not be bad, and HDZ, these are just 1-in-1 trades. Like, this is just ridiculous. I don't even know how we're in this situation, but it's panned out nicely right now for 3P.
Yeah, no, really clear. Oh, nice quick reaction. Fortunately, Creed, he's had a lot of good moments, but this one is unlikely. Gainer sees over the line, and that will be a nice start for PingPongPals. We have seen as well, generally, when we look at kind of these compound games as a whole, it's normally unbelievably tentative to start off, but both sides are flying into the fights really early. This is a good sign for PingPongPals. That's the kind of crossfire they want to be playing.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, and it feels like 3P, you know, they've warmed up a lot better because like in the first map, we saw they were kind of getting a good start, then it really fizzled out a bit. But it felt like ever since they were in the later portion, even overtime, like it just felt like full speed ahead for these guys. And now, you know, for them, I'm wondering if they're a little bit more warmed up, ready to go, starting to play a little bit better. I'm also curious, you know, the biggest question will be HDZ, just if, like, he'll put up another big, strong performance like what we saw in map 1. Because let's not forget, he was the guy that was, like, I think he was, like, 8-1 at one point, and it was only, like, 2 rounds, if not 3 in. So he was putting in some gigantic numbers. But we'll find out. It's all coming down to this, and Pietro has actually put himself in a position where poking and prodding a little bit, but now he's playing a little bit more of the off angle, and no, it's a bit labored here for this duel, but he's doing damage, but again, he just can't seem to connect the kill.
Okay, Z, just trying to anchor up backside. JK might have a drop here. That's such a good swing from HDZ. He goes quick. Not only finds the kill, but finds the C4 too. Gainer's there for one of his own. This round is rapidly falling apart for 999 here. EYK, he's barely alive. MKZ just in towards backside. He's also got the M4, so very good for the spam too. This could be a little janky. There it is. He's holding down mouse 1, hoping to deal some damage. He's getting peppered a little bit. Down he'll go finally. Same for Gainer. Oh my, what an execute. CRS has gone huge.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, CRS, again, like, he was a guy that put up huge numbers in map number 1 with a 1.33, and now he's still trying to continue his mayhem, but unfortunately, LSY is going to be able to stop him in the tracks, and this is now turned into a 1v1 scenario with 20 seconds remaining, and the bomb is dropped here, and BYK can pick it up, but it's a question of where he wants to go with this. He's going to have to be very swift on this. LSY's waiting for him, but oh man, I thought he was a little bit asleep at the wheel, but it's a delayed kill, but at least he gets it. But man, oh man, I cannot believe what we just saw here from 999. It was CRS once again putting up some gigantic numbers for the triple kill to be able to make this a very close encounter, but unfortunately just no cigar.
Yeah, you're right. You are right. Oh my god, 2-0. PingPongPals in a fantastic spot. Lot to like. 999. I actually thought they did so well in that execute. They're going to be kicking themselves. Doesn't matter. Gotta just shrug it off and go back in towards the next. Easy. Well, a little bit about that flash, but doesn't deter him from holding the angle.
Yeah, it's good mid-control here from 999, so they've already kind of crossed through, which is nice, but again, the positioning right now, there's nobody close on GR spawn, so this is where it gets a little bit worrying right now, because MKC is kind of floating a little bit, but he's still kind of in that A site. So right now, you can see the Gainer, he's playing a very, very passive angle. He's kind of expecting something. They've allowed this to be done, but it's a lot of reliance on him to be able to hit the shot. But he still has 2 teammates that are deep into B main. Pietro actually finding this kill into CRS and in the backside of main. Or mid, sorry, is going to be actually very, very nice. But now you can see 999 trying to swarm into this A site. They're trying to do a little bit of a crunch on it, but MKZ, oh man, he actually drops from the skies. He's able to find this double, and even HDZ, a little bit of a Bambi jump and gets himself a pistol kill. And it was looking decent for 999, but look at how well that 3P react to it. The setup, the bait and switch, and they just get their heads cracked on that one.
Yeah, exactly. This seems to be the case as well. Just when it feels like 999 are having a moment or having a kind of an opportunity to step up in a big way, and PingPongPals are somehow every single time able to see it over the line. We're pushing in towards pillars, and it doesn't actually go well for PingPongPals, but Gainers here, only good for one. 2v4, surely, guys. 9-9, surely this is unlosable.
Yeah, surely, right? I mean, this is the one round that we've seen them, like, again, just full send it, and it's a bit of a plow, and they're finally kind of putting this aggression into some good work, and they take it pretty convincingly, and they find it early on, too. Like, they get the C4 down at 152. Like, it was a speed run. Like, they just kind of full sended it, and now it's all down to Pietro here with less than half HP of 28. He's got a lot of work cut out for him. This is not a good situation to be in. He's only got 20 seconds to work with. He has to be picture perfect in this one. And 999, all they have to do is just kind of toy with him. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They're finally back on the board, ready to go. And, you know, what's funny is it just comes into a round where they literally just hold W and they just frag out.
Yeah, exactly that. Finally a round on the board, as you mentioned. Now the case is, and the question is, can we, in a way, make this a consistent factor? BYK, Gainer, Pietro, and then Gainer again to maybe shut down those conversations about 999 and consistency. It seems to be their unfortunate demise. Just when they find a step up, they instantly get shot back down. BYK will even understand. Oh my god, he does. Quick flick on towards MKZ. That is a empty A site. And a missed shot from Pietro. Not what you want to see. 2v3 is potentially doable.
Yeah, it is, and the weird thing is too is that again, like, this is a little bit awkward in the sense that Creed's is close to the bomb, so he has to kind of like, he's worried that somebody's going to be close, and it's actually BYK that's putting up a really good distraction right now. You can see that he finds this kill on the Gainer. He's still kind of toying with LSY. Like, LSY is like kind of hunting him, like he's looking for it, which is a little bit scary. But you can see that BYK is an open A site. He can communicate this to Creed and say, look, I'm in A site. This looks clear. It's all good. And, I mean, for him, he should be able to just run with the knife out. They should be able to get this plant down. 3P kind of expecting maybe a little bit of a double fake on this, considering there's so much time remaining on it. But now the bomb's going to go down. They have the full idea of this. Now things are interesting with the 2-2 going into the site. But now it looks like 3P. They want to take this from the front door and even potentially the back door.
Hit it. Oh, he had the opportunity. He just couldn't quite connect. That's why he's a lucky man. Pietro can't be said the same for him. But honestly, if we're looking at it, Pietro should have hit that shot earlier, and this round would have been done. 999 have somehow bailed themselves out of a really tough spot. And he hit the shot, and that's why he's desperate, and it will not pan out for him. Tough predicament, but 999, credit to them for bailing themselves out of a bad spot there. They never really should have walked away without that round at all.
Nope. I agree, and it's like, again, it's these weird moments that we see that 999 just, it looks so flat, and then it looks like they inflate the tires, and then they start to do a lot better, and that's what we saw here is, like, you know, 3P were essentially, I feel like it was like a 3-0 at one point, and yeah, it's been pretty much 2 rounds in a row that 999 have been able to find for themselves, so it's good to show they got the pulse. But Gainer, my god, he finds a nice double here in mid. He's still hungry for a little bit more. I think he's got the cue that the bomb's dropped as well, so that's not bad. Gainer is just single-handedly taking this round into his hands with a quad kill. Why not make it a damn ace? And look at that, Gainer just putting himself with a 5-peat, and now PingPongPals back into a leading way.
Yeah, you love to see it. Gainer stepping up. You know, this is a guy that we've spoken about, you know, a few times as well. Sometimes he can go a little quiet, go a little missing, but when he steps up, and he makes his name known. That is huge. HDC, he's been fantastic on the entries in towards that previous map, and it continues here in towards map number 2. PingPongPals, they've let a couple of rounds slip that they shouldn't have, and now they're trying to rectify those mistakes.
Yeah, exactly, and yeah, that's such the exciting thing about, like you said, like for Gainer, we talk about him all the time because, again, he's one of these guys that he's kind of like the underdog. It feels like, again, like so much potential and so much prospect, and when he plays well, he plays well. It's just those absent moments that it's just so unfortunate. But a round like that to get an ace, you know, just locking mid down with the rifle and showing his true abilities is a great sight to see. And right even now, I mean, for 3P. Putting themselves in a situation where they're on the 5-on-3. They've already got CRS and QJK very low in HP. Half their HP is already gone. They're wounded. This is not a good situation at all. Now this is going to be 999 going for a bit of a desperate play on this. You can see that QJK looks like he was debating to maybe make a bit of a solo play, see if he might be able to find an opening. And now you can see even as well, Creeds is waiting things through. He's been able to kind of creep in, but it's all about timing here. They might not expect him to be in this kind of position. And this is a little bit interesting here, Nail, because again, 3P, they got to be prepared for it. I don't know if they're going to be expecting somebody to go for a top flank like this.
Yeah, this is a little interesting. Oh my god, that reload. MKZ timing on it, not exactly the best. Everyone's so low over towards 909. Nade's going to bound around. They actually don't do a lot of damage either. Only softening up just a little bit. The M4, the perfect thing for the spam. Oh my god, Gainer. He should get caught in the side here, and he will go down. Just a little bit tunnel visioned in. That B site is looking a bit vulnerable now. All down to one man, but QJK cannot do it. That round seen off, and it should have been, and PingPongPals continue to extend this lead, and this is looking a lot more like it. I mean, they've already guaranteed the lead now, something they even couldn't do in the first half of map number 1, and now they've put themselves in a really decent position. I mean, if they get towards 6, lads, I think this is probably done. And it looks like they might.
Yeah, despite them being in the lead, I mean, they're still putting up, a lot of pressure onto this, and they're trying to make it as uncomfortable as possible for 999. And I agree. I mean, if we can see 6 rounds gained here for 3P, that's just going to be even much better for them going into that second half. But they've done a good job, like just mixing up their defense, mixing up the playbook. I really love the setup that they're playing like deep in B like that, where I think it's LSY that's kind of playing in mini window, and he's just waiting for the cross and B door. So it's just, again, like a team that's really showing why they picked this map, and it's just a good gimmick that's allowed them to just kind of play some mind games against a team like 999. And even like 999 just seem to get, bruised everywhere they're going. They may not get taken out right away, but everybody just seems to take so much HP away. So now they're kind of stuck in this situation where they're grouped up in mid once again. And you already have someone like LSY that's pushed all the way through B, so he's got the communication. They don't have to stress it. They don't have to sweat it. And now this has put a little bit of pressure for MKZ to be able to find this kill. If he goes down, that does guarantee a B site. But again, LSY should be hot in the heels.
Yeah, you're right. HTC for a double. That is big, and I think now we can get rid of this conversation. BYK, this should be impossible. I mean, there's 2 HEs to work with as well. HTC and LSY, they could just dunk one in towards the window. That would have seen him off, but it doesn't matter. He's dropped anyway. That's now 6 for PingPongPals, and this is feeling very, very unlikely. You hate to say it, but it's just the truth of the matter. 999 have just not been able to get going. But again, this is probably testament to just how good PingPongPals have looked on this map. I think they've looked fantastic.
Yeah, they really have. Honestly, I agree with you. I think they've really shown, like, I always kind of wonder with teams that, go for a map pick, and I'm always putting a little bit more of a higher expectation to see, like, what are you going to bring to the table? What's going to be the reason you went for this? I think 3P have really shown they've done some good homework. Clearly, the practice is working for them right now. Maybe not this round here for Pietro, but so far it's been really, really good. Their setups have been really nice. There's a good system that they have in place now, but 999 have been able to kind of break that system just a little bit. They're able to get this bomb down, to say the least.
He's holding it towards window. It's a bit of a just in case, but this is still a very difficult retake. And it's going to be made even more so as Creed finds LSY. JK, that's one of contact. Spam is close. He will see it off in the end. Creed does fall in the meanwhile as the Colt pulled out, but not enough. And at least a little bit of a save face. A 6-3, but I mean, let's be frank here, I still think this is such a difficult road to recovery for this 909 side, but we'll take what we can get.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, not bad at all. Honestly, getting 6, for 3P is a really, really nice case. But again, here for 999, at least, they can get that last round. They can get themselves a little bit closer to an affair on this one. And even finding the opening duel, it's not going to be bad at all. Taking down someone like HDZ is a really impactful kill. That's going to be a nice way for them to start things off. You can see the defense from 999 has kind of been mixed up. They're actually giving up mid entirely, and they're allowing just QJK to play in the back skirts of B door. That's just going to wait for the cross, and then they've actually just put a heavy lean in B main. So they've actually put a lot of eggs in a basket here. So this is a question of what 3P want to do. They don't even have the bomb committed to a player yet. They're still kind of evaluating their options. They're still figuring out what do they want to do. But they got lots of time to work with. But the scary thing will be is if, Pietro, if he can get this queue, if he can find at least 1 or 2 players, he might be able to communicate this, which I think he's been able to. Now he's got a bit of an inkling saying, look, this might be a B stack. We got to be careful. And you can see now they're getting ready for potentially an A hit. This is the perfect read right now from 3P.
Yeah. They know exactly what's going on. Despite not having the numbers, this could still work quite well for them. I really look towards what Gainer can do on this lurk. He has the potential to get one and get out. If he could do that, that would be huge. But it's a difficult crossfire to dismantle here in towards pillars. And yeah, he's not able to do so. That was really make or break for me in this round.
Yeah, and this is already, well, I was thinking this could have been a good, decent read, but now with losing 2 players, this is going to be a little bit harder here. And this is, again, relying on somebody like, QJK to miss the shot. MKZ needs to be able to find a big spray down. He needs to be able to find these kills. Him and Pietro, though, actually, they make things a bit more interesting. And now, all of a sudden, the 2-2 has come through. So now the plant's going to get done. They have plenty of time for it. LSY equipped. He's got the sniper in hand. He's ready to go. It's a little bit more quiet of a game for him. He's sitting at a 4 and 3. MKZ now in the double digits, looking to get himself maybe 12. He's just sitting right below here with the M14. CRS goes right over him, and MKZ just peeks through, and look at that. He's able to put up a quad. They have no idea where he is, and he just pops out like Houdini, and they get themselves back in the winning ways again.
Yeah, it felt like it should have been really sort of impossible in a way, but somehow, some way, they've made something of this. 7-3 now, and 3 more rounds is all that PingPongPals need. 9-9. I mean, they're starting to crumble, and Minchen, that's not the fight you want to be taking. Thankfully, Creeds is here, but he's only good for 1, caught by the sniper at range. It's a 4-round buffer, and it might be extended in a moment as PingPongPals are barreling down to get an 8th in just a mere moment. Down to 2 now. Or 9-9-9 here, CRS and BYK. Ooh, and Gainer's got out a window. What do you know about CRS? Oh, his reaction is absolutely excellent.
Yeah, it's exquisite for sure. And now, I mean, for BYK, it's just, I don't know, even Pietro's got a really good read on it. He's throwing all the utility on him. But Nade, this does so much damage. The flashes, the smoke, like this is just not looking good at all. BYK, it's just, this is where you get annoyed. And yeah, you can see he's not even hesitating. He's just running through. He's just hoping, okay, look, they're probably not going to expect me to be this close into the site. But, thankfully for Gainer, he's ready, he's prepared. I think if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be 8th round gained here for PingPongPals. And this is really looking very efficient. You can tell that the practice is really starting to pan out well for these guys.
Yeah, it feels like for me, this one's the beginning of the end. Minchen is so blind, unfortunately. BYK does get his, but Minchen, he was in no man's land there. Had no idea what was going on. UJK and Creeds both taking significant damage. KC and HTC also taking a tag or 2. We're into a 4 versus 4, and it then goes quiet. Running out of chances here, 9-9-9. This is would be a huge round. They're able to see this over the line.
Yeah, honestly, I agree with you. Like, I mean, it's funny, like, when you watch Minchen's screen, I was thinking, like, man, he is so blind. Like, that is one of the worst feelings, too. You're just like, yeah, I have no idea if I'm going to survive or if I'm going to go down, and then Min's like, yeah, I'm dead. And it's just all over. And 9-9-9, when they lose these, these guys early, it just makes it hard. But despite when they lost Min, they did have themselves in a decent advantage. But look at this, like, even CRS is, again, kind of overextending the peak. He wants that information, but it's costly, right? It costs him his life. And now 3P, they're just being gifted these, essentially these 101 peaks. And now all of a sudden, which was a man advantage, a good power position here for 999, they kind of thrown it all away here for Creeds. And now he has to put up gigantic numbers. He might be able to find a bit of a strangler, but that just allows for 3P to lock and load. And now they got themselves a map and series point and 1 more needed. And this is going to be a quick 2-0 here in the office.
Yeah, and, you got to say the way that PingPongPals actually approach this, you've kind of got to say, deservedly, I think is probably the way to go about it. My God, they're looking fantastic. They're just not making really any major mistakes anymore now. That's why, for the first, Creeds gets caught. But Minchen pushes down mid, actually gets away with it this time. He's struggled on that push. This time, not the case. Ult round the corner. 999 not dead just yet, still alive, but not really a type of a round that I would say is replicable, right? You know, it's a gimmick round and a round that is cool, but can they do that consistently? I don't think so.
No, I agree, and that you could even see, like, I think it was even LSY, like, he was going back and changing the guns too. So, like, it's just one of those rounds that doesn't feel like it could be replicated, but maybe. I mean, Min just runs through mid again, finds a triple kill. I don't know how they do it, but yeah, it looks like a little bit of a deja vu-ish moment because they pull up 2 rounds in mid, they get themselves 2 rounds in a row. I don't know, they just wanted to go full DM mode, and it seems like that's kind of the name of the game right now. So, I mean, look, still a long way to go about overtime, but that's all they have to do, round by round, and they could push this thing to a potential overtime situation. It's a little bit early for me to say it, but I'm liking what I'm seeing. Now they're starting to cook a little bit. Now they're starting to get these kills. Why is this happening so late in the round? Why does it have to come to this?
Gotta say, I kind of eat my words here a bit. You know, surely it can't happen again. It does, and it seems like 999, when backs up against the wall and when it feels like they're on the brink of losing here, they kind of just say, what have we got to lose? Let's just hold W and see what happens. Fantastic. Everything's going to plan. This 99 side are holding W. They're playing uber aggressive, and absolutely everything is working. This is super sick to see.
Yeah.
And, you know, again, it's one of those things that it really... You have to probably ask a couple of questions on PingPongPals. It's now happened 3 rounds in a row. Surely we take a little bit of a step back and try and kind of force them into overextensions, but I'm loving it. Hey, like, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
100%, and yeah, I agree with
There
you.
it is.
Like, I was thinking the same thing. Oh my god, it's happening again. No way this is happening for a 3rd time in a row. This just cannot be. And like you said, I was thinking the exact same thing. Is like, look, this is a couple rounds in a row that have been gained here for 999. Surely if this goes in the way for them, 3P might just need to call a little bit of a timeout, slow it down, figure out what they need to do differently, because this is the other thing. Like, when we have teams that are, you know, backs against the walls, like a team like 999, they're starting to play very well. But it's also the other side where you talk about a team like 3P where they're a match and series point, and it's just getting 1 round to get it all closed off, which can be hard, right? We always joke about teams that kind of have the choke factor.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the case here. It's, again, still early to say, but you want to make sure you can just remove that kind of, you know, piece out of the conversation.
Thank God. 3-round game, but looks like it should be made a 2-round game unless this one falls flat. PingPongPals look a little stunned. I mean, we might even be getting in towards the territory of calling a timeout here. I mean, they genuinely look baffled by what is happening.
Yeah, I'm baffled.
Oh,
I'm not even
nice
playing.
shots. Nice shots by Pietro. We'll even the playing field a little bit. JK just gonna maybe slightly reluctly fall back.
Yeah, this is good for 999. Again, like, they've kind of put the, you know, like, the fear of God in these guys in 3P, because now you can see, like, they're very hesitant. They're trying to make the right call, and they're really scared to make a play right now because they're worried about what is 999 going to do? What kind of punch are they going to throw at us? And right now, UIK maybe to throw a bit of an uppercut. No, he actually misses it. So now Creeds, he's got the M14. He needs to be able to land these shots. He is spraying frantically. He's trying to make all the connection, but he's just running out of bullets. And now he has to resort to the pistol. But it's going to be his teammates going to be able to save his back. And there we go. Another round is going to be gained. You can see the smirks on their face. They know it. They know they're causing a bit of an upset here.
Yeah, I think they realize that. They kind of feel like something might be brewing. This could be an insane recovery if they're able to do it. I mean, still, it should be super unlikely, but my God. I'm loving what I'm seeing. And yeah, like we said, this might be getting to timeout territory. And, well, here we are, lads. I think this is actually the right call here by PingPongPals.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't agree more. Like, I think, you know, we talk about momentum, and that's the thing about this game is, like, you can shift the momentum so much. And, like, right now, like, 999, they are on a high right now. These guys are putting up 3 rounds in a row. They've been able to just dominate every single time. Like you said, their backs are on the ropes, and they are just swinging, and they are hitting with the most amount of power they can do. And we were talking, you know, a very big gap on the scoreline, and now this thing has gotten closer and closer, which is, that's just nerve-wracking, and that's frustrating when you're on the brink of getting it all done. So I think for 3P, just to take this time, cool down, have a conversation, figure out what do we want to do differently, how do we react to this aggression, it's the perfect thing for them to do. It's not going to be too late, but we'll see what they pan out of this, because again, like, we've seen 999 just taking mid control over and over again, and then they're not getting punished for it.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a couple of, you know, smiles over towards PingPongPals, but I do think they are really kind of baffled by what's happening here. They're sort of like, where was this all series? I mean, we didn't even see this level of aggression, this level of kind of pace and tempo being played by 99 at all until they were basically like, well, it looks like we've lost. Let's just have fun and hold W. And that's when we've seen the best Crossfire out from them all day, maybe even all season. Those 3 rounds they put back to back. That's the most confident I've seen 99 play. Like I said, all season more or less.
Yeah, I agree. No, I couldn't agree more. Like it's funny, as soon as they like kind of remove that stress from themselves and they just kind of play their game, it's like now they're just playing so much better. And that's like what's so funny is like it had to get to a situation where everything is against them. Like they have to essentially be perfect now to pushing to an overtime. It's not even to win this thing. It's to keep yourself alive, to push it to a 9-9, and then hope you can get an upset win to go to a third map. So it's just so interesting to see like these guys when they kind of be less stressed and they're just a lot more loose, like how well they're playing. And that's where, again, we talked about how scary they can be in the server. We know that they can shoot. We know that they can go the distance with some of the teams, but it's just the closing factor has always just been their kind of their kryptonite.
Yeah, exactly. Well, looks like timeout concluded. Back on the way. 2 rounds needed for 999 to take us to another overtime. But, my God, the game, we've had it. We're going for a bit of early aggression with the util this time rather than physically swinging in. We're really going to be getting behind it though. So, it's back to a little bit more of a default-ish round.
Yeah, a little bit more respect's going to be, for this round from both these teams, actually. Like 999 were, just kind of pre-checking middle with some utility, just in case, they thought 3P was just going to go full aggression mode and just getting that real estate right away. But now you can see that both these teams are giving so much respect because everybody's turtled up. You have the defense that's essentially just 3 in A, 2 in B, just kind of posted up, and then 3P have just been literally sitting in the back of mid waiting. Like they just did not want to move a muscle. They were just ready for some fights, playing hard defense. So now they're starting to move a little bit more. And again, that C4 drop just indicating they have no idea what they want to go for. This might just be a round where they want to get a pick, figure out with that kill, if they can get it. That's what might make the bit of a decision making for these guys, which is not a bad thing considering how deep this game has already gone.
Yeah, exactly. Minute to work with. And no damage, no fights just yet either. And I think in these sort of rounds, this is generally where I then lean back towards PingPongPals. When you see them in these default rounds, especially on towards Compound, this is where they've done a lot of their best work. They've looked considerably stronger in this sort of sense, just because they have the protocols behind it. Oh, QJK needs to hit that pop flash over. He's trying to fight tooth and nail now as well, but do you really want to be swinging in towards a sniper? I don't think so. So I think, in a way, QJK, just by tucking his head, that gives him now the advantage once again. 25 seconds though. We're running out of time here, guys. We've got to go. Creed, nice shot. Can't make it a second. Colt pulled out. That'll work. BYK, there he is, looking for his second. Will he be able to hit the shot? That is the question. Colt pulled out. Not enough. They now have the sight. They've got to get this C4 down, and a smoke couldn't have come at a better time.
Oh man, even QJK tries to get aggressive, and there it is. 3P finally can get it done. Man, oh man, it was a grueling way to get there, but at least they get themselves the 2-0, and they finally get themselves a big W. So that's going to put them at a 6-5 record here right now for the weekend. So not a bad way for 3P to get themselves, including this weekend, to feel pretty good on the W column.
Yeah, exactly. Not a bad spot to be in at all. They'll be very happy with that. I mean, sure, we can say, they probably would have liked to have closed it a little bit earlier on actually both maps, if we're being completely frank. But all that matters, a win is a win. This is the kind of sentiment we've been saying. And especially with how tight kind of the middle of the pack is in the table, they're going to be loving that. So a fantastic weekend for them. For now, we're going to throw it back over towards the desk. We'll be back for game 2.
Thank you, Neo. Thank you, lads. And what a game. What a game. I mean, the Trav's low, it almost happened. I mean, 999 almost reversed to the OT once again. But like PingPongPals with the timeout, they came back with a very, very slow round. And then like insta push sight as 5-man in the last 20 seconds made it happen.
The last 3 or 4 rounds, 999 just went all the way, press W, just like Laz said. Press W, enter the site, just try to spray and gets the kill. They were 9-4. They became 9-7.
Yeah.
They did lose the game there. I mean, too many rounds to count, too many rounds to make a comeback. But at the end of the day, they managed to, redeem themselves they managed to make a statement. And if anything, I like how 999 mentality was. It was like, okay, we did lose this amount of rounds and we have nothing to lose. Let's just try and show them the real individual skills, the 1v1, the 1v2s, and that's what 999 did. And keep in mind, 999 is not an easy opponent. Yeah, they are at the end of the league, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they are weak. No, it's a strong team that showed a lot of soul, showed a lot of heart, especially from CRS side. QJK is the same creeds in the 5th round. So I think that's it for 999. Chances for qualifications is just doomed, and it became more and more impossible to happen. But for 3P, adds one more point to their win counter and one more point to their chances to qualify the game. Honestly, I'm stunned and surprised from this super convincing win from 3P, and it is a huge statement from Gaina, HTZ, and the rest of the boys, especially Pietro, that we are aiming for the top 2 and not only the top 4 positions.
Yeah, and on the other side, the BYK had an incredible series. To be honest, he tried his best to push this game to the maximum limit, and the MVP, like always, it's HTZ. Whenever we talk about PingPongPals, it's always HTZ, the man of the hour. And what's good for PingPongPals in this game, I know they were pushed to the limits by 999, so it may be probably they predicted an easier game than this, but like you said, 999 had that chilling mentality, and when you have this kind of mentality, when you play without pressure, you shine. So it's an important win for PingPongPals indeed, and
sure.
all of the guys stepped up. It's not only HTZ, as we saw by the numbers and the summary, all the boys were on the same page for most of the time. Again, such an important win for PingPongPals. I mean, they are getting closer and closer toward their playoffs, and they are increasing, and they have the one win gap that we talked about between them and Anubis right now, which is very important.
And it's super important for PingPongPals, because if they have not had this win, they would super struggle, because Anubis had an eye on this game, and not only Anubis, GG, IC, ROC Esports, because a lot of teams were going to take their place at the end of the day.
100%. And for the next game, we have Gaimin Gladiators versus TBI, which is a very interesting matchup. TBI in the last 4 games, they have 0 wins, and they are struggling a lot. Gaimin Gladiators, they have the return of Spoxy. They have the momentum from yesterday, winning against PingPongPals. They are one of the teams that are highly predicted to reach the playoffs.
Top 3.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting matchup. TBI, they're struggling a bit. They had a very good games, but it felt like they are having a downfall right now.
Man, I don't understand TBI, if anything, man. Sometimes they are super good. They reach the 2nd place. Literally, the 2nd place. You're just under ROC Esports at the week 3. And sometimes you feel like it's another team playing. You feel like the core of the team, the members, are not even there, and they struggle more and more in their gameplay.
Yeah.
And we did see this plenty of times. When we speak about TBI, we speak about inconsistency. Sometimes you are the man of the hour, just as you said, and sometimes you're just chilling, man. I don't know if it's an individual thing, but sometimes it's their day, sometimes not. When it's GG, consistency for them is a big factor. When you speak to Spoxy, Rafin, Flex, Dean, the rest of the boys, Zane, they're just always there, and they're always active, and their win rate is high. They are currently standing on the 3rd place, trying to reach the 2nd place.
Yeah, I mean, they are 1 win behind IC, and they are 6-4 now. So having this win will make it easier for them in the next week, indeed.
True.
And TBI, I'm not really sure what shifted for them. What was the turning point for TBI? Turning from a very good team that everyone underestimated, taking down big names, to having 4 loss streak. It's pretty questionable, and we want to see that TBI that we saw in week 2 and 3, the TBI that was considered a risk even for the big names.
People always kept an eye on TBI. People always, talk TBI as a strong team, and they're always scary to play against. But feels nowadays just this crossing team that you'd either won 2-0 or in best case scenario for them a 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of 2-1, the last time these two teams faced in the first leg, like it went 2-1 as well, like for GG, yes, but like TBI had very solid games. I mean, all the maps were close. They even won the map pick of GG, which is Compound, which brings us to the map selection, the map V2. What do you expect from the map selection? Because like last time we saw Eagle Eye, Compound, and Port.
On Port. I'd expect a similar map picks. Maybe you would see Ankara as an ad from Team TBI, of course. Maybe we'll see. I don't think we'll see an Eagle Eye. I think we'll see Compound coming from Team GG. And yeah, I think we might see Decider same as Port.
Let's see if they keep Compound or will GG take it down, because like I feel like leaving Compound. Okay, never mind. It's left off. Compound is there for TBI. It's a very good sign for them as a team, because like last time against the same team they won Compound, so like they are pretty happy having this pick. I mean, Port is the decider once again. So the only difference between this game and the last one is sub base in the first map.
And you always have to ban Ankara when you're playing against TBI. It's such a scary map to play against, because most of the games that goes 2-1, TBI did lose, but the one that they managed to get is always an Ankara map, and the best case scenario is a Compound map. Okay, so if we do reach a third map, then TBI have to do what it takes to show us what they really have on sub base.
Yeah.
Because automatically you have to win Compound.
Yeah.
Now losing sub base is super subjective, and it might not happen for Team TBI. I think the best case scenario for TBI is if they do win the first map, they win the second map. But honestly, winning the first map, I don't think it's a possibility for Team TBI, especially against Spoxy.
Yeah, I mean, Spoxy, like we were talking yesterday that he might be, or like he is the best performing player in the CrossFire West League right now.
That is true.
This guy is insane. Like he's always consistent. He's always there. I feel like if you are in a scenario like in a 1v3 or 1v4 versus Spoxy, you would still be scared.
That is true.
Going into this scenario, he's this type of players, I want to talk more about like how do you approach this game as TBI, because like you're on a 0-4 streak, you're playing against GG, the return of Spoxy, they are having very, very good momentum right now. How do you approach this game coming from TBI?
I'm sure a week difference is a gap is a big difference between for TBI, and the mentality should change. They know that Spoxy is back to the game, so they need to utilize the smokes more. They need to utilize the flashes, because Spoxy is the sniper. And last time they did meet, it ended in a 2-1. And keep in mind, the losing streak 0-4, it needs to be broken right now for them. You know, go back to the drawing board, let them hear some words from their IGL, change some play style. You know, losing 4 matches in a row, your play style is clearly not working. Go back to your roots. When they did start the season, it was a winning streak for TBI. They reached the 2nd place and almost the first one, overtaking ROC Esports. But if anything, change the current play style to a newer one, because the current one is just a disaster for Team TBI. It just needs to change. I don't know, maybe utilize the smokes more, play default if you're playing split push on A or B, try using the med more, with whatever the map is. Expand your map full. I always see TBI, if it's not Ankara, then it's Compound, and if it's not Compound, then it's Ankara. Where is Black Widow? Where's Eagle Eye? Where's Port? Where's even New Mexico? There's no many maps that TBI are used to. So I think the whole gameplay of TBI should change.
And I feel like this is the same scenario of the first leg as well, right? Because like you have Compound as second map, and like TBI is pretty happy with this map. They won 10-4 last time, if I'm not wrong. And like for sub base, I feel like TBI, if they win sub base, they will have very, very high chance to go to 0. So like there is a lot of pressure on GG as well, playing in map 1, and we know that GG is a team that start the game slow as well. So like they need to lock in for the very first moment, because like there is a high risk that TBI might take map 2. So like GG, they must start aggressive. We know they are super aggressive on the blacklist side as well. They're starting on the global risk side, so they have some time to warm up.
Yeah, they certainly do. Keep in mind, on a 3-map scenario, when you're speaking about a best of 3, and most of the games that TBI did lose, they lost 2-1. That means they have a big problem when it comes to the 3rd map. They always choke the 3rd map, regardless that the map pool for them is super weak and super tight.
Yeah,
that they play only 1 or 2 maps. I hope that they reach the 3rd map, and I actually wish that TBI takes their first win after a while.
Yeah, let's see. Let's not wait anymore. Map 1 is ready. Lazen, you have them.
Thanks very much, you guys. Yeah, and honestly, a lot of good points on this one, and it's kind of the top dogs versus kind of the guys on the bottom of the scale here. So this is going to be. I hate saying David and Goliath, but it really does kind of feel like that matchup, just because like Gaimin Gladiators, they're back in swinging form. They got Spoxy, but I mean, maybe TBI, maybe they got something up with their stores, maybe up the sleeves here now.
Yeah, they're going to need something seriously special, though, if I'm being completely frank. This is going to be a difficult run of things. Flex for the first as well. Quick trade going to come through. Noxon going to make it a double as well. All right, so maybe something brewing, something cooking just a little bit, but there he is, Spoxy. They spoke about it on the desk. Arguably the best player. I would say the 2nd best player in the entirety of West League. My boy Snare got to go up there at the top, but I mean, Spoxy is a ridiculous talent, and you know, you can even see with this GG side, when they don't have him, Gaimin Gladiators do look considerably weaker, right? You know, he's such a kind of a missed asset for them. He's so damn talented. But either way, first round here, in towards Gaimin Gladiators' pick of sub-base as TBI with the man advantage.
Yeah, it's been a really nice, you know, Noxon's been a really interesting, you know, stand-up or stand-in the sense of, like, coming into this team a little bit late, and he's been doing well here to get himself some good entries, some good kills, so I feel like he's getting himself a lot more comfortable in this team, which is great to see. And now, I mean, look, him and Booker, like, you know, they do some good work. Booker's able to get the last kill, takes down Spoxy, so TBI, they do get themselves the first opening round, which has not been too bad. And again, I'm going to put a lot of eyes, you know, for TBI players. You know, I probably look at King. I probably would look at Hunt. Like, Hunt is somebody that's trying to play, like, every role. He's trying to play the sniper. He's trying to play the rifler. So we'll see what he can do against a very strong team like this of GG. But now things have changed up. This is where GG actually, again, they find the opening duel in their favor. So that's going to be a nice little bit of a kickstart, a little bit of retaliation from the previous.
Shot from Spoxy. That's a second bite at it, but he retract. Probably quite smartly so as well. Do you want to test him? No, of course we don't. Where we're at. This is, for TBI, it's kind of the best case scenario in a sense of we've got the first round out the way. We've kind of shaken off the nerves. That's really all you can ask. But they've got a mammoth task ahead of them. This is on track. You know, if they were able to pull this off, this would be on track for one of the kind of biggest upsets, right? I mean, this would be huge. This Gaimin Gladiator side, every metric, every statistic say that they should take this comfortably 2-0.
Yeah, they should, right? I mean, this is always the thing too. Is for Gaimin Gladiators, they're always a team that, like, they're such a strong force, but they can always have kind of these really weird dips in their performance where they start so slow and they give up so many rounds that really feels like they're just not in the game, and then all of a sudden they kind of just, you know, catch a second wind and then they start to play a lot better. So we'll see if that's not going to be the case here, but we've definitely seen in the past where they kind of have a very slow start getting the motor running, but it's still early on to say that at this given moment. The TBI are trying to go through mid right now, through doors. Spoxy does find himself this first kill. Spoxy again just getting full activation mode. Kill mode is now engaged. He's able to find himself this double kill. Now it's just down to Hunt and also King, and now the IGL remaining by himself. He's got the bomb in his back, but again, he should be able to get this plant. But again, this post plant is so critical because he has to be able to get the best positioning in the world. He's going to have to be able to find a way to get a duel. And GG, if they just play the numbers, surely this can be in their favor.
Yeah, exactly. King got a lot to do here. I mean, hey, a plant will come down. That's something at the very least. But as long as they just play together, there shouldn't really be too many question marks. Do we need to be taking isolated fights from Spoxy? I don't think so. Let's give him a bit of a chance. King just trying to dance around Missile on side, damage. Dale gets another kill. Oh my god, King, that is not a bad effort at all. Credit where credit is due. He's made a real conversation out of that. A 1v3 to a 1v1. But unfortunately, not enough for him. Gaimin Gladiators still taking over the line.
Yeah, honestly, and that was a really good amount of work too. Just again, playing those numbers, that was so critical. And then just them kind of playing the top ground was really important too, just because that allowed them just to be able to get these kills. It allowed them to be able to just kind of play the trades if they need to. But look, King was in a tough position, but you know what? At least, you know, it was a valiant effort for sure, but like it just wasn't enough. And now TBI right back into an even game on this one. But this is good. They're going toe to toe. It's going to be not too bad at all. I mean, this is where TBI, I think, you know, despite their record so far, like I think it was 3-7 that we're kind of remaining at right now.
Yeah.
They're definitely a team that I feel like have shown a lot better than what their record actually truly shows.
Yeah, exactly. So, 1 minute 45 on the clock. And not a huge amount on offer just yet. It's a slower approach. I mean, we're Raffin playing up close. Normally when we're making the way into his lockers, 2 standard spots you play from, and there's a couple of the gimmicks. You play on top of the light if you want to. You play back all the way into his heaven, but it's either behind the box or close right, which is normally the first point of contact of what do we kind of clear here. TBI still making their decision. Both Hunt and Spoxy taking some pretty significant damage. A question of where the TBI actually really want to go here as well. In a weird spot where people aren't off it. Raffin, he will actually get softened up by that nade. So, at the very least, there's that inkling of where they're coming from. Swing and a miss from Lion Claw. It's knocked in to find the first. Exactly what we needed here as well. Now we can start to build upon this. Numbers advantage, but still a very awkward angle to clear. Flex. Good reactions. Turns back. Finds King. In through heaven. Raffin to find one of his own. Pistol pulled out. Down goes Booker. FaZe doing what he can to drop to Zane, and it looks like this round is about to fall flat. Hunt will fall. Flex, Spoxy, Raffin, all low. But for FaZe, this is an incredibly difficult round. As long as they play together, this should be no questions at all. It's Gaimin Gladiators who see it over the line. There was a moment there that looked a little scrappy, Laz, but thankfully, no questions.
Yeah, it's kind of the no questions, and it's starting to look decent here for Gaimin Gladiators. Again, getting back into winning ways. Being able to find some good kills. A little bit slower here for Lion Claw. Now they try to go for a little bit of a brawl here into wood, but it actually is TBI that does a great job just kind of removing the threat here. So putting themselves in the slightest advantage in this kind of a situation. Noxon is, you know, taking a ton of damage into this round, but let's see what they want to do with this. And they have the anchor of Zane just kind of posted up in A. Now everybody's kind of just playing these one-on-one setups. And it's a question of what do they want to go with this, because even Zane right now, if he gets this active and he can actually get into wood deep like this is going to be a ton of real estate up for grabs, because King is not really spotting it. He's kind of expecting it from the other side, but instead they're actually going to play this a little bit more patiently. They're going to wait things out just a bit more. So not bad at all, but TBI are being very hesitant on this, and honestly rightfully so, just considering they have so much time that they can work with on this. So GG, they're the ones that are kind of their backs are on the boards a little bit on this one. They have to kind of go for a bit of a gamble, and that's actually what you see here. They're giving up A. Zane's going to play close in quarters here with Spoxy, so this is a nice changeup. This could be risky, but it could be well. I don't even think King's been able to spot him, so now look at the positioning he's been able to grab.
The Zane up close here. This is a bit of a spicy one. He could get away with a lot. Oh, and he does as well. Design for a double. That's beautiful. The third is on offer. He can't quite see it off, but he softens up King. That'll help. FaZe dropping down. Nice find from him. And A-side open now. 1 versus 2. Raffin's got to go nuclear.
Yeah, it really does. Now, I mean, it was looking like a decent round. I mean, Zane was able to find himself that double kill. Not bad at all. Raffin does have himself decent timing, though. So this actually might allow him to creep in pretty quickly. But he's going to have to move fast, because now both these players from TBI, they've repositioned on top. And this is where they're expecting him to be in a different spot. The bomb's actually planted in a very advantageous position here right now for TBI. So he's going to be able to just go for the little bit of a fake defuse. These guys, they have to bite on it. But now 15 seconds remaining. FaZe just kind of, again, toying with him with some utility. And now, I mean, time is ticking away, and Raffin, unfortunately, yeah, there's just no hope that you're going to be able to have it. Didn't have a smoke that he can even attempt to go for a ninja defuse. So really, really good work from TBI. Get the bomb down in a perfect position. Also, that, you know, top positioning post-plant was just chef's kiss.
I might. Gonna go play up close once again. TBI, they are taking the 2 Gaimin Gladiators here, though. They are really starting to make this side feel uncomfortable in any way they can. Now they're already denied entry in phase. Was elevated through vents, and he actually does do a decent amount of damage, but Flex, he knew what was coming. He knew he was going to try and drop out as he did prior. This time he gets punished for it. Down goes phase, and that's not going to help at all. Flex the Zane both low, but the Zane's still there, taking fights and coming out on top. He's so good from this angle.
Yeah, he really is. Now, I think it's just one of the players that was already removed, so he's just going to disconnect here from TBI, so it should be all good, but nice little bit of a 5-on-3 here for Gaimin Gladiators, but TBI are making things really interesting. They're definitely really starting to push this very well on the pressure points against GG, and GG have a lot to prove, right? I mean, this is a map, especially with their pick, like we talked about this yesterday, where a team like ROC, like, this is a map that's played internationally a lot. So I think for Gaimin Gladiators, it's good that they're getting officials on this too, but they have to be a little bit more. I just feel like I'm wondering if there's going to be a bit of a pop-off moment where it's more convincing, to say the least.
Yeah, exactly. Foxy holding for an overextension. I mean, this is a really difficult spot. Or TBI! Oh my god, maybe I speak too soon. King gets a double. Round could be on, but Spoxy's still alive. And if he's still alive, you know for damn well this is a tough round. 2-turn, 2v2. 35 seconds, they're playing up close as well. And Raffin hits the shot towards Booker. Will they expect King? Yes, they do. Spoxy hits the shot. That'll be yet another for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, not bad. There we go. It's starting to look a little bit better right now. Man, Lineclaw is dialed in. Like, his camera is, like, on his face. Like, it's on his face.
It. He is locked in, mate.
Scoreboard might not be saying it, but, like, I'm just waiting for him to, you know, have his pop-off moment here, and he's just going to be dialed in. But, yeah, some of these camera angles are so funny. I love it. But Zane actually goes for a massive swing. So he actually tries to just get some intel, hoping for another cheeky kill, but he actually gets punished for it. But at least he's got some information. Now they know that TBI, they like to kind of just wait things out. Flex is even getting himself a little bit cheeky on this with some pop flashes. His teammate falls down with him, so this has just kind of been a bit of a blender situation. They've given up 3 bodies for nothing in their effect, and now you have to rely on good old Spoxy to lock this site down. This is just ridiculous, and I don't even know if he's going to be able to make the task. This is a lot to ask. He's fully blind, but okay. Yeah, what am I thinking, Nao? He's going to be able to do well.
Somehow, some way, right? Just classic him, diving around that corner with a Colt. 2 versus 3, and I mean, with these two alive, you actually believe they have been the best performing players so far, but Raffin just doesn't clear close corner. Foxy, 1v3. Should be impossible here. Trying to go through this. Smoke 2! Oh my god, Foxy does what he does best. Hits the impossibles. 1v2. And you can see King showing a hell of a lot of respect. Understandably so.
Yeah, like, this is, like, it's a lot of respect, but I also wonder if they're a little bit nervous, too, just because they know what Spoxy can do. Like, he's just one of these guys that's, you know, there's always a great debate of him and Snares, like, the top players, but the amount of impact that Spoxy can bring into the, you know, the Gaimin Gladiators team and just the server is just, it's off the charts, man. It really is.
Yeah, exactly. Bit of a game on our hands here, though. Pretty even so far. 3-3. I still got my reservations really about kind of TBI and their depth, of course, against a side like Gaimin Gladiators. We know have an incredibly deep kind of strat book to work with, especially with the international experience they've got. But TBI, they do have their moments, especially last season as well. We really saw them kind of flex their muscles a little bit. Granted, it hasn't been as good here, but they're pushing Gaimin Gladiators the distance a bit.
Yeah, they really are. They really are, and that's what, like, I love about a team like TBI is that, you know, when you look at the record or like the leaderboard, you're like, oh, okay, like a team that's kind of sitting in that like 7th, 8th place, like not really that much of a contender. Like, no, that's not even the case at all. Like, this is a team that has been able to get some really good map wins. They've been able to push some series, to 3 maps. So it's, again, like kind of back to your quote of like crossing the line, and it really is just that problem for them. But they definitely are a team that has shown some good competitiveness, but it's just a matter of figuring out the right things. This round not looking like it's the greatest for them, unfortunately. They kind of run into a bit of a trap, but looks like for Gaimin Gladiators, at least they can get themselves back into winning ways for the time being.
All right, Gaimin Gladiators. It's just now about, can we see off this half in a positive way, right? Can we get the guaranteed lead 5 rounds? Even if it ends 5-4, you're kind of fine in that sense. But just make sure that we can see this over the line. Pop shot by Spoxy. So confident, always wanted to take these fights, and I respect him for it. Deep mid comes through, but not deep enough to deal any sort of serious damage, and he knocks him making a smart decision just to fall back.
A little bit of a slower pace on this one. And a lot of it, like, I don't even know if it's like respect, maybe it is, but you can see that, Flux is just, kind of posted up in vent here. He's just waiting to see if anybody's going to try to swing this. It's an easy kill that he can just commit to. Should be able to. Guns he's spotted, easy one. And he knows that FaZe loves to go for that, so that's a really good read. Just knowing your opponents. Lion Claw, there we go! That's what I was talking about. Waiting for him to lock it in, and there it is. A triple kill. All the pins go down. And now Hunt here on a 1-on-4 with the sniper in hand, and it's kind of feeling like a bit of a Mission Impossible moment.
Yeah, let's be honest, this one, no legs behind it. Shouldn't be a chance in hell at all to make this one stick. Hunt has had some nice moments, but there's just so many angles to clear, and so little time, if I'm being completely frank. Pop shots with a Cole, everybody kind of missing, to be honest. And he does get himself a kill. Flex is hunting, wants to see him off, and he will. Wants to get that stat on the board. Gaimin Gladiators in another round, and like we said, guaranteeing that lead at the very minimum of the turn of the half goes a long, long way. And now they've done that. If they can extend it to a 6-3, it's a very good first half.
Yeah, and I mean, the one thing I was noticing too is like, Flex is such a troll. Like he had his knife out, he was smirking, he was laughing. I was like, no, there's no way you're actually gonna go for this, are you? And I mean, he was debating it. He's like, maybe, maybe I can find myself that timing, but. Yeah, he's always somebody you just never know what to expect from him. It's absolutely love. A good sight to behold, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly that. Up close. Position here by Raffin. Can't afford to... Oh my god, he can't afford to miss, and he doesn't. He gets both. Raffin does so well. Noxon and FaZe both going to get caught. Exactly what you want to see. Down to 2 in a matter of mere moments, mate. That one. King, all that's left. We thought the 1v4 was hard. How about a 1v5, mate?
Yeah, and yeah, you're asking King to do a lot of work here, but now we're starting to see Gaimin Gladiators looking a lot better, right? Like I was talking about, getting the motor running, getting things warmed up. Now it's starting to seem like this engine's really purring because they've essentially just been putting up round after round in their favor. They get the second half in their favor with a 6-3, so it's looked really, really good. Now I just wonder if they can continue this little bit of reign of terror. Not looking like Spox is going to be able to. He gets outclassed here by Hunt. My god, look at the young gun putting up some decent kills, trying to get TBI right back in this game. And he's done well. And even a wounded Zane here. That's going to make things a really strong position for TBI.
Booker holding in towards Vent. Not a huge amount on offer. 1 minute 45. It's a tentative one now as Gaimin Gladiators find themselves at the numbers disadvantage and the Zane barely alive, so can't really put a foot wrong here. Flex hoping for an easy fight. If they can get an isolated one and bring it down into a 3 versus 3, there's a chance, but a lot of heavy lifting has to be done by Flex and Lionclaw in this one. The Zane, I mean, you can't even really do anything wrong. A strong gust of wind and he's out of this round.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, just blow over and he's just gonna fall. So yeah, it's definitely a little bit scary, but right now, I mean, for Gaimin Gladiators, I mean, they could go through wood door. They could be able to, you know, kind of creep through mid if they wanted to, because again, nobody from TBI is actually watching this. The only person really is King. He's kind of posted up in sight, waiting for the stairs, a little bit of a hit. But if this player of Booker goes down, this creates a bit of an opening. But actually, he goes for a big swing. He tries to get the timing. That's actually really, really nice, because that removes flex. That's some utility that's been removed out of this equation. Now you still have a wounded Dezane. You have Lion Claw remaining in this too. And there's still 40 seconds remaining. And now we have to see what King wants to do. He's actually going to reposition himself underneath the stairway. If he can find one kill, surely this should seal the deal.
Lion Claw. I mean, just clearing the stairs angle alone is hard, and actually does it pretty effectively. They now will get the site, and the C4 can go down. So we're talking about a position where he's something to do. Well, that's a nice nade, though. That could soften up Lion Claw, and it does. He takes a lot of damage now, down to sub 40. A cool spot, that is for sure. Face, bound around the corner. Colt, pulled out, does well for the first. Looks for the second, and it will be Noxon who sees it off. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. TBI, good way to start off this half as well. If they want any chance of getting into this, that's how they got to do it.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's a nice round from them, and that's the thing. Like, the teamwork looks like it's just getting better and better as the games go on for a team like this. So, but yeah, they're only 2 away from tying this thing up. But again, you know, Gaimin Gladiators were able to have themselves a decent lead. And now, with them being on the BL side, is that going to be a little bit more problematic? Ooh, Lineclaw's actually made it across. I thought Dezane maybe, but Hunt finally gets the trigger, and he pulls it. But what does Gaimin Gladiators want to do with this now? They got themselves in wood, but it's a question of, like, do you commit towards a stair? Do you want to push through the double door? Do you want to swing this? Or do you just kind of really change up the game plan? And it kind of seems like they don't even want to entertain it right now. They're actually going to reevaluate the game plan. They want to rethink a new idea. This is good, though, because Flex is still alive. We know he loves to lurk. He's probably just going to go on a bit of a run here, and he's just going to see what he can find.
Right. Yeah, got a bit of space to work with, but TBI are looking pretty confident, in all fairness, to start off in towards this half. I mean, they just feel they're looking a little bit more comfortable when they can shell up, and I think generally we do see that on sub base. A lot of teams do like to kind of just sit back and soak up the pressure, and so they do a lot of their best work. And yeah, we're seeing a bit of this now. 1:15 to make a decision about what Gaimin Gladiators want to do without Dezane in the server. Gonna have to do it from a numbers disadvantage. It's tough, and you know, in these sort of spots as well, generally speaking, we don't see a lot of people go towards B. It's a lot harder of a site to take when you don't have the numbers.
The minute mark now, and Gaimin Gladiators again, they still have to figure out a plan. And actually, some good tag right now from FaZe. He actually just kind of shoots through the smoke, gets a little bit of damage here against the Flex. They got to make a decision now. I mean, this is, you know, again, a situation where you're running low on time. You have to still be able to fight for some control. They're actually going to finally push this. FaZe gets caught through the smoke now. King, he won't be able to get any sort of retaliation. And look at how fast. But look at Hunt. He's in the vents. It's, again, just a little bit of a Batman situation. And now he can get himself a reposition. He's got himself this double. I think this is the triple so far in this round. And this thing is turned around to a 2-2 situation with the bomb going down. But this is still a very winnable round, as Hunt is single-handedly just trying to put this round into his own hands. God, Mineclaw, you're gonna need to be able to find a shot, but Hunt has single-handedly just been able to find every kill. Look at that, a beautiful round from the young gun. Like I said, he's trying to prove his worth. He's trying to be a competitive player. He's been on the grind, and my God, what a way to do it.
Fantastic map from him so far as well, right? He has been absolutely flying, and I mean, that is something quite special. Really, really well done from him. Question now is, can we see him do it once again to tie this game up? We're on the brink of it. It's Raffin to find the first. Down goes King. Spoxy pops shots, and Spoxy delivers blind, and he drops Hunt. Important kill to find because of his current form, but at the same time, 3 versus 3.
3 versus 3, and now Hunt has been taken out on this, so this is going to be a little bit more of a question. Who from TBI out of these 3 players, who's going to be able to step up? Who's going to be able to hit these shots? Booker sends a warning one, but now finally catches the head of Spoxy, so now he's taken down a very big giant here from the Gaimin Gladiators. Bomb's going to go down. Zane needing to reposition himself quickly. He's got himself on the stairway. They were going to play this together, but now a little bit more of an off angle. Zane, he's going to have to be prepared for this. He's the single man army holding this, and 3 players now looking to swarm the stair, but this smoke has been perfect. This has allowed for some extra time. To Zane, a beautiful shot from a player jumping in the skies, and now TBI gasping for a kill, and Lineclaw, he cannot seem to lock it down. It's TBI that bring it all the way back, and we're at a 6-6.
What a game. What a game we're being gifted here as well. This is meant to be, a map in which, picked by Gaimin Gladiators and relatively smooth sailing. And somehow, some way, that is not the case. They are being made to work for this. What a awkward spot that we're in now. I mean, all tied square, and TBI have a really decent chance of causing a bit of an upset here towards map number 1.
They really do.
At the very least, though, opening kill. What was I saying? You'll take that. Down goes Hunt. Like you said, that's such an important kill because of his form so far.
I mean, single-handedly, right? I mean, he's like put himself at 13 kills. I mean, King is right behind him, though, right? But again, when you have a player like that, we talked about it with like HDZ in the previous series. It's like when you have a player that's playing this well, I mean, that's scary because then again, the confidence is just oozing out. Bomb's going to go down. So this good utility usage that's going to be thrown right on, lands on Booker's feet. So now this is looking a lot more prominent here for Gaimin Gladiators. This is more the convincing round that everybody expects from a team like this. And now Noxon and FaZe have to be able to find themselves 4 kills to getting themselves in a lead category. But it's just not meant to be, and Gaimin Gladiators will still put up a big fight.
It has to be said, for Gaimin Gladiators, they're the sort of rounds that we, generally speaking, expect out of them, and we've actually going to be missing for a while. They've looked a little lackluster, let's put it. It's a bit more like it. That's more of the narrative that we built up coming towards this game. Spoxy takes a lot of damage early there. Big tag, which is going to make him feel very uncomfortable. Not lie, though, that's all that matters. They're really having to fight just to make it out of doors.
Yeah, really, really good pressure. I love that TBI. Again, they just crunch this because they want to just remove it because they know it's a popular point right now. So the fact that, Hunt's there, his teammates are joining with him, Booker's just close on by. It's just like a firing range here. This is just madness. But again, Gaimin Gladiators, they're determined to just fire back. They just want to see if they can win something in this engagement. They do. I mean, they technically get the trade back, but this has just been ridiculous in the sense that I'm surprised we don't see Lineclaw putting a little bit more pressure towards that radio, maybe just trying to find some real estate, maybe get a timing a little bit out of this. But either way, TBI are really trying to put a lot of pressure on the point. I love it.
Zane waiting to see whether everybody peeks in the window, and well, Booker does. I mean, the Zane should have probably been holding for the initial swing so Spoxy wouldn't have fell, may I say, but wait, 1-for-1 trade. TBI, they are making a real contender, a top team in this, entire region, basically. Go the distance, they're making them feel a lot of pressure.
Yeah, now you can see they're going to go right back for this play. They actually go from a little bit behind the lines here. So not bad at all. They escape through jail, but they got to still pick up this bomb because one of the players has been dropped, so that's not going to be good. Noxon's not even really recommitting to the swing yet. Oh, they might even backtrack this. Indeed they will. Gaimin Gladiators, they were looking like they were just going to full send it into B, but at this time, they have a bit of an inkling that both these TBI players are ready to go, waiting for them. So now they're going to reposition. They're going to be able to get this bomb down. Now they can go for the perfect post plant. This is important. Another smoke going to get thrown on top stairs. It's a little bit early, but again, Raffin has no idea. But they will buy a little bit of time. But both these TBI players, they're far away from each other. This could be a bit of a problem because they have to play this perfectly. But at least now they're going to join together. They realize they have to. Flash is going to get thrown. They throw the 2. Now they're waiting for it. Rapid is blind as a bat. 15 seconds. They have to go. They have to be perfect. They have to be able to make all these shots. Line Claws re-attempting himself on the missile. And there you go. The 1-2 combination finally makes a bit of impact. And Gaimin Gladiators, they're sweating a bit, but they're getting the job done.
Yeah, they're being made to work for every round, but it's our 2-round buffer and the 2 rounds away as well. I'm seeing their map pick over the line, heading towards Compound with confidence. Unfortunately for TBI, as they started really well into this half, it looks like they've fallen a little flat. They've kind of taken their foot off the gas a bit. I do want to see them start to kind of fly back into the fight early in towards these rounds. That's where they were doing a lot of their best work, really putting early pressure on towards Gaimin Gladiators. You don't want to allow this side to set up. When they do, they're difficult to play against.
Oh yeah, ain't that the truth? I mean, 2-round buffer is going to be nice here for Gaimin Gladiators, but they do like to make things interesting sometimes. And TBI have, you know, in this season have shown me a lot that they have a ton of resilience, and they've really been trying to push as many teams as they can just to see what they can do. Like I said, they've been very competitive in their past season, but they've made this a very sweaty affair right now for Gaimin Gladiators. A map that they picked, they probably thought it was a done deal, but it's still open for the taking. Right now, it looks like, I'm just trying to see who that is. It's a bit of a push, and Booker's just again waiting on the outside of Wood. And Spoxy pretty much right in the same angle, just a wall separating them, and there's even him and Hunt and Booker be able to find these kills. Finally, a little bit of trade backs here. This is right back to an even situation through the thick and thin here now.
Yeah, you're right. 3 versus 3. King has taken damage though. I'm keeping an eye on. Oh my god, FaZe. Pretty lucky to kind of walk away semi-unscathed there. There's a moment there that could have been a little funky. Nocturne finds Flex 2, that's a big one. Cole running and gunning, Spoxy delivers. Can't hit the shot as well, and now he's all that's left, 1v2, and he's barely alive.
Yeah, and the bomb's down too. Like, it's in the worst position because he has to refight for this, and he knows that King's here. He actually repositions, and I thought maybe Spoxy was going to grab the bomb and just kind of hightail it to the other site, but he actually does kind of recommit. He thought he might have been able to get a timing and hopefully get a pistol kill, but yeah, again, really good work from TBI. You can see it quickly. There's a lot of good rotates. Everybody's just, again, you know, maneuvering around the map very, very well here on the defense. This is really impressive. Now Gaimin Gladiators throwing a little bit more heavy utility outside of Woodroom. This is not bad. This is now them changing the pace once again. They're kind of gone from second gear to third, getting themselves out of the coasting phase, and they're trying to get on the highway. And now they're starting to pick up these kills. Now this is where TBI were not expecting this. They get caught off guard a little bit, and all of a sudden now FaZe has himself a very big task of a 1-on-4. He's been spotted. They know exactly where he is, so they can reposition this. They should be able to play the crossfire, and indeed they will. Map point is now available for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, fantastic work. I mean, as much as the previous round didn't go the way they'd want, that's a little bit more like it, right? You know, just making sure you don't overextend, you don't overfight, especially when you got the numbers like that. Well played. Map point at your own map pick. And, you know, regardless of if this is the end for TBI and towards sub-base, I think they're still in a lot of respect. You know, they've looked really good on a map in which is tough to play against. I mean, this is Gaimin Gladiators have been a very good side of the map, especially domestically, but this could be the beginning of the end. Booker and King, all that is left for them. Down goes King as well, so it's Booker to deliver. A 1v3 required. As that C4 goes down, lads, I think this could be all over.
Yeah, it could be all she wrote, and indeed it will. Yeah, Flex is trolling, running around, and not bad at all. Honestly, you know, I feel like for Gaimin Gladiators, yeah, a little bit of sigh of relief for these guys, because again, we always talk about a lot of these teams that they're in these situations where, you know, you have the ROC Esports, that these guys are the undefeated kings, they're the top of the throne. But you have teams like Gaimin Gladiators that really are that, you know, second best team arguably, like, in this whole league. So when they're getting tested like this and pushed to a scoreline like this from a team that respectfully is on the bottom end of the leaderboard, yeah, it makes you wonder a lot, right?
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, for TBI, I think they're still showing that there's a lot in the tank and a lot, you know, up their sleeve. I mean, obviously, you know, this season hasn't gone the way that they would have wanted, and they're a side who I felt like had the ability to actually push some of these top teams, be in that pack right in the middle of the table. Fortunately, it doesn't seem like it's played out that way, but all in all, I've been happy with what I saw in towards map number 1. They might pick up next as well, lads, so they generally could be a bit of a chance here.
Yeah, they definitely could be, because I mean, if they would have been able to find this map win, it definitely could have been an interesting conversation, and maybe they could have caused an upset with a 2-0. But look, well, we could ramble about this again all day. Let's leave it to the experts at the desk. Take it away, guys. Let us know your thoughts.
Thank you, guys. GG managed to win map 1, but like it was very close. TBI gave a very strong fight.
They sure did.
Yeah, they sure did. And like it's looking good for TBI going into map 2. To be honest, like I feel like Compound TBI can even take it in a very good fashion.
I mean, I hope it doesn't end 2-1 again. I just, if it ended 2-1, I wanted it to end 2-1, honestly, for TBI side, because, man, it's a continuous loop where the same thing happens over and over and over again.
Yeah, like again, like it was a very close match. Like it was going back and forth between the two teams. Like GG was super aggressive, like we predicted, and it felt like TBI was ready for it.
And if anything, the same thing happens again. And for TBI, keep in mind that losing one more map just kills their chances of qualifications, and it kills their chances to reach the playoffs. And if I'm TBI, I'd just honestly do what 999 did the first game. I mean, we do not have anything to lose at this point. Let's just try to switch it up, because what I saw in this game is Ruffin and Spoxy Flex just destroying every member from Team TBI, and the only one playing from TBI side is Hunt.
Yeah.
And that raises the question is, where's the rest of the team? Where's the rest of TBI? And how can you guys manage to play 5 or 4 games in this same scenario, which is desperate for TBI audience that loves and cheer for TBI to see such a bad performance coming from them, and not the most optimal, especially after a winning streak, reaching second place, and then going back to the roots, back to that losing streak. What's normal is that with time you progress, with time you get more wins, and not the opposite.
Yeah, and like King, as we can see, like in the KDs from the highlights right now, in the first few rounds of the game, he had an incredible rounds. He was one of the main reasons that TBI managed to win some blacklist rounds, and like GG, when they went to the practice side, we said they would be super aggressive, but like I said at the beginning of the review, like TBI, they were ready for it, and they even like managed to win more rounds on the global risk side, which is very impressive, because like to match the aggression coming from GG, it means that you are here to show us a series. You're not here to just take a 2-0 and go home. And like I'm pretty sure like they lost, yes, but like they lost in a very a hard-fought fashion. So like coming into Compound, I think they would be more than ready, and I think GG should take it more seriously, because like TBI Compound, even the last time GG, they lost 10 and 5 on
yeah, and the first map, as you said, it did tell us a lot, because watching the highlights, it was a back and forth game, back and forth till we reached 7-7. That's where GG managed to, you know, control the game. Anyways, let's look to the set summary. Ruffin with the 2.44 KDA, one of the KDAs that you don't see every day, that's for sure. That means that he was super comfortable on this map, and super just blasting everyone here.
Yeah, in a very close game as well. Like you can see this kind of KDs like in a game that might be one-sided.
One-sided, exactly.
But like in a 10-7 game to have 2.4
says
KD,
a lot about him.
It says a lot about him, and like about like GG in general. Like we're talking about Spoxy carrying the games. Now we have Raph. Some other games we have the Zane, Flex, Lincrow. So like all
exactly, that's the point that I was mentioning at first, that if TBI players play like a group, or if you can, every player can carry his own way, but that's not the scenario. I didn't see Noxin in the game. I didn't see Booker. I only saw Hunt and a bit of plays here and there from King. But looking at GG, there's a 1.17 KD with Flex, a 2.44 from Ruffin, 1.27 from Spoxy. We do not mention it because, of course, Ruffin did overshadow the rest of the game. But the thing that I want to say is TBI should you know, focus more, go back to the drawing board, make every player carry his own weight and not depend on one single player.
Okay, prediction: TBI win compound, yes or no?
With this, with the performance we saw in the first map, I think yes. I think we're going decider.
Let's see. Lazani, you have the mic. Take us to compound.
Interesting. Okay, so the desk is thinking that TBI might be able to get themselves a 3-map series, possibly with a map win on compound. What are your thoughts on this, Neo? Because I'm a little conflicted on this one, to be honest.
I gotta say I disagree. I think this is done in 2. I just think Gaimin Gladiators are solid enough to see this over the line. I also think that the main thing for me, as much as TBI, this is, you know, we want to talk about their map pick and all the rest. We're talking about what is the most common, the most popular map we see in the West League here. It's played in basically every single series. And then, you know, so all we, you know, when we talk about gimmicks and we talk about things like this in, you know, this sort of a map, they kind of go out the window. It comes down to aim duels, individuals, raw ability, and that's why I just think Gaimin Gladiators have the edge. I'd be very surprised if Gaimin Gladiators let this one slip.
Yeah, I know, you know, and I definitely can agree, you know, on both sides here, because I think, you know, the desk made a really good point about last time when these guys played each other, you know, a long time ago. I mean, it did go to 3-map series. TBI was able to get a 10-6 victory on this map. I mean, the thing was, it was, you know, Booker was putting himself, you know, the highest amount of ratings. Like, he was like a 1.78 at that time. You had King that was a 1.36. So if we see TBI to get a map like this, there has to be more firepower in this conversation, because the last map was only Hunt with a 1.0, and then it was King. I think he was like a 0.96 or something. That will definitely not do. If we see people that are able to have some bigger moments, I definitely think they can be able to get an upset win on this. But again, it relies on the players to be able to find it. So far, not looking the greatest. The trade backs are okay, but that's where we need to see TBI just going full send. They have to be able to just commit to everything now.
Yeah, exactly. TBI have got to sort of come in towards this game for me absolutely flying, and it's easier said than done. Shoulder spotted, Flex, had the angle, had the advantage, and makes it work. Down goes Hunt. It's a pretty important person to find as well. I think Hunt was fantastic in towards that previous map. He really did step up in a big way. He had a lot of massive moments, and I think actually was probably the largest part of the conversation of why TBI was so strong. He was just so consistent throughout. So finding him early, really nice little advantage to have. Flex is still here backside. He's just jiggle peeking. Doesn't want to overplay his cards, but he's got the right idea. He really does. And he nails the shot as well. Flex doing so well all alone. He's expecting to spin. He's tunnel visioned in, and Flex has had an absolute masterclass. And no reaction, light work. Another day at the office for him, but that was a sumptuous round.
Yeah, it really was. And honestly, I really want to watch how well Gaimin Gladiators can play on this map, because, you know, I think the desk made a really good point about, you know, them kind of like locking in a bit better, playing a little bit more of their way, and just playing some better Crossfire, because I think, again, we're getting to the closer end of the season. They have to kind of, you know, dial in a bit more. There's a lot at stake, you know, just for playoffs, but also international competition. Oh, God. Hunt, are you cooking up another one? Oh, dear God. Yes, he is. Yep, he's just going on a tear again. But this is what I mean. If somebody like Hunt is going to be able to put up some big numbers, this could be a difficult path once again for GG.
Yeah, honestly, it's one of those where, you know, we see Hunt come out the gates and start the way he finished. That's when things become very, very, I guess, dicey in a sense. And GG have got to find ways to shut him down. Foxy, no chance, man. Hunt is looking sharp today.
Man, he's looking good, man. He's cooking with premium gas right now. Like, this is right now, he's sitting at a triple kill. Like, he is single-handedly making a quad. He's looking for another ace. Like, he wants to get himself on the top fragging abilities. Like, he is single-handedly running around, just dueling, looking for kills, and he might be able to get it, and indeed he will. Hunt putting up an ace, keeping them now in this conversation. Everybody's smirking, everybody's pumped, but now, who's gonna join him on the fragging abilities?
Hunt is crisp right now. He is looking so good. Gaimin Gladiators, they actually have to prioritize shutting this guy down. No two ways about it. They have to find ways to make him look flat. And Flex, we can't be afforded to miss 2 shots like that. Thankfully, third time of asking, he does deliver, and Lion Claw will add one of his own, but Hunt is still alive, and he's still alive. I still believe. Down he goes, and that should be the round with it as well. It's all down to phase. Colt pulled out 1v4. Goes back to the HK, but there should be no chance in hell. Ooh, nice flick onto Flex. He was low, but it's a nice shot nonetheless. Still no chance. Yeah, it is a 1v3. Yeah.
Still no chance, though. Oh, okay, hang on now. Like, yeah, you might be speaking a little too soon, maybe. Oh man, if GG give up this round, that like, to me, that almost could warrant like a timeout to be like, look, what are we doing? Like, what is going on here, right? I mean, let's not discredit FaZe too, because again, a guy that's been like forever, like he's been here for a long time, a vet, right? It's the same conversation as someone like Creeds, so he can definitely do something big here. And who other than him? It'd be awesome to see. But look, GG are fully reading the situation. They know exactly what could happen here. Now FaZe, he has to fight two different angles. He has to get pretty much he has to be able to one-tap this away. And I don't even know how he survives as long as he did in that kind of a situation. But look, valiant effort, just unfortunately couldn't get it done.
Yeah, not a bad chance, right? You know, he actually put up a nice couple of frags. Good for the numbers at the very least, but it is Gaimin Gladiators taking back that lead. Deep going to come through. Hunt was spotted at range there as well on the jump peak. Spoxy does so well there. If he holds that angle, he actually could maybe find that kill, but no, he'll fall away. Unfortunately, I actually think if Spoxy stuck around, especially if he stuck over on towards Banana, I think he actually could have caught one there. Zane just playing for the jump peak. He now has got the information. He now wants to fall back. First fight is good. Looking for a second as well. Spray transfer is good. The Zane for a double will take that all day, but Booker and FaZe Booker makes it 2. Oh my. What an execute into A.
Yeah, and this is, again, like just talking about the past, right? I mean, this is where Booker, he was the one that was putting up some big numbers. That was allowing TBI to get a 10-6 victory on it. So seeing Booker kind of, you know, getting a little bit ignited right now, it's definitely one of those things where GG, they will not forget something like this. So they don't want to make a rerun in the same history books, but it's a 3-2. The bomb going down with 20 seconds still remaining. Lots of utility available for Line Claw. So this is an opportunity. He can pop flash his teammate in. Flex could try to run through the smoke, but they have to do it now. Time is ticking away. This is getting a little bit too close for comfort. Now you can see, I don't know how he gets away with just jumping out like that. It felt like TBI, they fell asleep at the wheel, and they're able to get themselves another round here for Gaimin Gladiators. I don't know how they got away with that, Nao. That's just robbery.
Yeah, it never should happen, if we're being completely frank. It never should. I gotta say, Booker, he's also had a lot of moments as well. You know, we've been kind of bigging up Hunt in quite a massive way, but that was such a nice execute. It's just such a shame that, unfortunately, at the tail end, they weren't able to, you know, see it over the line. It happens. It is what it is, but regardless, looking at now what is, again, where Gaimin Gladiators can continue to sort of pull away here. Oh, nice shot. I'm going to Hunt as well. I mean, lad, that's as good as it gets. The Zane for 3. Yes, sir.
Whoo-wee. Okay. So yeah, things are getting a little bit better right now in some retrospect, but yeah, some good kills from Dezane, and this is what I always like to see from a player like, you know, player like him. Like, again, he's this guy that's been on this roster for a long time. He's a strong rifler. I felt like there was, you know, there is kind of these moments he doesn't get to frag as much as we want him to, but lately it just feels like now he's starting to play like his old vintage self. So you love to see it. 6-2. He's tied here with Flex in terms of leading the charts. And right now, it's been a difficult road for TBI. King has no kills. Noxon has no kills. We need these guys to be able to find something. Noxon finally gets something done a little bit. Booker is now hunting more. He's just out in the fields looking for his prey. Spoxy's just going to hightail it out of here. Everybody's just going to retreat, make a new game plan. Spoxy just going to take more heads down. Oh, man. He is just crushing skulls. And this is now getting a little bit terrifying here for TBI.
Yeah, you're all right. He's going to have a little look in. I mean, still somewhat doable in this spot. 2 versus 3. Zane taking damage, so kind of part of me wants to believe it's a possibility. They're going to play together, and they actually are going to an MTA site, so I don't hate what I'm seeing here. What's the play? FaZe. They're so nervous about planting. They have no idea, really, about where Gaimin Gladiators are. Big gamble stack towards B, though, so now they have to play that retake. This could be still a little funky.
HP's low, though. Zane's half health. Raffin's pretty low as well. Not going to be good. Booker's the one with the full HP. He's got the HK in hand too. So again, this is where he has to be able to find something. So now it's all down to him. He is him, right? He has to be the one that pulls up clutch. Now he has to reposition. He finds the first, looking for the second. He spots it on the high ground, but again, he was hoping for the other kill quickly. The Gaimin Gladiators, they're looking good. They're looking polished, and now you can see the TBI. They're going to call the timeout. Things are getting a little out of hand with a 5-round lead. So this is where they got to figure out a new game plan because things are just not going the way they want it to.
Yeah, you're spot on. Absolutely. I think it's probably the right call as well. We are getting to a point where things are becoming, unfortunately, just a little janky for my liking. Tough conversation to be had here, I think, for TBI, because, you know, we saw these flashes of brilliance and these really nice moments in towards, you know, that previous map, but with things falling so flat now as well, they've got to really try and kind of flip it on its head and have a, you know, a tough conversation. What do we do to change things up? I mean, we saw into our first series on this map where for 999 holding W and getting super aggressive, that was the plan of action, and it works really well. Maybe that could be something that they try and do in their own regard.
What is going on with Hunt's camera? I was like,
yeah, it's all over the place.
Like, did it look like what's that? I was trying to think of that old horror movie that, you know, they're like running around with the cameras and it's so shaky, but it'll get back to me. But either way, it felt like somebody's just sitting there with them, just shaking because they're so excited. But you know, I couldn't agree with you more. Like, honestly, again, I hate being the nitpicky person, but like what I said before when this happened previous, when they played this map, is that TBI, everybody was playing so much better. Like, everybody was firing on all the cylinders. Everybody was getting the frags. Everybody was putting in some very high numbers. We are not seeing that right now. Hunt is the only one that is arguably doing a lot of the heavy lifting, and you cannot rely on that. You cannot do that against a team like Gaimin Gladiators because they're starting to play a lot better now. Now things are good. They got a 4-round lead. They have the half in their grasp. It's just now a question if they could grab anything else in their favor. Could they get 6? Could they maybe get 7? That would just be worse for wear for TBI.
Yeah, you're spot on. You are spot on. Well, let's see. 5-1 is where we're at. It's a very, very decent spot to be in for Gaimin Gladiators. They've already guaranteed the lead. That's the kind of the bullet point that we like to bring up in towards these first halves. That's a really nice spot to be in. With that lead guaranteed, now you can start to flex your muscles a little bit, and they've been doing exactly that. No starting towards this round. I say that until Face swings in, finds Flex. It's a good 1-2 find.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Not bad at all. Okay, so now we're starting to see Face picking up something. Hunt is there again, still in his ways. So now this is putting Gaimin Gladiators here down to 3. Nobody's been really able to flick damage. Spoxy, now he's getting a little bit annoyed. He's starting to run out into the open. He's trying to put, again, some kills back into their favor, but his teammates are just dropping like flies. Now Spoxy gets himself another quick scope, but again, it's only the 2. Lion Claw now. We talked about him locking in and dialing in. This is a moment here. He's got himself the 1, but now this is now a 1-on-2 situation where he's got plenty of time to work with. This is now going to be a bit of a guessing game. TBI, they're the ones that are on the pressure. This is the pressure cooker. They have to make the right call here and now.
Yeah, you're right. Looks like they're going to wrap towards B. It's a flank here from Lion Claw. Oh my god, he goes the wrong way. He actually would have had a really, really good time on that flank if he had followed them round in towards B. Obviously, didn't know, but it's a coin flip decision of do I wrap all the way through pillars, or do I kind of wrap them through banana? But unfortunately, on decision made, they should be expecting this now as well.
They might not. They might not fully expect it, though. The positioning is a little bit weird. This King is jump spotting. Oh my god, he might be able to... Okay, they spotted him. Yeah, okay. Whew, I was going to say, like, it looked like the player model from King. It was kind of spotting the, like, the front door of B there. Like, I thought he was looking the wrong angle, and I was like, uh-oh, this might be just enough timing. But, yeah, thankfully for him, the IGL, he's... got the high IQ, he's able to get full sights on it.
Alright, 5-2. So, honestly, as things go, that's what we like to call a good timeout. Timeout called, and you instantly get a round off the back of it. That's as good as it gets. Can't complain with that. It'll come down. Doesn't do the damage the flex they were wanting. Speaking of, FaZe is taking early damage. It's Hunt. Try and start things off here. It's Raffin playing up close. It's a tough angle to clear. It does go 1-for-1. Hunt with a nice trade.
Trade, and now, ooh, look at Flex, man, and this is, oh my god, okay, yeah, this is where he goes for a bit of a Hunt himself, and now, okay, Gaimin Gladiators, they're starting to really just kick things up another notch here in the fragging abilities. They're putting themselves good, and now it's just King by himself, making tons of noise. He's worried. He's just paranoid of somebody going to be close on by. And now Gaimin Gladiators, again, this should theoretically be around in their hands, because if they play together like they are right now, grouped up, this would have to be King, like, landing the best shots. Like, he would literally have to be pitcher perfect, which that's not an easy thing to do, obviously.
No. Yeah, it's asking a hell of a lot. The flex being low, bring it down to 1 versus 2 does feel doable. Any sort of a body shot be fine. It's just the two after our Lion Claw and Spoxy. I mean, we're talking about what is one of the best riflers here in the West League, and one of, if not the best sniper here in the West League. So a big ask, and obviously Flex, he's so tenured too. He does have the C4. That's the one positive thing for King, is that he has the ability to kind of maneuver around. It looks like he actually might be given the luxury of a plant here as well. All Gaimin Gladiators need to do is just play together. If they just play for the trade, they should be absolutely fine. And it looks like that'll be the case. Bad time to turn. Oh my god. Just got a nice shot towards Lion Claw, but it's fine in the end. And a little bit of BM from Spoxy. Alright. Well, getting hot in the server.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I mean, the chat's probably going to be a little fired up about that one, that's for sure, because, I mean, these guys they're pretty troll, right? I mean, they definitely,
yeah.
If it's a team to troll, it's definitely this team. They love to get in the heads, you know, they love to just joke around, but, yeah, we'll see. But, yeah, I mean, honestly, a decent attempt from King, and the thing I always talk about is the HK is such a strong rifle, but, again, with it being a one-tap machine, in those kind of situations when the numbers are flying at you, it's not an easy thing to kind of control, you know, going against high numbers like that. But look, King really did try. Some good sniper fights in mid, back and forth on both these teams. And Gaimin Gladiators, now Rapin's just going to go for a full hunt for himself. Why not? He's trying to, you know, fight for a little bit of his food here to get a full plate. And now TBI, once again, they're spread thin. Bombs all the way in the back of mid, and this is a tough one here.
What do we really do? Booker, right idea. Lion Claw on that left-hand side. Who was for who? Lion Claw, U-turn hand. That is unfortunate timing. Patience pays virtue there for Booker.
Oh, this is interesting now. The fact that it's kind of switched up a little bit. Spoxy, though. He's walking through. No, there's no way he's going to walk through this. He's got so much time. He doesn't need to. Booker's holding the tight angle. He should be able to have this dead to rights, but Spoxy, man, if he finds the gap on this, this is going to be ridiculous. But Booker should be able to instantly swing this. No matter what happens, Booker swinging should guarantee a kill. King drops. He's getting into the site now. And there we go. Okay, I was going to say it's Booker waiting for the shot. There it is. It's done. A little sigh of relief, as you can see from Hunt's screen. He's thanking the lucky stars. Things are working out a little bit to get themselves back in this game, but man, oh man, they are trying to fight for their lives into this. But it's just been, you know, Gaimin Gladiators have really stepped up, which is, you know, it's a good thing to see from a team that you kind of argue is like a championship level team here for CFWL. But again, the underdog story of TBI is just immense. You love to see it too.
Yeah, it's a really, really big uphill battle required here for TBI, but it doesn't feel like they're going to kind of roll over and die here. They are going to try and fight tooth and nail, and we're starting to see these kind of moments here and there. You know, the flashes of brilliance, which at the very least we'll take, right? We're getting some level of a game on our hands. I don't know if it will reach the level that Subbase did. That actually kind of felt where that game, that felt like the real chance, I would say, for TBI to push this towards a third. Compound, though, it's such a common map, and Gaimin Gladiators, they have such good protocols on it, and we've seen it. 6-3, it's a fantastic half. If they find a 7th here, and to start off this first half well, I think it's probably done.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, it definitely, you know, it really could just tell the tale a little bit on this one, but 6-3, a little deja vu we get to see once again. But we saw that, you know, Gaimin Gladiators, they were struggling a little bit on the BL side. Granted, that was on Subbase, but again, wasn't really that convincing for a little bit of time. Like, they were definitely getting pushed pretty hard, but we'll see. TBI, all they need is just, again, somebody to pull up a big round, or even if they can, as a group, be able to get around, like, it just build that momentum, kind of shift it a little bit. That's going to make a huge difference on this. And right now, Noxon, yeah, he gets overwhelmed by the numbers here. Now his teammates are trying to join through, but my God, Spoxy, once again, man. The absolute deadly sniper, and FaZe is now trying to make a little bit of a clip for himself here too. He's been able to find this double, but now things have gone back to a 3-3 situation here now.
Yeah, that is a nice double actually from FaZe. He's giving them a real chance. Shouldn't be in those still. What do Gaimin Gladiators want to do with this? They've got a minute to work with. They're crossing through mid to head back towards B. It's King who's going to be anchoring the B side. If they were to head towards B, that would be the right decision. It goes over a little bit of damage towards Booker, but nothing really to write home about. And he will get the first. Nice shot from him. Quick trade that comes through there from Raffin. You take that all day. Now we're split 1-1 between the A and the B side. 40 seconds. Gaimin Gladiators, they play together. They can trade their way in towards a C4 plant.
The C4 drop is not great, but ooh, the M14 is definitely yeah, that's the thing, right? Like 35 bullets, it gives you really full control of just like spraying down. And even if it doesn't do damage, again, it's still the worry of like running into that crosshair, right? Like into that line of fire. But now with 15 seconds remaining, this is where, you know, again, Raffin, he has to get moving. And also these smokes have to get thrown now. You can see it's going to be placed. He has to jump. It's 7 seconds. You got to get going. You should have just enough time. Oh man, they run the clock very low. My God.
Yeah, they do. No phases over there. Just whether they expect King. They do. Nice little reaction from Raffin. Can't catch him in the cross though, but he's got the right idea. FaZe going to try and sneak his way through that smoke as well. They just got to try and buy their time, and they do. FaZe can't quite get the second. He had not a bad round there, FaZe, but unfortunately not good enough. It's Gaimin Gladiators who hit the 7th. That's a big lead they've now built up.
FaZe looking like he actually wants to contest, and he actually does get away with it. I was thinking maybe Spoxy, that angle, might have been able to find it. Spoxy somehow just misses that shot on the FaZe, and actually with that shot being missed, it allows Dezane to go down, but he does at least get a little bit of a trade back onto it. But it's just so unfortunate. If he would have been able to find that shot, that could have been a different way here, where it'd be 4 players alive here for Gaimin Gladiators. But right now, this round has really just been the battle of the snipers, and it's just Spoxy just running around, just doing what he does best. But no snipers available here for TBI either.
Yeah, you're right. It feels like that's been the case for this map as well. Both snipers been stepping up in big ways. Versus 3 with Spoxy still alive and Lion Claw. I keep dropping this guy's name. I mean, he, on his day, is unbelievable. I remember, you know, the first season I was involved in, he had one of the highest MVPs. He was so consistently good. I never want to discount him. Raffin also has these pop-off moments, so TBI is still far from out of the woods here. Flash will come through, and that will blind up Spoxy, but there's no real reaction behind it. Just a flash, just to see if they can bait out a shot and get any information, and they don't.
Ooh, that's a big swing. I don't know.
Unnecessary, I'd say.
I agree. Yeah, I don't think that's necessary at all. Going to set it better myself, because I just, again, these plays of getting information and looking for a play, it's just too risky. Even there, Booker's trying to do something different. I get it. They're down in numbers. They're trying to see what they can do to equalize, but now it's just cost them. This is a round where King, a 1-on-3. This is the docket of an 8th round being grabbed up here for Gaimin Gladiators when the scoreline's already so big of a gap.
Yeah.
This is not great.
Yeah, what do you do here, really? Raffin holding that smoke, wait and see whether King pops his head through, and he does. Nice find. Simple stuff. That'll be another round for Gaimin Gladiators, and they're getting closer and closer now to the finish line. I mean, where we're at the moment, it seems very unlikely that Gaimin Gladiators don't just see it over the line.
Yeah, if it's a moment for somebody from TBI to step up, it has to be now. And there you go. Pistols getting it thrown. Lion Claw gets himself the double. And also King was able to as well. But it's a 2-2. And now the B site's up for grabs right now for Gaimin Gladiators. Smoke should be able to allow some good coverage. Oh my God, Hunt is still alive. I don't know how he made it across, but maybe now this is going to be enough opening. This has turned into a 1v1. This has been a very quick round, and now Spoxy, it's a question if he wants to commit to this, and he will not. He's going to hightail it out of here. He wants nothing to do with this. He knows he has so much time to work with. Now a tough task here for Noxon, because he has to think, is Spoxy still here? Is Spoxy really going to run away? This is a big guessing game. This is where he has to get active, but again, he's worried to make a mistake considering how low the score is. and how big the gap is, he's trying to be so careful and so precise.
1v1. All goes eerily quiet. I mean, should be a pretty safe plan here for Spoxy. It really comes down to how does he want to play this post plan. And the good news is he's got a plethora of choices. He can play from anywhere. It looks like he wants to play up close, though. He might go searching to see if he can catch anybody on the rotate. Spoxy, right idea. He's looking to fight as well. This is a really bold call. Spoxy even getting out is difficult, and he's somehow given that luxury. He's opting for the pistol as well, and that'll cost him Noxon. What a tap, what a shot. TBI not dead just yet.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I love that Spoxy tried to do that, and the fact that he's able to reposition himself was great, but again, it felt like it was kind of, that was the obvious choice of where he was going to go. I would have loved him just to kind of stay in that little bit of like the corridor as soon as he made it across from the pillar. I think that could have allowed him just to play a little bit more, but again, these micro decisions you have to make in a clutch scenario, but Noxon, thankfully, here for TBI, pulls up a really great shot. He's able to bring a round through. 4 now needed to make this back to a tie game. So a little bit of a step up here from some of the players, and now Flex is going for a little bit of a kill hunt, and oh, they don't clear this. Oh my god, what kind of a reaction is that? He's able to just do the full turn, and King goes down. I thought King was going to have him dead to rights. I thought he was going to be able to have this. Now GG, they're pissed, they're annoyed, they want to get this game done and over with.
Yeah, don't really blame them either. Oh man, that's really gotta hurt. Just when it felt like we were starting to, you know, slowly creep our way back into this, it slips, it falls in a flat way, and, oh, man. I mean, Noxon will get one towards Flex. It's not over just yet. The Zayn is low, lying close. He's got to hit the shot, and he does. 1 versus 2. They've got to prioritize getting this C4 down now. Put time pressure on towards Hun. If they can play time, they can really make something of this. One going to play up close. They're going to try and catch him on the cross as well. Hunt spotted out, and Zayn sees him off. Despite being low, he delivers. One more round as well for the series. I mean, I don't know if TBI have got it left in locker for them.
That's just crazy. Oh, I wish we could see it from King's perspective. That is like, oh, you just feel so bad for him because he played that so well. But yeah, like you said, 9-4. It's, you know, map series point is ready to go, and now TBI, I mean, are they going to pull a little bit of a 9-9-9 here where their backs are on the boards? They could just, you know, start to really hit hard and be the heavy hitters? I don't know. It's looking decent here because 3 players are alive. It's just Spoxy. He might get overwhelmed, but it is Spoxy at the end of the day. This is where TBI, they got to maintain their cool. They cannot get overzealous. They have to be able to play this together. This would be such a devastating way to lose this. Oh no, Neo, it's happening. This is not good. What was once a 3v1 has turned into a 1v1, and it's Noxon versus Spoxy once again. It's a deja vu.
You can tell as well, Noxon is nervous here. He doesn't know what to do or how to play this. He has come up big in these clutches, though. I'll give Noxon some credit. He stepped up in these 1v1s a couple of times and kept kind of TBI breathing. And this isn't an unorthodox angle. I kind of like it. It's not one that often gets checked. You're normally looking towards that lower end. And Spoxy is also himself trying to figure out, all right, sort of where do I go here? What's the plan? What do I do from this sort of scenario? Well, we'll start by collecting the C4, and then we'll make a choice. Just double checking, making sure there's no one around these corners. If he was to make his way towards B and then set up all the way back over towards window, I think that would be the kind of the best possible scenario. Looks like, unfortunately, he might be. No, he will just dodge, it seems. 45 seconds. He still feels kind of indecisive himself.
Yeah, it does. And honestly, I agree. I think this play from Noxon's good because he's essentially just playing like as middle as he can without being overexposed. So he's playing multiple angles. But now he's going to be able to clear this. Yeah, he has a good idea. He's going to be ready to go for this. Smoke's going to be a little bit of an issue, but is he going to run right through it? He's a firefighter. Yes, he is. Oh, man, he is just jiggling. He's looking for this. He spots him. So now they know where each other are. It's all about hitting the shots. Spoxy's low. He can breathe on the guy, and he's going to tip on over. Noxon looking to see if he can get himself a secondary clutch against Spoxy. The deadly man, the assassin, and again with a one-tap, takes his head away. Oh, yeah, he's feeling it. And TBI, they will survive another round.
Man, again, down to him stepping up in a big way. Credit to Noxon. I mean, you know, the Death touched on it a little bit. He actually didn't show up as much until map number 1 as we wanted, but just the impact he's having on these clutches are making up for that in kind of spades right now. Fantastic work 9-5. My oh my. Brilliant stuff. Line claw. That's the fight on towards Hunt, and we'll deal some damage, not enough for the kill.
Oh, Hunt's getting... Ooh, I was going to say... Hunt's getting a little bit aggro on this, and I get it. They want to try to be a little bit unpredictable at times. They want to see if they can mix things up a little bit just to throw Gaimin Gladiators off guard. But now Lion Claw, perfect timing. He's been able to just slip through on the aggression of Hunt. So now it's a big pickup here. So now TBI, they're down in the numbers. They have to rotate these players, reconfigure the defensive setup. Gaimin Gladiators are grouped up into mid on this one. They're actually just, they're not even going to lurk. Everybody's just going to play together. They want to play as a brute force. A full squad on this one. And TBI, you just have to hope they're not just going to swing what we saw previously. And oh no, FaZe, he just overextends. Noxon goes down. This might be it. This could be all over here. And Gaimin Gladiators, they just put it in with fashion. Flex just putting up one tap galore, and there it is. It is done and over with, and Gaimin Gladiators will able to find themselves a 2-0 here today.
Yeah, it has to be said. I mean, an expected result. I mean, this is a Gaimin Gladiators side who should be basically toppling more or less every single side, bar probably like ROC and InnerCircle in a 2-0 fashion, and they do it exactly that. So credit to them. A really, really nice showing and kind of playing to the level that we expect of them. TBI, I'll give them credit. They actually had some really nice moments, you know, especially Noxon and his clutches in the second map. I liked what I saw there, but unfortunately just not enough when it matters most. This is a side that still have to go back to the drawing board this season as well. Really, Laz, hasn't gone the way that we want from them.
Yeah, exactly it, right? I mean, we got to see some really good moments from Hunt. He was obviously one of the MVPs. Noxon put himself in clutch scenarios, but it just was not enough here today. But look, we're all done with this series here. We're going to take it with a break in a desk segment here, and then we'll get ready for that third and final series for the day. So don't go away too far. We'll see you in a bit.
Exactly like we predicted, Gaimin Gladiators its compound and take it 2-0 against TBI.
Man, the rivalry. I mean, friends outside the server, enemies inside the server. That's what we saw tonight between GG and TBI. What a show between both teams. I mean, if anything, I just feel the tension in the game.
The heat.
You can sense that there is a heat. I'm comparing it to the first series between the boys. I mean, let's talk about the losing team first, TBI. Honestly, it's a better show than the first one. Yeah, the first one was closer, but I love this one. The fleck that came on the last couple of rounds from Team TBI in the 1v1 scenario against Spoxy. Super clean and super nice. Had us on our toes, seriously. And for Team TBI, they did bring a show tonight. Now again, it felt like that they were disconnected, the trades were not there. I haven't seen enough trades from Team TBI like I expected. I mean, look at the round that Spoxy almost won them the game. This was a 1v1 scenario. The clutch happened, but before the clutch happened, Spoxy managed to kill not one, not two, three names from Team TBI without getting traded once even. So big questions needs to be pointed at TBI. And why did TBI lose a lot of rounds from the BL side? I mean, they almost didn't come on the BL side. It was a one-sided side from Team GG, and once the switch happened, TBI came to the play. TBI started playing GR side, and you know, they started getting some rounds here and there. Now they stopped in the 5th round. I mean, I didn't see a reason why Compound was picked by TBI. If anything, it feel like Team GG picked Compound, and Team TBI did pick Black Widow.
I mean, to be honest, like the last time these two teams faced, TBI had a very, very good Compound game, but like it felt like GG did their homework, right? Because like you have a reference, you can go back to the first game. Okay, guys, what did we do wrong?
Exactly.
We did like A, B, and C.
Just
We
learn
should fix
from
that.
it.
And the MVP, we kept mentioning his name tonight, Raf. He had an incredible series. Like everyone on the Gaimin Gladiators is scaling so fast, and like it's really good for them as a team.
Yeah.
I want to mention like TBI map 1. Yes, it was convincing. Map 2, to be honest, despite the knocks in Spoxy 1v1 in 2 rounds. That he won. Like I didn't feel like TBI was there. I felt like it was a completely one-sided map. So like it must feel bad for TBI to to have your map pick, to have Compound, the map that you won the last time, and to perform like poorly a bit as a team on this map. But like again, Gaimin Gladiators, they are chasing IC toward the top 2 right now. Now they are 7-4. So like once again, congrats for them, for GG, and like for TBI, hard luck and best of luck in the next games. But like the next match, it's a very
It's the
interesting
main event.
the main event
For
of
sure.
tonight for sure. Like we have ROC versus IC.
Yeah.
ROC, the undefeated team,
Yeah.
and IC coming from a 3-win streak. They are looking very scary.
Yeah.
All of them are like looking like the players are looking very consistent, and it's a very, very, very strong match.
And you can look at it from 2 different perspectives. One, the ROC perspective, that we have not lost a single game. We are 11-0. Not a single game. We are just undefeated, and we don't want to get defeated. They did play against IC once, and they did win. But
it was close.
beating, yeah, it was
It
super
was the
close.
golden round. Slayer doing the amazing play of the year.
That's
maybe.
when we interviewed Slayer,
Yeah.
and he talked about how hard the game was and his predictions for the next game. Anyways, so as I was saying, I think, and this is a bold assumption from me, that this might be the first game that ROC do lose. I mean, yeah, it might be hard, and I might be wrong here, but I'm sure we're not going to see 2-0 and 2-0 like the first series or the second one. I think we might see a 2-1 here. Now, of course, the high possibility is ROC Esports winning, but just look at the names and the members from InnerCircle. Alucard being the sniper, Brick being the IGL, Kiko, Awesome, the names are just scary. And they are on a winning streak. Last time we did see them, they're playing against ROC. They lost the game before and the game after, and they lost ROC Esports game. I mean, they did struggle a bit, IC, but now they are on a comeback, on a revenge, redemption. They won 2 games, and now they are ready to win the 3rd one. It's either ROC Esports going to put an end for their winning streak, or IC will say, hey, you guys won 11 games. You won every game that we saw. Let's just put an end for it.
I mean, like to stop ROC Esports, it will be very
It's a long
impressive.
day.
Yeah, it's a long day. It will be very impressive indeed. But like, can you stop ROC? Can you stop ROC Esports? This is the team that it's still undefeated. They won Black Widow, their only like weak link, 10-2 or 10-3 yesterday against Anubis.
Yes.
It's very, very impressive. Like the road so far, it's very scary for any team to face. But like, let's talk more about the maps, because like I feel like it's gonna be very important in this matchup, because like I see recently it feels like they have a lot of diversity.
Yeah, and I love the diversity coming from Team IC, because some of the teams do pick 1 or 2 maps and just play around it. So coming with a huge and expanded map pool, that's what you need. But I think we will go back to basics here. From IC or from ROC, seeing Eagle Eye, seeing Compound, seeing what else? Port as a decider, maybe. Black Widow might be there. I mean, of course, after the win from ROC Esports, we can't see Black Widow. But honestly, I don't think it will be there. I'd say Eagle Eye, Compound, and a decider Port.
I mean, maybe they want to practice it once more.
Maybe,
so let's take a look at the map veto to see if Black Widow.
IC?
I mean, they did it against Anubis. Okay, Black Widow is banned by ROC Esports. Never mind. Compound, Ankara, and Port as the decider. And again, like I said to Penguin yesterday, whenever I see Port as a decider for a ROC game, I feel like you have to take it 2-0, because like this team on Port, they are on a way different level. I feel like Snare, this is his playground. He's very happy with this map.
He knows the corners, and when the sniper knows the corners, it's a GG for you.
Yeah, and the last time, by the way, like the 2 teams faced, ROC Esports picked Port themselves. So like having it as a decider, it's a privilege for you like in the map veto as
exactly. Thank you. And keep in mind, Ankara is one of the favorite maps for Team ROC Esports. Also, they getting backed by Team IC is not a bad thing for Team ROC Esports, but vice versa, they do know how to play on Ankara. So I don't know if it's a good thing for Team IC to pick Ankara, but I do believe that they have a lot of confidence in this map, and they are sure of their performance on it. Now, let's talk about Compound more. They don't lose Compound. They just don't. They are so good on Compound. Now, for the decider port, it's the same scenario. Now, I see their only possibility to win this game is to dominate them on compound somehow.
Yeah, they need to show like such an impressive performance to beat ROC Esports, right? I mean, any team have to
Any
show
team.
such
Yeah,
such a performance to win. But like they played compound yesterday, I see, and they did very well. So like having compound at the first game, I think it's not bad for them. I think it's you can say it's a pretty balanced map veto for like both teams. Maybe ROC Esports have an advantage in port, like a bit, but like I think they're pretty happy with the maps. And like at first, we were talking about Jinzer. We were talking about maybe Awesome, but like now Alucard, Beck, Kiko.
All of the boys
it was
are
the
playing.
MVP yesterday, so like everyone is shining on IC.
And that's what I love about IC. If they had a rough first couple of games in the season, they know how to come back and they know how to, feel the rhythm. And that's what I really hated about TBI, because sometimes two of the boys are playing Hunt and Booker, but the King and the rest of the boys are not feeling it. And when the opposite happens when the Hunt and Booker starts to feel themselves. No, but I see currently all of them are playing, all of them are feeling the heat. They are already locked in. Now, ROC Esports, you can say the same, and it's super hard to predict. But personally, I'll go with the sense of analysis, the sense of previous games, the undefeated championship. I'll go with ROC Esports, honestly, but I'm sure it's not a 2-0. It's a 2-1 game.
Yeah, it's gonna be close. Like you said, IC, everyone is shining. ROC Esports, the same. So like you can't say there is a weak link in any of both rosters.
Yes.
They are both really good, like individually and as a team as well. Like Penguin mentioned yesterday, that IC coach Kevin, like he's doing an incredible job with the team.
Yeah.
And like at first, because like I asked him why did IC struggle at the very beginning? Because like he said like Kevin came in, like he tried to shift a lot of things when it comes to tactics and how the team play. And like it took some time, but like the team is scaling very hard right now.
It's a huge scale for the boys, and it's so obvious. It's like the scale that TBI had, but they couldn't keep up with it. It's the same thing happening with IC. I mean, post the change of Oven Knights to IC, they are just doing insanely good. Of course, you can't overtake a team that won 11 times, but you can secure the #1 position for now and make a huge statement that whether it's ROC Esports, whether it's GG, we are the better team. If it's IC from 2 weeks ago, I'd say no, it's an easy game for ROC Esports. It's a 2-0, but that's not the case. It's a new IC. It's redeemed IC. It's an IC that showed us that they can win against GG, they can win against Anubis. So why not win against ROC Esports and overtake and beat the top 3 positions? But keep in mind, ROC Esports from another perspective, undefeated, feeling themselves with a high chemistry, the highest chemistry out of the 8 teams out there, and they just wanna make another statement saying that I don't care that IC played all of these games and managed to win one time after another. We're still undefeated and we're still going to be 12-0 after this game.
Yeah, 100%. And like it's a battle between the first and second seed as well, right?
Exactly.
So like ROC Esports, it's a very important match for them, like to eliminate the tiny possibility of them not getting the first seed is very high. It's very low, I mean, but like to just like get rid of IC.
It's more of a legacy thing.
Yeah, and like to beat like a team that's have been there for a lot of time, like one of the most oldest rosters in the CrossFire West League, and like it's a very good practice for them as a team as well, like to face IC right now in their very solid state, right?
Exactly. It's more of I just want to prove you wrong type scenario. That's from IC perspective, because ROC Esports do think that they are the better team, and they do think that we're on a winning streak. We're not gonna lose this time. But from IC, oh, you're not ready because we change a lot of things, and with the new updates and the new meta shifts, they are ready to, abuse it and use it in their own advantage. But for ROC Esports, they do know the maps, and that says from their picks to New Mexico 3 weeks ago, them trying Black Widow, winning on it. Actually, that means that practice do come handy when they really need to. Now, the goal, of course, for both teams is not the season itself. It's more of the big game, the big money coming from the EWC and the other tournaments for sure for CrossFire. Now, ROC Esports, again, I do agree with you when you said they need this win because they don't want to lose it from IC. Now, GG are watching, Anubis are watching, and the big teams, 3P is watching, and asking themselves, can IC overtake tonight ROC Esports or not?
I mean, it's a very, very big question, right? And I'm pretty sure everyone is like having the same question. But like, I want to talk more about ROC Esports in terms of the mental side, because like finishing the season like on 0 losses, it's very, very huge boost for you as a team. Like going into like the international tournaments, and like it give you this like confidence that you can take out the teams from other regions as well. Like it's very, very important when it comes to the mental side of it.
And when they win match by match, you just have this mentality fixed. And you're adapted to the winning scenario, and you're not humbled by losses after losses after losses. No, you enter the game with the winning mentality that, hey, let's not focus on the score, let's focus more on the performance, and the win just comes by itself. And that's what ROC Esports managed to amplify game by game by game. Now, ROC Esports can get humbled tonight if IC have another plan in their pockets. Honestly, one of the key players I'm focusing on tonight from IC is Awesome, being not the sniper, but being one of the joker player, I'd love to call them, that you might find on A, you might find them B, and you might find them on the mid, you might find them everywhere on the map. And another player from ROC Esports, it's going to be, I don't want to say the guy that we interview every time, Slayer, the player that we interview every time. I'd give it more to Snare, because if with any team, if the sniper is not there, the team is not there. The game is more based upon the first blood with the sniper or the counter first blood with the sniper, and that's what we see from Snare, from ROC Esports, and Alucard from IC. So both snipers do have this head-to-head, which is super pressuring for both of them. That Alucard want to be better than Snare, and Snare want to be better than Alucard. So they both, tend to be more aggressive and tend to play super aggressive, especially when it comes to B side on the first map compound. So I don't know what to expect, honestly. But again, I'm going to take it from the analysis side. I'll say Snare will overshadow Alucard, at least for the first map picked by ROC Esports.
Yeah, and I want to stress more on your point, because like you're saying that every strong team like should have a very a very good sniper player, like. And if you think about it, ROC Esports, they have Snare. PingPongPals, they have HDZ.
Exactly.
IC, they have Alucard. Spoxy for GG. So like it's actually true. Like it feels like an essential. Like for you to be a top team, you have to have a very good sniper on your team.
Exactly, and same amplifier for the IGL. Pietro, Slayer, Snare. Sorry. The rest of the boys from Team IC, it's just super important for you to have a solid IGL, a solid sniper, an anchor, first entry, a second entry, meaning that every player do have his own role and his own mission to, enter the site, plant the bomb, get out of the site, and play a good post-plant scenario. And that's what we saw from ROC Esports. Maybe we don't see it throughout all the chaos that happens. It's because for the average viewer, you just enter the site, boom, 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 with the AK or the M4 or with the sniper. But in their perspective, there's a sniper, he got the first blood. Okay, A site is free or one down. There's casualties on A. Let's enter the site. Let's
the information you gather.
Exactly. Lots of information going into the background, behind the scenes for these boys. Now, for Team IC, we do see this happen, but not frequently and not in a consistent way. And I think that's one of the reasons that keeps IC behind a bit.
Yeah.
Like they do lose couple of rounds, and if they are not good in BL, that just reflects on them on the GR side. Meaning, if they are not good on the first side, they tend to stress. I don't know if stress is the best word to call them, but they tend to, play it slow, play it passive on the next side. But if IC have a good head start,
Yeah.
they are super good to go and they get the map.
I mean, what do you think make ROC Esports very, very dominating as a team? Is it like because you have 5 players from the same nationality, so it's
That's
easier for
one.
the communication? Or like, is it new strats that the coach is implementing in the team? Or is it like all of these factors coming in together at the same time?
That's one. The one you said with the Egyptian, being
Yeah.
all of them Egyptian from Egypt, that chemistry is good. The second point is they are the only team that have been together forever.
Yeah.
So I think that's the two solid main points that just makes them the best.
Yeah, I mean, they are the best indeed. And the game is finally ready, guys. IC versus ROC. Lazanin, you have the mic.
All right, well, thank you, boys, so much. Yeah, and again, this is probably one of the best matchups probably in the whole weekend, I would argue, just because you have the undefeated ROC going against the number 2 team right now of IC. So this is definitely the bar-burning match. This is the one where, I think for InnerCircle, they've really proven that they got themselves from the bottom of the ranks to the top of the ranks. Can they now dethrone somebody that has been undefeated in this entire league?
Yeah, it's the big question, right? I feel like this is an InnerCircle side who actually have shown real nice moments, but this is a mammoth task. We're talking about the best of the West, right? No two ways about it. We're talking about a side who have been kind of untouchable in a way, and not only even domestically, they've even started to really push the packet in terms of internationally too, and really start to make a really decent argument for the West, internationally speaking. Playoffs. It's a huge thing for a team from the West. So this ROC side, I still have to favor them every day of the week, but honestly, I feel like this one might require all 3 maps.
It definitely could be, right? I mean, I think when we were kind of comparing a lot of the matches, like where we were kind of making the predictions, a lot of them, I think we all were kind of in the same boat that it could be a 2-0. There was a conversation if TBI were able to cause that upset. Obviously, that could have been a 3-map series, but this one to me really does feel like it should go the distance just because of how well we've seen InnerCircle playing, but also just the fact that ROC have just been so dominant now, and it's a question if they can just kind of continue this little bit of a journey that they're going through. But I'm excited for this one, man. Ever since we saw it for the matchups this weekend, I was thinking this is definitely going to be one of the best matchups we've had in quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Grand Slam matchup, no two ways about it. This is kind of the Battle of Titans. This also is probably a very early indicator of what the finals are going to look like. If we're being completely honest, it kind of seems the way things are right now. It's 1 and 2 at the top, these guys, bit of a gap, then there's the pack through the middle, bit of a gap, and then there's the couple at the bottom, right? And that's sort of how the West League is at the moment. It'd be very, very surprising if we actually didn't see ROC and IC the way they've been playing in the regular season. It'd be super surprising if we didn't see them back again in the final. But this could be a real nice little early indicator of what that final is going to look like.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and I mean, look, like this is the thing too, is that we got to saw a little bit of yesterday where I was just gonna say his name, that Kiko is somebody that has been putting up stellar numbers, and that's exactly it right there, a triple kill. He has just eradicated everybody in his path, and now he's on to fragging ways. What we saw a little bit yesterday, he's continuing to bring that pressure, and that's exactly what I wanted to say. Is someone like him, he was putting in good numbers. We got to see him playing well, we got to see Jin playing well, and even Beck has now been on a bit of a fragging tear as an IGL. This is what we need to see. This is where, InnerCircle really could cause a lot of questions here in this matchup against a dominant team like ROC.
Yeah, honestly, I see it's a nice round to be had as well. Kiko, if he steps up, he's so difficult to deal with. And, him and Alucard as a dynamic duo are so strong. We talk about Snare a lot, and this is a guy who's incredibly talented. Snare, Slayer, Snake, that kind of wombo combo is super strong, but my God. On the other side, I see some heavy, heavy hitters. That is a bloodbath in through mid, leaving just Snare and Snake with all to do.
Yeah, this is really looking really strong right now from InnerCircle, and now Snare might be able to find himself a little bit of timing as, again, just gasping for air here because Jin does get taken out. Unfortunately for him, he's not been able to swim through this, and now Snare's going to go for the plant. He does spot Awesome just close on by. Now he's swinging again. Oh my God,
oh, wow.
And he's able to find it, and all of a sudden this has turned into a 1v1. Snake Can he be able to buy them another kill? Will he be able to? No, he will not. It's going to be awesome once again to pull up the clutch factor, and InnerCircle will continue winning ways.
Gotta be said, it's a fantastic reposition right at the end there, just to kind of fall through that smoke. But a sigh of relief, I think, for InnerCircle, for being completely honest, right? They had to really lock in for a moment there. Also, InnerCircle, you know, you have to look at this map as a whole. They're kind of the ones sitting back and kind of under the fence, and I still think playing really, really well. What we're looking at the moment, this is some pretty interesting affairs there. The IC side looking really nice early on.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And, you know, the other thing that, you know, was lightly touched on, too, is the fact that this being the map as the opener in this kind of a matchup is we all know ROC are probably arguably the best team in CFWL on this map. But yeah, that also gives you a lot of a disadvantage here because InnerCircle, the way that Beck's been preparing for a lot of these games, there's a lot of tape against these guys, so they can start to figure out a lot of gimmicks. They can figure out ways to anti-strat things. You can tell the positioning is a little bit different. So this is where ROC, they need to be prepared. They cannot just play the regular game. They're going to have to be on full alert that they know that this threat is definitely something that they cannot take for granted. So this is where I wonder if ROC have been mentally prepared for a map like this, considering they're strong on it, but they might be able to show a little bit of exposure on this.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Oh, God. Oh, swing. And it fine. What a nice shot as well. Slayer will get one on his own, but like are still alive. You always believe. And, of course, Kiko's still in play. I say that. Down goes Jinza. Down goes Alucard. Beck will also drop as well. 2 versus 2 now. ROC have brought this back to a somewhat doable affair with 50 seconds to work with, too.
Yeah, these are great shots. And again, like, you know, the desk was talking a lot about, you know, the snipers, and every team needs to have a good sniper. And that's what we're kind of seeing right now is these sniper players are really just putting up another big notch on this. And now Kiko, again, oh man, just a nice little double tap. Why not make it 2? Once again, man, the guy's a headhunter. And now putting them at a 3-0 when things were looking like a decent chance for ROC. It was Snare and Slayer, sorry, my apologies, that were able to make things looking pretty decent, but look at how cool, calm, and collected he just connects these shots.
That is I mean, generally IC are looking sick. They're not pulling any punches right now. This is the way you've got to approach ROC as well. You kind of just can't afford to show them any respect. And I think that's the issue that a lot of teams have when they play up against this side. They're scared. They show them a lot of respect and they allow them to essentially dictate the pace massively. Awesome. Slayer, what a piece. All right, well, bit of a fall back here. I actually don't know really how ROC want to change things. They try going aggressive and they try and go slow, and both aren't really working out.
Yeah, exactly. It's, you know, it definitely, I was kind of going on the same wavelength as you too, just thinking like, look, like, what does ROC really want to do differently? Like, what have they noticed that isn't working for them right now? Because it feels like, you know, InnerCircle or put themselves in clutch scenarios of winning it. They're playing the right setups. Like I said, you can tell the positioning is a lot different right now. Like, they have a full idea of what ROC like to do. But this is where ROC, in the middle of this battle, they have to figure out a different game plan on it because nothing is really working for them. But it is a one-apiece, like you said. Awesome and Snare were able to get traded out instantly. So now this might be just a mid-crunch one more time. Beck does spot Snakes, so now there's at least a little bit of an idea of where one of the players could be. But there's a ton of utility just being thrown in mid. Everything's waiting out. But this timing from Slayer could be big. He's trying to do something through long. He might be able to find just enough timing. He might be enough of a distraction on this. Oh, but ROC, they're not even going to commit their E-main. They might even wait things out just a little bit longer. 39 seconds, and Kiko gets the one and done. Now you can see these guys are trying to go for the high ground fight, but Totson now finding himself a double piece. This bomb's going to go down.
He'll take that. Oh, it's a messy fight towards heaven. Jins and Beck both fourth. That's more like it for ROC. That's sort of what we want to be seeing, right? This is a side that, of course, can take some hits and they can go kind of flying into these fights. And IC have got to be, yeah, just a little bit more aware of it. They kind of fell a little bit flat there, made it a little too easy. Awesome. Look for 1, look for 2. We'll find it as well. Awesome. Doing God's work. Just going 2 for 1 there. That is huge. Actually, that alone is massive because he gains information off the back of it too.
Yeah, that was really, really nice. And honestly, that's a really good demonstration of like what Awesome brings to this team, right? Because again, like we saw that GV got imploded with all the players just going to different ways, different teams. And when Awesome joined this team, it really just added an extra layer of, you know, competitiveness because he is so clutch factor. He's a guy that you can rely on just to get you these, you know, clutch scenarios, or you can find these double kills and these weird little bit of pockets. So right there, just taking down Horus, taking down Slayer, you have arguably just taken down some of the best riflers on ROC. So that is a great start here for InnerCircle to put themselves in a conversation of a fourth.
Alicard. As long as he stays posted, he should be fine. This flash actually could be huge.
Flash.
This flash could go massive. They actually get out in front of it. That's pretty unfortunate for Beck. If that flash had come a second earlier, there's probably a double on the cards there.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, exactly that. And you great analysis on that because, again, like just getting ahead of it was the perfect timing. 1 second different could have made everything different here for InnerCircle.
Oh!
But my God, Kiko again! Over and over, time and time again, this guy finds multi-kills. What did he eat this morning? He is sitting at a 9-2, and he is absolutely on a tear right now.
Yeah, he is farming. I mean, on one side, credit to Kiko. It has been on the other side, though. They make it a little bit too easy for him. They line up. I mean, you got to look at kind of, in that sense, Snake and Toxin. Guy, they make it way too easy. I know they're both trying to fight on towards him, but he doesn't really even have to move his mouse. He just has to hold W. Hold mouse one, may I say, not W. But either way, 4-1. Kiko's been absolutely flying.
What a statement, though. Honestly, what a massive statement. Almost hitting double digits on the frags. Nobody really that close on by. Snare is the only other person, maybe. Jin, unfortunately, is not able to be a strong pillar here in the B site. Even Kiko goes down a bit early. So now Horus, he was 0-5. He's been able to find himself this double kill. So now he's starting to get a bit hungry for it. He's able to get an opener. Now ROC can just, again, they can just evaluate if they want to commit to this. They don't even have to. Plenty of time remaining. Ooh. Even Snare starts to get a little bit over peaky, and even Alucard finds the better of him, I should say. And this is really sketchy for Beck. He needs to be able to find these kills. He gets the one and done, but at least it's something.
Watson. Let's try and play up close as well off the back of his kill. If he can just set himself up behind the smoke, it's a really decent angle to hold. It should be impossible for IC to retake, especially with a re-smoke coming down and they behind it, just in case anybody was lurking inside. They're going to have to pop through. IC do have a bit of U-turn, but this is still very, very difficult. First, easy. Second as well. Snake and Snare do super, super well. So, a very simple play, but that's more like it.
It really is, and honestly, like, again, I'm glad we're able to catch this on the replay. Like, shot like that, like Kiko is trying to reposition himself too. The fact that someone like Horus is able to, you know, putting his entry abilities to opening up a site like that, that's exactly what ROC needed. They needed somebody just to get an opener, somebody to just find a bit of a hole or a gap right now in this InnerCircle ship, and they do, and they make it sink in the previous round. So it's still a 2-round lead here for IC, but at least ROC, you know, step by step, they might be able to bring things back to a closer encounter. But this is a great amount of effort that's coming in from IC. They really do look like, again, they're not even really breaking a sweat too much. They're playing just a very different game. And it feels like ROC, they're the ones that are kind of, you know, shaking in the boots a bit here.
Horus. Top angle to clear. Will he even think about it? He can get out the window here. That could put a lot of pressure on. Spot of one. Jin's up. Does deliver well. On the reposition, does very, very well. Alucard doesn't shoot, but second time of asking, does. Makes it a double. Has Awesome for support. IC, they are flexing on the best of the West right now.
Hey, that rhymes. No, I'm just kidding. I knew you did that. That's good. Yes, it is. Honestly, it is. And that's what we were kind of talking about. And the desk was mentioning it as well. Like, look, like this is a matchup here where, again, ROC, we're sitting at 11-0. Like, these guys are literally untouchable right now. Nobody's been able to stop them. Nobody's been able to find a win category against them. Yes, there's been some series that have gone the full distance, but right now, the way we're seeing this game go, InnerCircle have done so much preparation, so much work. Everybody is playing perfectly, and they put themselves on 5 rounds on a map that ROC are arguably the best on. So this is now where, again, for ROC fans, it does make me question a little bit of, you know, can they get themselves out of this hole?
Yeah, you are right. I still say, though, you know, when I look at this, even if ROC were to fall flat on towards Compound, especially when we saw them internationally. I actually really like ROC on Ankara, so I see have still got a long road here. I still feel even if Compound was to fall, I still feel like this might require 3. But I see it looking fantastic. They are playing so well. And when you've got somebody like Kiko on this sort of level, awesome. Not too far behind him. Alucard as well having his moments. I mean, that is a tough kind of triple threat to shut down. Look on the flip side as well. Slayer not having the impact that we want from him, right? Horus as well has some decent impact moments. Not really seeing it so far. Auto Snare spotted and Snare will swing and find. That's the big man of Kiko down.
Yeah, it's a really good pickup too, because again, Kiko is just kind of playing this little bit of a jiggling through a main like that, or a door, and he's just looking for the intel, maybe looking for the kill, but there's no trade opportunity, so that's a little bit of a misplay from him, but he's hoping that he could be able to escape with his life. But there's a quick reaction here from Snare, and also I think that was Horus at the time. And now ROC are taking things very slow. This is where they're kind of putting their foot off the gas a little bit, still trying to figure out what they want to do a little bit differently. Slayer's the one that's going to lurk through mid here. So he's going to run into 3 different players from InnerCircle. This is where they should be able to find it. They do. Now it's a question of, that's going to be Jin. He's tucked away behind the box, but he gets spotted right away. Now this is all about Beck holding it down, but he can't. At least his teammates, though, they can find a double kill in this scenario. So again, what was once a 4-on-2 has gone dead even to the 2s.
Snare. C4 down. You mentioned. Even playing field here. Oh, not so much anymore, Snare. Other Eye is looking for the last miss shot on the second time, but he'll nail it on towards Awesome. Massive. Again, Snare stepping up in the way that we expect of him. Brilliant, brilliant work. And honestly, really needed. I mean, IC have already guaranteed the lead at the half, and ROC would love to just make it a 1-round game. Just keep the pressure on as much as possible. You cannot allow IC to set up a 6-3 first half. That's actually where they put themselves in a really good spot.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And honestly, for ROC, if they can be able to find this round, again, at least it's just something that, you know, it was once a, you know, I think it was like a 4-2 at one point, you know, and bringing it back to a 5-4 is definitely not a bad thing at all. A little pop flash, awesome. I don't know if he got caught by it, but actually he is going to retreat this, so he's not even going to entertain the idea of it. Going to go for the counter utility if he can as well. He's going to commit to this position, but Alucard's not with him. Oh, I thought Alucard would have been there to assist him, but no. He actually just kind of, again, posts up in the site, leaves him on his lonesome. So this is now another situation where InnerCircle, they kind of give up a body without that trade, which is really costly to them. And now they're going to have to figure out somebody else to, you know, be able to replicate multi-kills to bringing this back into a little bit in their favor.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Awesome is a big loss, but it's just the way he's been playing so far. Kiko alive, I just believe. I just have this feeling that he alone can sort of pull them over the line. Beck, guess what? There's Kiko trying to transfer, can't. Colt pulled out. He will get a second. Kiko doing what he does best. It feels like he's always good for a multi-kill at the moment.
Yeah, it really does feel like that, right? I mean, and he almost got himself a triple in that kind of a situation too, because he was just spraying away and felt like the bolts were just missing by like a pixel. So yeah, either way, I mean, this is good positioning from Jin. Again, he's just playing in the outskirts of B. He's just going to play that same position. Now he's just kind of rechecking everything to make sure nobody's lingering through this. Now this is a good position right now for InnerCircle. This is an opportunity where you can crunch this site. Totson and Slayer are going to be able to get this bomb down. But again, the post plan is very important. Smoke's going to get thrown. Jin, if he can stay alive, if he can find the perfect time to just slip through, this is going to be important. But now his shoulder's exposed. Oh, him and Slayer head to head. Well, it is going to be Slayer now that finds it. Alucard gets his shot through the smoke. Now he's creeping through, tapping away from Slayer, but you cannot ignore what kind of heat he can pack with that rifle, and they bring it back with 4.
Yeah, gotta be said, really big that ROC find that. You know, as much as they don't get the lead heading in towards the next half, just having it as close as possible, keeping the pressure on, that's really what matters most. So, decent spot. IC, they need to be careful not to let the slip now.
Yeah, and Slayer's actually got the TRG too. So, like, I've really noticed a big change up for this too. Like, again, a guy that we always put is rifling. Yeah, the guy can do it all apparently, because right now he's single, you know, just a one-man army running through mid. He's the guy that's just kind of looking for fights. He's the guy that's just kind of poking and prodding to see what he can get away with, and that's not bad at all. He takes down Alucard, so that's a really nice pickup. So back to a 4-4 though, but he's already done his job, and Snare's still alive, so that's already your main sniper that's still intact here for ROC. That's a nice position to be in.
Yeah, that's kind of what matters most. You know, it's not really the end of the world if Slayer's to fall. As long as Slayer's still kicking, that's kind of all that you sort of care about in this spot. Back. Find Boris. Oh, it's a little scrappy. Snake for a double snare, one of his own. Awesome, all that's left. 1v2. And Totson trying to hightail it over to support. And he's going to be needed now. It's awesome into a 1 versus 1. He's given himself a chance. He's on a fantastic map. He's also spotted him out. Totson can't hit the shot.
Oh my gosh, but I was thinking even too, like for Awesome, he's got the bomb in his hand, so he actually, I was thinking he could actually reposition himself, but instead, he actually tries to go for the gunfight. I was thinking he had plenty of time if he wanted to go on the backside of the site, or if he wanted to go and try to cross through GR spawn and get into B, but instead he tries to just go for a big firefight. He doesn't try to, you know, take a breath in that moment. He just tried to get a little bit fraggy. He thought he had the better of it, which is a little bit interesting, but yeah, a tough decision to make. I mean, again, you have to make these micro decisions in so much amount of a time in a 1v1, but it pans out well for ROC. They get themselves right back into a tie game. So, you know, what was a little bit of shaking in the boots is look like they're handling it well. They've taken a breath.
5-all tied game. I mean, good spot they're in. This is a really interesting game. I mean, you know, when we look at kind of Battle of the Titans and we talk about kind of the best, it's kind of been one of these things in previous seasons as well, where it's been ROC, or I guess previously in 3BL, right, who've just been so dominant. And then, you know, especially even in towards last year for 2024, it was always about, all right, kind of what can second and third can do? Is it the battle for second between, you know, teams like, you know, Knights, for example, right? And now it is the case where we actually are seeing that ROC are kind of being understood by teams around them. We're starting to see there's a bit of a, you know, that respect being thrown out the window in a good way, right? They're starting to say, okay, we actually can take these guys on.
Yeah, exactly. Forrest, though, holding the tight angle. Deck. Oh, he's not able to. I thought he was going to maybe try to go for the jump a little bit on that, but it's a good instant trade, which is great right now. So they find Horus, they take him out. And statistically been a little bit more of a tough game for Horus, but you could argue the same thing for players like Jin and some other folks here, but it's a 4-4. You still have ROC that are kind of, again, putting the formation double in A. You have the lurk of Hotson just, again, waiting in mid here. Snake's trying to play a close of a buddy system as much as possible. InnerCircle now looking like they might try to A-crunch this. They might just try to see what they can get away with. Alucard, though, gets a jumping little bit of a fall-down pistol. Now you can see InnerCircle ready to go. Kiko gets himself another little bit of an opening duel in this scenario. Slayer desperately looking for a frag here. He might not expect somebody close, but indeed he does. Actually reads it like a book. And all of a sudden now, Nail, this thing has turned into an equal situation where really time is the essence of this. And Slayer, he's a dead man already, and it's all just down to the or the sniper. I can't even say the word anymore.
Just dipping his head. I mean, this should be a freebie for the first. He actually opts for the arguably harder fight on towards Awesome. Oh, he deals some damage as well. I think he would have been better off dealing with that right-hand side and then going for the fight on towards Awesome. But in the end, I see big round 2 fine. We love that. We'll take that. Now we're starting to kind of progress in a way where IC can still fathom the idea about taking this map.
Yeah, and I think, you know, you can just see there it's a bit of a technical issue. I'm obviously, my assumption is that Kiko is probably having a bit of an issue, so we're just going to wait and see. But, you know, this is a tough one, too, because, again, I don't think these guys can really do much talking to each other during the tech. But, you know, again, all these players, it's just like all these thoughts go through your mind in these kind of situations. And, like, you have the one side where it's InnerCircle where I'd say the underdog. I feel like any team is the underdog really against a team like ROC, but these guys are, you know, trying to put themselves in a position where, you know, they've been grinding. Like they had a terrible start to the season, like the Des talked about, but then they really just come through. Like the new foundation, the new program they've got going on is starting to work. But man, it was a grueling road to get here. Whereas obviously ROC, it's just been picture perfect the whole time.
Yeah, ROC have kind of, for the most part, had plain sailing. I mean, it's also one of these things as well. You look at this result, and it's not really the most game-changing thing in the world if ROC even were to lose. I actually just feel like kind of with how good their season's been, they don't have loads of pressure on their shoulders, right? Because they're a playoff guarantee. Even if, and we've seen it in the past as well, we've seen ROC not finish first in the regular season, but still kind of waltz through the kind of the playoffs. And I think it's one of those where I just don't think they're feeling uber amount of pressure just yet. It's more on the other side of, you're looking at this this IC side, they would love to guarantee that they're second, and the second seed, that they don't have the pressure of kind of teams below them by any means, especially because that middle of the pack is so kind of congregated in a way. They don't have to worry about anything like that. But it's an interesting spot, right? I think this game means a lot, or this match means a lot more to IC in the sense of just for league standings. They would love to just have that kind of no more conversation about who is the second best anymore.
Yeah, exactly. And the one thing I was always curious about too is just, listening to interviews from some of the ROC players in the season, and I definitely am curious if for them a goal was to be undefeated or not, like, because you have some teams when they're on a winning streak and things are going really well, like, and if they lose, they don't really care as long as they're still in playoff contention, all these things. That's probably what matters the most. But I do wonder if ROC kind of have this little bit of extra pressure where they have been almost so flawless this season, or they are flawless this season, that they want to maintain that. Like, they want to get something in the history books a little bit here for CFWL to be that undefeated team. I don't know if that's the case, but if it is, it definitely adds pressure, because then when teams are doing this, like InnerCircle against you, it makes you really have to work and get really sweaty for it, right?
Yeah, agreed. The only issue I have with that a little bit is just on the thought process of, for example, if you is that kind of unnecessary pressure in a way, kind of on your shoulders of saying like, let's go undefeated. And if that doesn't happen, they'll be kind of putting us in a weird kind of mental space. But yeah, I get you. I think, the way I look at it for ROC especially is we're talking about a side who I think have been so dominant domestically, but haven't always replicated it internationally. And I think their big struggle has been consistency for me on an international stage. You see them have these like insane games against real top teams from other regions, and then fall flat in games where we're thinking, they should be beating them there, or they should have that kind of level to overtake, especially some of the kind of like, the second or third best kind of Brazilian teams, for example. I think is a kind of a great example. So I look at this season for me as a chance for them to say, okay, let's flesh out our map pool. Let's test a couple of strats. And I think especially a game like this is a perfect team to really kind of dip into kind of the strat book a bit and say, all right, this is a team that we can kind of really test things. These are going to be the closest kind of team we're going to get to what is going to be these international teams that are so difficult to deal with. Let's see if we can put them under pressure. Let's see if we can try a few things here and see how successful they are. And so far, some of these gimmicks are paying off, and I see are really giving them a game to be out here.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I agree with you too about just like the season, because it feels like that would just be some extra pressure. But I do wonder, because I don't know if, I'd have to go really back in the books here and look at the tales, but I don't think we've seen like a team like 3BL ROC, having themselves like a season like they've had. I mean, and it does kind of put yourself on this top of the throne. But like you said, I the one thing I did like hearing from, I think it was Horus, I want to say, or maybe it was Slayer, it was one of the two, but they made a comment about, we want to play every map, we want to get the officials on there. Against a lot of the competition, they were just kind of throwing in some different vetoes, which I think is great, because like you said, in the international stage last year was a great example, is that we saw on Compound, that was the map that they were causing upsets on. That was the map they were getting, some good victories on. Some of the other maps, like maybe Sub-Base, they were still causing some wins, but it felt like the map pool is definitely weaker in the sense of that international competition. So right here, for them to practice with a new coach and different, things in place, it makes the most sense for me. So that's where I'm hoping they're taking a lot of learnings from this, which I think they have, but I guess we'll find out in the later portion of this year here, just to see if it all pans out.
Yeah, exactly that. Do a bit of tech pause, as you can see. Of course, we lost Kiko, but it doesn't look like, from what we've been told at the very least, it shouldn't be that long to get him back in the server. So hopefully, only a moment or two. But yeah, I mean, where we're at, I'm looking like, there you go, Kiko's back, lights are on, cameras on, so we should be getting underway in just a moment, which is good. And I do wonder actually whether a tech pause like this, Kiko having to kind of, reconnect all the rest. You don't want to get a guy like that kind of iced out. He's been so good so far. So does that maybe work in ROC's favor a little bit? Who knows? But all the mental games, all the rest.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing too is just like when you're, when the games are mattering this much now, where you're getting to the later portion of the season, you're playing the best team in the league. You don't, you like, with all respect to the subs, it's like you don't want to bring a substitute in, right? Because it's just not a good situation for a lot of people. And I mean, it gives a lot more of an advantage to a team like ROC, where you don't want to give them any advantages. You want to put them, you want to make it as close to an even playing field as you can. This is already a beast roster that has a lot of great things in the arsenal. You got one of the best snipers in the league, or probably the best sniper in the league. You have Totson, that's a big clutch player. You have Horus, that's a strong entry rifler. And then you also have Slayer, that, in my opinion, is probably one of the, if not top 2, top 3 riflers in this league without a question. So again, you have all these great pieces. So you need to be able to have your full roster to be able to go against this.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are back. Only a brief little tech pause, nothing too bad, but
we've had worse.
Yeah, exactly. Show back on the road here, and 6-5, lead taken by IC, but it's still a question of, can they keep it? Can they build on it too?
Yeah, it's a lot of time too, so everybody's a little bit cooled off, right? So like, again, this is where ROC were starting to climb themselves back in this game. Maybe that's cooled them off a bit too much, or maybe that could be the argument for, for Icy. We'll have to find out, but them being on the BL side has definitely been interesting, because I do like what they can bring to the table on this offensive side, but they have a good idea of where Horus is. Good utility damage. Look at how much HP he lost, and he goes down instantly. So it is a trade back though, but look, they able to clear some real estate. Now you can see ROC posting up into the site. They've given up long A. They're not even entertaining it. They still think somebody's going to come through the front door. But right now, it might be a crunch.
Gotta be careful here. Could be very, very janky if they're not sharp. Under a minute to work with. Not got a load of time, so do need to be a little bit cautious. And a flash that comes through. The flash is actually mainly just to try and see if they can bait out any kind of spam, any util, just to get an understanding of what presence is around this corner. Don't really get anything. Nothing shown over yet. 95 seconds though. Time ticking. We got to make a decision here, I see.
Yeah, it looks like they're just gonna full commit to this too. This is a little bit scary, because again, you don't have a lot of room to work with, right? It's a bit of a choke point. Oh yeah, and they just, oh wow, I can't even believe they're able to get these kind of trades off. That's incredible, actually, to be honest. Like, I thought that was surely gonna be a bad time, but Totson in this kind of position. Oh man, Totson. Oh man, but it's Jin, somebody that's been really quiet, finally steps up to the big leagues, and he gets a great shot. So Icy still in the winning ways here now.
Yeah, nice try, but unfortunately not nice enough. Totson a real chance there. If he had maybe just kind of played a little bit more patience in the 1v1, tried to kind of bait out a swing of some sort, it could have worked in his favor. But Jin, nice work. He did a bit of a superstar there. 7-5, Icy 2-round lead. I mean, they're in a really decent spot right now. This is, potentially quite concerning for ROC. They're starting to lose a real grasp on this map, and it's their map pick.
Yeah, and this was kind of like, this should be like almost like the money maker, right? This is the bread and butter of a map that you want here for ROC. So if they lose this map, again, like we were talking about going the distance, I mean, definitely still very much a possibility, but it also gives a lot more of an advantage here for InnerCircle to be feeling very good going into Ankara. But look, we know when we get ahead of ourselves, things can tumble down pretty quickly, and overtime could definitely be a conversation. Snare's getting overwhelmed by numbers, finally makes a connection a little bit here, takes the gun of Kiko. Awesome trying to play the stairway to see if he's going to be able to find a bit of a connection, but he can't. There is the lurk of Jin, maybe to be able to find Totson. Totson's fully ready. He knows he's here. It's all about timing, and he gets it easily, removes his head.
Good work. Really good work. No question marks about it. C4 down as well. Well, Alicard and Awesome, this is such a big ask. I mean, it should be a next to impossible scenario. They're kind of making sure of it. Stake for one. Alicard down he goes, and Awesome try as you might, it's a 1v5, no chance. And actually, a really good round for ROC. Not only that, it's flawless, but they barely take any damage.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting because, yeah, they were able to get themselves a pretty amount of good work, even though the bomb goes down, but the retake was great, playing so many different angles. So, yeah, like you said, a flawless round, not taking a lot of damage, a little bit surprising, but look, that's ROC ways. That's the dominance we talked about. Some good utility that's actually connected onto IC right now. Beck is critically low early on in the round. Kiko's taking a little bit of damage here on the kneecap, but Snare is also the one that kind of took the big brunt of it here for the ROC side. He's down to 6 HP. So 1 pistol bullet and he's gone, but everybody's still standing though, despite everything.
What do we do from here on out? I think is probably the big question, right? Looking at this now for IC after that scrappy fight, and they've got. I kind of want to see this IC side group up a little bit. They're still leaving a lurk of Awesome over, but with his higher HP, I kind of want him to be in the thick of this now. Like Beck, you know, 1 foot in the grave. It's potential for things to be kind of awkward, and you're going against Totson, who's actually been pretty decent since we've come back in off the back of that tech pause. Impact moments, and there it is again. Right, Totson, fantastic for the first. Looking for a second. We'll get the position to fall away, but he's not giving that luxury. Alucard catches him. It's Snake for a double before he gets traded. 2 versus 2. Both Kiko and Snare barely alive. This is a very interesting 2 versus 2.
Oh, awesome though.
This flank.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. Yeah, okay, good. I was going to say.
Knows where the last is.
Yeah, they know exactly where he is. You're right. They just got to pick up the bomb and go. Oh, but Horace, he's moving. He's going for a run here. Okay, now he's been spotted, so now they know. Oh no, but Awesome always able to pull through. I was going to say, his teammate getting down like that, that was the bomb carrier. That was really, really nerve-wracking, but look at him, man. He's looking pretty dialed in. He looks pretty focused on this one, so
yeah.
Scrappy battle we go again.
It's a nice effort, actually. You know, credit to him. Horace had the right idea. He kills the first, and he just preemptively fires for the second. It's just kind of a case of close but no cigar. You know, it happens. You know how it is. But ROC in a you know, a tough predicament right now is where this does feel like this map's starting to slip away from them. They've not got many chances left in this. And again, on the flip side, credit where credit's due. IC are actually looking really dominant. And not only that, consistent. It's the buzzword we like to throw around a lot. But it's tough to find consistency against a side of this sort of caliber of ROC. Not many teams have been able to do it for the last year and a half, basically. So, a pretty interesting spot that we're in. ROC, I feel like this is the first time in a while that they really are kind of coming up trumps, and hence why they've gone into this tech pause. They need a pretty serious conversation.
Yeah, honestly, it's true, because like, you know, I think about some of the other matches too for ROC, and like there has been kind of these like little blips where they lose a map where they might lose it dominantly. Like I kind of think back in like very early portion of the season, like I think it was Anubis that actually caused a bit of an upset where they won a 10-2 and then they won a 10-4 against ROC. I do think you can put a bit of an asterisk on that a little bit. I mean, again, for some time, but I mean, again, it's hard to argue. But either way, it's definitely a map like this. It should almost feel like a guarantee for a team like ROC. This should be almost a situation where they feel really good about it, but the fact that it is going this back and forth, they're getting, you know, pushed back, they're not really able to play their game. Like, it just shows that, you know, InnerCircle have done homework. They've really come prepared. And they want to make a statement. This is a team that just got picked up from a new organization as well. So for them to get a win here today, that would just be that would be the celebration. You'd be popping the champagne for sure.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think this for me really does feel like it's come down to the prep. I feel like InnerCircle have got such a good understanding of what this compound is to be brought. And I think, you know, you look at it in one way. Compound is a map that's played by every team so much in the West League, so there's so much tape to go off, especially that of ROC, right? And it feels like InnerCircle have just got their number right now. Oh, post timeout. See whether ROC can bounce back. They've got many opportunities though.
I always think back to, again, like the matchup where we had these two teams playing each other back. I think it was on like June 8th or whatever it was, but it was, you know, that was a 3-map series, and the last map was Eagle Eye. That went full overtime, went to the golden round, which was a ninja defuse that happened from ROC. Like, it was just, again, where a situation where, you know, InnerCircle were so close to creating the upset of the whole season to get the first victory against this team, but it just fell short. So again, Beck has probably been in the lab. He has just been figuring out, like, how do I get us a W? How do I get us the gold here in this kind of a situation? And it's only 2 rounds away to getting this map. And again, still 2 more maps that might be available, but man, for ROC, it's a lot of stress here, being down by this much, and also on a map that's your favorite.
Player. Swing and a fine for the first, but a quick trade that'll come through from Beck. Snare delivering with one of his own, and a big one at that too. So 3 versus 4 opens up now, and this is where things could get just, yeah, a little spicy, a little uncomfortable. Horus, he gets caught, and that now throws a spanner in the works.
Yeah, Snare's starting to find a little bit of some good openings here. He's got himself 2. Looking to tee off maybe a 3rd. The bomb's going to be dropped here too, so this is a great position right now for ROC. But you can see that Beck is kind of slowly looking in the back lines here to make sure nobody's just creeping through. But this is tough because essentially ROC, they're grouping up in mid right now. And Jin trying to take a careful step. Oh man, Snare misses the shot. That might be just a little bit of an opening here. Beck picks up the bomb. Beck's been able to cross through behind this, and there we go. He finally gets himself the triple. They just shut down the mid, and now a round back in their favor.
1 round game. This one feels like it might have a bit of OT on it as well. We've already had one today. We had a golden round yesterday as well, but these 2 sides, they are feeling a little bit acceptable. And again, another really good timeout. Timeout called, you win the round off the back of it. That's as good as it gets. That's all you can really ask. It's not about building upon it though for ROC, and a side that are very good at snowballing when things go right.
You can definitely cut the tension with a knife right now, man. Like this thing, like you said, 1 round differential. A team like ROC, I couldn't agree with you more. Like, very notorious of a team that when they're on the ropes, or, you know, like pressure is built up, it just seems like they're the team that plays so much better, right? It's like 999 kind of gave us a little bit of a glimpse of it, but this team is literally known for that. Like, that is one of their identities, which is like a really cool thing to see. So that's what competitors always have to know. The job is not done until you get to that game point. So you never count out a team like ROC.
Snake. He's got the right idea up close. He does actually cross and unscathed as he wants to kind of play this double stack in front of main. He'll do well. Here's the first. For the second, can he transfer? Yes, he can. Him and Slayer do so well. And Snare gets in on the action. Triple S, the triple threat, shut down IC.
Yeah, we're kind of noticing too that, like, it feels like InnerCircle are kind of making a really slow approach on this, right? Like, they're taking mid control very, very slow. They're not being as aggro as, you know, they were fighting for some real estate. Like, they're really just kind of grouping up, and they're kind of just funneling themselves. And that's where I think ROC have been able to kind of, again, just remove a lot of the threats here. So now what was a lead is turned into a tie game. I'd imagine we're probably going to have a timeout here from InnerCircle. It has to be, just considering how close this game is. But I just would like to see a tempo change, to be honest. I really think that would be beneficial for this team, because I'm kind of worried they're getting a little bit stagnant in the idea column here. I feel like we've seen some really good mixtures from them. Their setups have been really good, but the BL side, something different has to happen here.
Agreed. I actually want to see a little bit more proactivity from IC. You know, when we saw them in that first half, they were really loving to kind of get up in their face and really kind of flex the muscles a little bit. It feels like they've quieted down quite a bit, and this is where you're just giving too much space, and, you know, the word I've been using earlier, respect, over towards ROC. You can't afford to do it. They're a side that's so difficult to deal with when they're playing as well as they can, and I think this is going to be a pretty interesting conversation that's had here by IC. They've got a lot to kind of discuss of how do we then re-aggress. Backs up against the wall a little bit. ROC are starting to really look fantastic. We've got to find a better way to shut this down.
Yeah, no question. I couldn't agree with you more. And
it is like just being a little bit more proactive is probably the best definition of what we need to see from Icy right now, just because it does really feel like they're letting ROC, get mid control if they want it. They're just letting them play in these positions that they want to. And then they're kind of going for these really weird kind of pop fights that just really aren't working. So love to see, Beck activating Kiko to get that entry like he's been doing well on, or finding a way where Alucard can just put himself in a position to find the opening duel. Like, again, you need to put some of your star players in this position where they have to be able to win that opening fight without getting instantly traded. So this has been a long amount of time for them to have a conversation. Lots to happen here in this one. But ROC, again, you have to give a lot of props to them too. Like the resilience of just pushing this thing back when things were getting worse to wear. And now you can see that there's a little bit of angst here on the screen of InnerCircle. Whereas right now, these guys, you can see they're looking a lot better. They're looking a lot more comfortable, a little bit more loose than what it looked tight before, right? It looked very uncomfortable.
Wow. Timeout concluded, and now we get to see really what we've got on offer. 8-all. Said a bit earlier, but it does still feel like overtime might be brewing here. This is two sides that are pretty inseparable. It's Slayer to open things up. Nice one to find, but Alucard gets in behind. Catches Snake on that push, and on that flank, denies.
Yeah, interesting too, because again, like in nice trades, but even Horus has actually pushed himself all the way through long A. Like he is literally just sitting there waiting. So now, it's decent information. He's not going to overswing this, which is probably the best thing. So now it's Totson to here lock it down in B. So this is a lot of responsibility, because if he goes down really quickly without multi-kills, this might open up the site. Now the rotates are coming through. This should be just enough time here for InnerCircle to get into this. Slayer, thankfully, can make a connection, but the trades of the snipers are back and forth. Slayer hunting for this. Smoke's going to block the vision. Now Horus is going for the big flank on this, but now they've lost bodies. It's down to 2 for ROC to see what they can do to get themselves a 9th round.
2 versus 3. Beck, vulnerable, but a really solid post-spawn here. One of Horus or Slayer's got to find a completely unscathed kill here. Bring it into a 2 versus 2 to make it doable. And they're playing split as well, so it doesn't even make it easy. Alucard, he's got the right idea. He could catch him, and he will. Down goes Horus. Slayer should be an impossible task, and it is. I see another great timeout. Timeout called round 1. That's all you can ask.
Yeah, it's true. I really love that. Again, nothing over fancy. It's good that Alucard was able to find that big lurk of Snake, trying to go for the mid flank like that. Yeah. But I love that they just commit to the B site. They were able to play that very well, because again, we always talk about how difficult it is to retake when you're on the GR side. Now map point is available for InnerCircle. Can they be able to get across the line? Can they be able to finish this race here on map number 1? And now ROC are going to have to put everything in their powers to bringing this to an overtime situation, like you said, is brewing. It's a question if it's going to be ready to be consumed.
Snap. Holding a range. It's like he'll probably be tested momentarily. They are having a little look in towards mid. Seeing what's opening up around there. 1 minute 30. Util being set up. This is such a tentative round. Oh, nice shot, though. Nice shot. Down goes Beck.
And the thing that's been really good from InnerCircle too is the fact they've been isolating Snare so much in the early portion of this game, but now it's really just they haven't been able to figure out how to do that anymore. Snare's really just been able to change up his composition a bit, where he's still a big threat. Now he's finding these openings. Now he's starting to get these kills, where that's, I think, throwing a little bit of a wrench in the gears here for InnerCircle.
5 seconds. Time ticking. Not got a lot left of it. Not making a move. Down goes Snare. That's a big find by Kiko. He tucks his head. That's so smart. Not really offering up anything, hoping for support, but it will be Snake who gets his kill on towards Kiko, finally seeing him off.
40 seconds.
3 versus 4. Advantage ROC.
Uh-oh. And you can even see Alucard was like actually hesitating too. He was running all the way through mid, but then he decided not to. They have to commit to this. They can't even pull back on it. Snake playing this perfectly in the cubby. Now, it's still a man advantage, a big man advantage right now. 2 remaining only for InnerCircle. They have to pull up something. They have to pull the miracle. Otherwise, this thing is going to overtime. They are just having a full gunfight in long. It's just Trade City, but awesome now with 13 seconds. Has to do the impossible, and we're going to overtime.
Yeah, and honestly, this feels like a game that deserves overtime too. These have been 2 sides, as we've been saying all match long, inseparable in terms of their ability, and a fine showing of it. I do feel like maybe there's an argument to make about kind of a little bit of a fumble at that tail end there. I felt like we needed a bit more out from IC, and they just got a bit overwhelmed by what was in front of them. But still, overtime, this is a series that deserves it, and, well, a series that will get it. And this is only map number 1 as well. This could be huge. I mean, I still feel like for them, despite the hiccup there, I still think they're in a pretty decent spot. I've seen some nice moments. I think they just fell a little bit asleep, unfortunately, when it mattered most.
Yeah, and that's kind of been the biggest thing with this team is that, you know, it's relatively been the same roster, but I think you still kind of see these little bit of blips where there's some questionable decisions. Like even in that last round, like they were all committed to long A where they easily could have fell back. They could have changed it up, but they hesitated. And when you hesitate, that's when things start to get really, really bad. And that's where you got to see it right there, where they just committed to a plan that was not good, but they put themselves on the backs against the wall, which is not a great position to be in. But ROC, they took full advantage of it. That's where we're noticing a little bit of these development stages still for a team like this versus a team like ROC.
Yeah, you can't afford to kind of fall flat in that sort of a spot. Either way, into overtime we go. These 2 sides being an enjoyable one, to say the least. I'm just trying to play up close. It's Beck to open things up, and a swing and a miss. Horus, a little bit overzealous there, I have to say.
Yeah, a little bit. But this is really interesting. Rocker. Yeah, so they're going to leave Snare, and then they're going to bring everything back. They're going to reset this a bit. Yeah, you can even see Tossin. He went for a full reinvestigation on this. He's just kind of a reviewing of what is happening in mid right now. So yeah, they've abandoned B. They're not even going to entertain it right now. They're going to rethink the game plan, which is not a bad thing. Lots of time still in the clock. They can go for it. InnerCircle though. This is where, like, even back in this position, he has to be careful. Just getting the intel is so much more of a value than just swinging for a kill at this moment, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think this is a patience game in this spot. He's going to get caught as well. Down goes Snake, and that should be the round, I see, to find that 10th. It feels like a next to impossible scenario in which Totten's able to recover this. Sure, he's had some nice moments, don't get me wrong, but this would be monumental if this one was to slip away. And this is what I was saying. I still feel like, despite the hiccup of that final round, I really like what I've been seeing from IC. I just feel like they look a little bit more holistic right now as a side to kind of take this map.
Okay, well, single sniper available for ROC. Again, this is where we actually got to see before, like, Slayer was kind of just hybriding a little bit, but that was more on the GR side, but probably the right call. Awesome, still playing his deep long A position on this again, which has been very interesting to me. Like, I'm still questioning it a little bit because I know he's done well in it, but now Alucard's finally joining him, which is great because he hasn't always been doing that. Like, it's always just been awesome playing the one-man army. Yeah, agreed. It begs that question, what is the right kind of play in a scenario like this? So they're moving his way forward. He is so good on these flicks. You look to him a lot. Step up, and there it is again. But a very, very quick trade. Yeah, and you can even tell that even Snare, I don't think he was expecting another one to be there. Like, he thought it was just going to be awesome. He's like, yep, easy. I know I got this control. I can just run around through this. But he got traded out right away. Bomb does get picked up, which is fine. Now you can see ROC. We're just hitting the minute mark here. They're gonna have to make more of a decision to get ready for their game plan. But it is back to the mid control we go. And InnerCircle, I actually really like this. They're doubling up in B, essentially putting Kiko as like, again, the quick rotate on this. So they've left A as kind of like not even an option.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's smart call. 35 seconds or just about. Nice fight from Kiko. Obviously started this game so strong, and he continues to be the case, catching Horus, who he's had his moments, but not being as lights out as we've kind of come to know. Especially Horus on LAN, when we saw him at kind of the grand finals, for example. He was so good, but not seen as much of it here. Down goes Totson too, 2 versus 4. Icy on track for 11th here.
These are good flashes too. Snake's just so blind. Oh, but they go a little bit too late on this, but now it might be just enough. Oh man, that was just a meat grinder of a round. But they come through. Jin's able to find himself a multitude of kills, and honestly finally get to see him step up a little bit, which is great to see. But man, that was looking a bit scary, because you could see that Snake in the later portion of that, he was so blind. But InnerCircle went a bit, I feel like they went that second or two a little bit late, because this was just enough time for him to get that double kill, as you saw in the replay there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, 2-round buffer zone now for IC. They're starting to sit a little pretty, which is not what you want. Down goes Kiko, though. That's an important kill to find to kick start things. Alakar's still alive. You always believe this nade actually could even potentially see off Snare. He drops on his own, deals damage in a sense, but Snare barely alive, but alive. That's all that matters. That nade just didn't quite do enough to see him off.
Yeah, he's still alive, still standing, but he's really been taking a lot of damage, right? Like, even in these rounds where he's alive, like, it feels like his HP is always so low, but but either way, I mean, they'll take it, though. All 5 players alive here for ROC. Snare still got the sniper for literally 1 shot to hit, and he's good, but InnerCircle, they're not going to really press too much on this defense. They're actually just going to, again, just kind of play the 2-2. Jin's kind of playing this a little bit of a cheeky off angle, just enough to get that intel. Him and Beck, though, together, and they might reconvene the idea, and they do. ROC going for the mid pop one more time. They are going to do this. Do they decide to go towards B? Maybe so. Oh, they've abandoned A. Or B, my apologies. It looks like InnerCircle have really just given up this idea.
Yeah, this could actually work out quite nicely. This could be the right call. Under a minute now, but the numbers advantage. I actually need to see IC get a little proactive here if they want a chance for me. Off the track, bring it back in their favor, and that's not going to help. Down goes Jinza, but Beck going to find 2 of his own. So, we're not done just there. It is carnage here, and it's Beck left all alone in a 1 versus 3, and he cannot see it off. My God, leaving it late, but a bloodbath nonetheless, and one which works in ROC's favor.
Yeah, that was, and again, I agree with you too, because it was actually looking like InnerCircle had themselves a really decent setup on that too. They had a really good inkling of what was going to happen, but it just, again, really good shots, making good connections here from ROC. They were able to get themselves around that. I don't know, theoretically, could, you know, I feel like it was probably edging a little bit of InnerCircle in my opinion, but
sure,
yeah, really good entries, good way to just maneuver those duels, and they do a great job of just finding it. So still pushing this thing to the fullest amount of boundaries if they can. And now I think we should be switching over sides, but I'm pretty sure if I'm not totally delusional here, Nao, but yeah, we're really getting pushed here. And yeah, okay, guys are kind of running for a quick bathroom break probably too, rightfully so. It's been a long game.
Yeah, it has. Into the depths of it, and we still got, I'm assuming, quite the ways to go. These 2 sides, I mean, it's still tough to make that prediction. I mean, I'd still put kind of at least my thought process in that IC have the ever slight advantage, not only in terms of the round, but I think just generally speaking, they feel like a side with just a couple more tricks in the sleeve right now. ROC, it has felt like for the vast majority of this game, it's been kind of about playing catch up, and it doesn't give loads of confidence in that sort of sense. But either way, assuming post mini kind of tech pause bathroom break, we should be all good to get this one back on the road. But you know, very much fair enough.
Yeah, a little gentleman's agreement probably. When games go going the distance like this, you're just like, hey, can we take a quick 2? Just, you know, let's just quick bio break, you know, quick little rehydration or something like that. It's all good. Yeah, this is, again, we talked about this matchup the whole weekend, is really just this was the match to watch. This is about maybe if InnerCircle can redeem themselves and get some redemption for the close game they had last time against this group. Now they're just going to hold W. They're not even just going to hold +1. They're going to try so hard to just run on in. But look at ROC, a barricade of defense. And now Jin needing to put the pistol to work. Oh my god, he runs out of bullets in the chamber. I think that was Totson that was able to just dance around like Neo in the Matrix, but right back into it. 11-11 we go.
Yeah, we have got a game here. High up. Golden round might even be required, which would be wild if that's the case. I mean, that's indicative just of how closely matched these two are, which actually I think is a really good sign for the West League as a whole. You know, it actually has been the dominant display from ROC and obviously, you know, 3BL of the past, and now we're looking at this and saying there's a real legitimate contender.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more. Like, I mean, this is where we talked about these are, you know, ROC is easily the powerhouse team in the league, but InnerCircle have definitely shown they still are a big threat, and have only gotten better and better as the season's gone on. So it is great for the season, or great for the league as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, these are the fun games to be able to see, just because, again, these are the giants that get to go against each other. And there's a lot of history with, like, you know, InnerCircle being, you know, previously Unknights. I mean, they have so much history going against each other head-to-head. It's just been so back and forth all the time, which makes it so much better.
They know each other so well. That's the big thing. It's like Slayer's going to be tested here momentarily. Flash will come over, does catch him. How will he deal with this? He can clear this close corner is the big question. Not effectively enough. He pulls out the pistol. He nearly gets a third with it as well, but it will be IC who come out on top. They barrel in. That wolf pack mentality works super well and just overwhelms the likes of ROC. So, map point IC on your opponent's map pick.
Hi, caramba. We've been here before.
Yeah.
Ah, man, but this is it. Can they close? Can they be able to find the closure on this? Totson, the pressure gets to him, and he crumbles quickly. Kiko doesn't even take a sliver of damage in that fight. So he gets an easy duel in his favor. Now, ROC backs on the board. Snare is in mid. He is just looking around. He is just hoping to find a duel. He's just praying he can find somebody to feast on, but nobody's moving an inch for him. And now he's starting to just go for a little bit of a walk. He's going to see what he's going to be able to find. Awesome is the one player. Is he going to be expecting this? He's just tucked away behind this wall. He might be able to get the timing of this. Oh, awesome. Oh my god, he's just able to just outmaneuver and jiggle him. This is looking like the impossible could happen.
Yeah, that's really well played, actually, from Awesome. You know, baits in the attention, swings and catches him on the swing too. Super, super well done. Totson and Snare down. I mean, you're losing two of the most important players on this ROC side. I mean, everybody steps up in their own regard, but that is two heavy hitters down early in a 5 versus 3. I think you're right, lads. I think this might be the beginning of the end. I mean, how legitimately do ROC bring this back in their favor? They have to get very proactive here and bring it back into a 3 versus 3 without really taking any damage, and that is a mammoth task.
It is that is a mammoth task for sure. And I mean, that's the thing is where now, I mean, you have to see if like someone's like Slayer might be able to put up some big multi-kills. He's been able to do it against a team like this, and actually it reminds me of Eagle Eye when he was able to put up, I think it was a 4K, which like should never have happened, and he did it. But like you said, someone has to go beast mode in this moment here for ROC. Double players in B, you just leave Horus by himself in A. Now you can see InnerCircle getting ready for the mid crunch. Now it's a question for Snake. Does he know? Does he have the noise cue? Slayer is just wide open. He's exposed. And now Snake can only find the 1 kill. Horus, one of the star players, is now tasked with a 1-on-4 nail. This might be it. This might be over with.
I think Mike's doing a lot of heavy lifting in our senses. It is over, my friend. I cannot see a world. And Icy do it. What a way to close out this map. Overtime required and an absolute insane game. But, my god, Icy start off this series with an upset, taking their opponent's map pick Compound. A map in which ROC have been really quite consistently dominant on as well. This is a sick position to be in. I mean, we're talking about Icy on for the potential conversation here, lads, of an upset. I mean, if they were to take down ROC and it gets rid of the unbeaten streak, that would be pretty sick. But enough from us. That was an insane game. Let's throw it back on over to the boys on the desk.
Thank you, guys. And what a game from ROC and Icy. We predicted a very close matchup. We predicted like the first and second seed clashing with each other. And we indeed saw it in the game.
You do need to realize that ROC Esports did lose their pick they lost their choice. They did pick compound for a reason. They always go for compound, and they always do win compound or eagle eye. They win compound, eagle eye, and even if most of the games that they did win, that was 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. They lose their other map, they lose the other team map, and then they reach the decider. They do win the decider, but they always have this pattern of winning their own map, going here to the IC or GG or whatever team map, and then losing it. But this is the first time they lose their choice of a map, and it's a big burden for Team ROC Esports, because now they need to deal with the consequences that they might lose the second map here. I mean, let's recap this game quickly. I mean, started with a quick head start from Team IC, a surprising one, honestly, because this game is super important for IC. It will define a lot when we speak about the standings and the rankings of every team, not only IC and ROC Esports. The early game moved with Alucard leading the kill feed, him and Awesome with 9 kills with Awesome, 7 to Alucard, and the clutch was coming round for Team IC. And then coming into the mid game, ROC Esports managed to make this comeback. Honestly, when I saw this comeback, I said, okay, ROC Esports, yeah, they did the comeback. Okay, IC is going to be stuck at 5 rounds, and ROC Esports gonna climb from there. But that did not happen. It was going back and forth, back and forth. Sometimes you'd see Awesome clutching, and Kiko showing us a surprise after a surprise. I mean, honestly, Holio Kiko is a Terminator in this matchup between these two legendary teams. And I don't know, man, what happened in the overtime, honestly. But IC absolutely dominated ROC Esports, just as we saw in the first series once we reached that overtime.
Yeah, and like you said, Kiko is one of the star players. He even got the MVP yesterday in the series. And like we predicted that IC is scaling very, very fast, and they are coming for the top side of the standings in a very like stylish way. And we saw it in this map indeed. I mean, taking down ROC in compound, it's such a statement to make, and like going into Ankara, like their own map pick, and we know how good IC like are on Ankara. It's very, very impressive, and even from the numbers, it's not like someone is hard carrying the game.
No, no.
They're all doing such a great job. I mean, both teams, to be honest. It was such a clash, and again, like ROC and IC, it's a very, very interesting matchup. Like, what will happen in Ankara? That's the next question, because like for ROC Esports, losing your map pick, it might be frustrating, yes, but like you lost it in the overtime, and
yes.
like you lost it against IC. That's one. Second one is you're playing Ankara, like you're playing a map. You're playing a map that you're used to play.
Yeah, I already talked about Ankara. We already did speak about Ankara, saying that it's a good map for Team ROC Esports. But you need to know, why did IC pick Ankara? We don't see IC picking Ankara regularly. We do see them picking Eagle Eye, maybe sometimes Black Widow, but we don't see them picking Ankara. Now, it's a double-edged weapon. Maybe they did put a lot of time and effort. Not maybe, I'm sure they did in Ankara, because to pick it against ROC Esports, did ROC Esports win the map V2, map draft, forcing them into picking a map such as Ankara? Or will we see a surprise from IC with this pick? Lots of questions, honestly. It can't be answered unless we do see it in the game. But tonight, honestly, I saw a surprise in Compound.
Yeah.
What I thought to be a map for ROC Esports, even though I said 2-1, I thought ROC Esports won the first match. Ankara goes to IC, then the side report goes to ROC Esports, and that's what I thought. Speaking from a perspective of an analyst that I saw them being 11-0. But now IC won the first map, so what's going to happen in the next one?
Yeah, a prediction, a very fast prediction. Will IC beat ROC 2-0, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, it's a yes from Hazem. Let's see, Lazen, you have the mic.
Alrighty. Cheers, guys. Appreciate that. We are looking forward to IC with, I mean, a wild game, lads, all things considered, because going towards the overtime, but they've taken an upside. They've taken a map off of the best team that we have here. They're looking to see whether they can go 2 for 2, because we're going into their mapping of Ankara. I will say, though, this is a map in which I love from ROC. I think this is actually where I think they probably do a lot of their best work. I really have enjoyed watching ROC on this map. I still believe this is going 3.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I don't think this is going to be like a guarantee, like, oh, well, they won the map pick of ROC. That means that they're going to win their map pick. No, I don't think that's the case either. I think they're going to have to just take the, round by round, no matter what map they play. Yes, obviously they picked this one for a reason, but I agree. I think ROC are still a very good team on this map. So, I mean, I think InnerCircle will probably know that. Yeah. So we'll see what they have in store for us. But again, Jin, okay, he gets himself that double, which isn't bad. Beck maybe, yeah. Beck is actually able to find himself a nice little kill. A little bit of a wrong prediction, but this is all of a sudden turned to a 1v1 scenario. And actually, if Slayer wants, he could fall back and get this bomb plant somewhere else or take a bit more time. Alucard, though, I think the call has been made. He's got low HP. Now he's giving up his position. Slayer just makes work of him. And yeah, easy feasting right now for ROC.
Yeah, exactly. ROC, that's such a simple round. I do worry a little bit for IC. As much as IC, I think, were fantastic in towards map number 1. I've seen some really, really good maps, especially internationally as well. I really like what I saw from 3BL back then on this map. I think they really look super, super difficult to take down. So big things got to be had, I think, for me to believe. But I see we, kind of maybe doubt them a little bit in towards Compound 2, another map that has been very strong for the ROC side, and they made something of it. So I'm not going to discount them just yet, but I think ROC might look a little stronger here. Jin's up. Needs it. We'll get it as well. Onto Horus. Falls away. Looking for a second. And he's given that luxury. Where's the trades? Why are the trades coming through? Jin is going huge. Oh my. Pistol pulled out for Kiko to close it, but Jin has done God's work.
Yeah, I love it, man. Like, that is, like, kind of the Jin I love to see, too, just because, again, like, you could see he plays the first kill on the stairs. He pre-predicts that somebody's going to swing left. And like you said, it's like, where are the trades, ROC? What are you doing? Like, this is where the protocol gets a bit sloppy. So, props to InnerCircle to be able to find that, because Jin was just having a field day with it. Like, he just went nuclear on that hold and got himself, I think that was a triple, if not a quad kill round. So he really just put up some good numbers.
Yeah, exactly. Sick to see. Now, swing and a find. Todson, down he goes. Looking a little spicy very quickly out the gates. No complaints at all. What do we have ready to offer up here? Down to 4 for ROC. Not an easy position to be in. And Jin's changed up his position too.
Yeah, already being down Totson is not going to be fun here for ROC, but it's going to be Alucard, just single snipe. I was kind of curious if InnerCircle were going to maybe try to be a little bit cheeky. Ooh, snare though. Like, yeah, his little bit of creeping has been interesting, and there we go. They finally do a little bit of a surprise attack with this, and now I think that's awesome. Just post it up here. They might not expect him here. He's trying to play this as silently as possible. This is a good amount of work for him. He hasn't given up his position. I don't even think they know he's here. This might be able to be the surprise attack, and there it is. He finds Slayer. Now the jig is up. The bomb is down. This has now gotten worse and worse here for ROC. All this down to Horus. He gets removed. Huge play from Awesome. Just plays it so perfectly in the sense that he doesn't peep, he doesn't move a muscle, and then he goes for the fight at the right given moment.
Yeah, no complaints that one at all. Really, really well done. 2-1. IC just trying to build as much of a lead as they can in this first half, and continue to put that pressure on ROC. As much as ROC started really well towards that first round, it's an awkward kind of recovery on the back of it. That's a nice opener though from Snake, just spamming and finding Beck. Jin. Under pressure now. Gets one, but only. Arguably not good enough. Probably needs to go for 2 there. And Kiko, same for him. Only going 1 for 1. Puts in an awkward retake for Awesome and Alucard. But Awesome's close enough.
He is. Yeah, but that smoke's a little bit problematic in the sense that he has to go through it. And now it's all down to Alucard here. His plant's going to go through, so it gives him a little bit of time, but he'll be able to slip through this. Oh my gosh. He's been able to slip through this indeed, but He couldn't find that first kill. If he would have been able to, that maybe could have made things a little bit interesting for one-on-one fights, but not bad from ROC to get it done. Looks right back to the 2-2. Everybody's starting to step up a lot here. Everybody's starting to put some good numbers on the board, and it's pretty much even across for almost everybody, really.
2-all. Looking in this sort of a map as well, really looking to Alucard to step up. Is the one for me that I need to see some real consistency. Flash over, and Kiko keeps an eye out. He might have even potentially spotted a shoulder there. But I think making the smart choice not to overfight, it's just sort of unnecessary, considering that he's got a lot of support here. Kiko. He's also just, you know, like I said, he's still sticking around and being a nuisance. He needs somebody to come and join him, and now he's getting it. Beck's going to come be the supporting element through mid. This is a smart call. Don't give ROC the ability to wrap him behind.
Yeah. Oh, man. And look at Beck. Yeah. Yeah, he goes for... Yeah, I felt like it, right? I'm like, what's Totson doing? Yeah, a little bit of sleep behind the wheel, honestly. A little bit of a snooze fest there for him, but... Now you can take a rest here, but I mean, this is going to be a ROC in the site, but InnerCircle are honestly in a great position because you have a player that's going to be coming through short, you have a player that's going to be able to flank right now, so they are really making a sandwich on this situation. And oh, surprising, and actually Alucard misses that critical shot. I honestly thought he had that pretty much right down to the wire, but now Snake's able to put himself another kill, so this little bit of a flank has actually become a little bit of a nuisance. This is not looking as great and as swift as I thought it was going to be. It's now Snare that's just on a go kill hunt mode, and he just puts up magnitude of kills.
Wow, that is spicy. Again, coming back to what I was saying about this kind of ROC side, they're so difficult to dispatch. Snare's having a fantastic start. This is a map in which he's obviously been so good on at these big international kind of levels. Alucard finds Slayer. Oh my god, he finds Horus as well. Nice little 1-2.
Yeah, 3 players remaining on this too. Really good round. And Beck, oh, he was trying to get... Again, a little bit hungry for it, right? He was trying to just do some spam damage, but again, that just put him in the line of sight here to get essentially wall-banged as well. So now Awesome is just going to post up in the site one more time. Alucard's close on by, but Hotel is going to be grabbed up right now from ROC. The rotates haven't fully happened yet. They're not fully convinced on this. Now Awesome falling to his teammates. Yeah, I think it's here. I think they're committing to this idea, and now Awesome has been able to find himself the double kill. That might be able to buy enough time, and now Snake picks up the TRG, and now he has to be able to hit 2 big dingers if he wants to get themselves still with a 4th round.
Yeah, this is tough. This is really tough for Snake. He doesn't have loads of options to work with either. Kiko, he looks a little restless here, but if we're being honest, he doesn't need to move that much. This is a pretty decent little 1-2 setup. I actually think the best way that Icy should play this and sort of should have, you know, approach this is stick together. You don't need to give him isolated fights. You can't afford to do it against Snake as well. Sure, he might get the plant towards A if he does go there, but it looks like he's actually wrapping B. He's kind of going into his own demise.
Yeah, he might be. It's a lot of overthinking possibly, and yeah, sure, he might get this plant down, but that's not really going to mean much here because these guys just have to play together. There you go. Yeah, easy work. So, yeah, right back and forth. The scale's not going to lean too heavy on one side here. It's going to be a 3-3 matchup, looking really good here, and it's going to be, like we said, this best of 3 is going to be all about grit. This is all about like just pushing through everything.
Yeah, unfortunately, I just think he sort of overthought it. I hate to see it, but user being set up. Just stayed over. Seconds come behind it as well. It's a little deeper, but it doesn't do a hell of a lot of damage. Swing in towards. He actually could find the catch on towards Beck. He's actually been doing a lot of good work though, Beck. He's been very consistent, just anchoring towards that mid B position.
Yeah, even the double player underpass too. I was thinking they maybe want to try that again. They've been okay with it, but actually this double player, Beck and Awesome, they might actually try to swing this together. They don't even use utility. They actually just fully go dry on this, and Awesome's able to get the double kill with maybe a triple. Why the heck not? Look at him, man. He is just having himself a magnificent game so far. He is putting up some big numbers. He's pulling through needed, and now you see Slayer, he's able to get himself a cheeky kill there on the such a pixel little bit of an angle, and Awesome is now going for a full flank on this. He might be able to catch these guys off guard potentially, but oh my god, Slayer! What on earth is that?
Oh my. Versus 2. Alucard for the rifle in this spot as well. I think it's probably the right call. This position that we're in too. This is such a difficult retake for Alucard. You can still see how nervous ROC are about this plant. They want to make sure that they don't make it too easy. I know they want to give all the respect of it towards Alucard. We know how good this guy can be. This fight could be a huge one. Oh, spotted each other out as well. Swing. And a miss for Alucard, unfortunately. That was such a difficult ask regardless, but ROC walk away with yet another round, and this back and forth is still going to keep it in their favor.
Yeah, and it's all down to Slayer just to go like full kill mode, man. Like he was the one that put up like so many kills that round. I'm pretty sure it was a quad kill. So again, for ROC fans, you're going to be happy to see someone like him that's, you know, pulling through when they need to, just edging them here in the lead. But now Totson's going to try to creep himself a little bit on this connector, maybe able to spot things through mid. InnerCircle still with 5 guys alive. They've lost Snare, so that sniper threat is going to be gone for this round here. Now Totson's been making some noise. A little bit of a 2-1-2 and the setup on the defense. This is honestly the best way to play it, because now ROC, they're going to have to fight even harder to find themselves a little bit of an opening.
Just playing up close. So looking towards Vent, not a huge amount of offer. He's going to continue rapping through. And he actually, if he continues to rap, he'll realize sooner or later there's actually nobody here. Alucard's got to be aware. Oh, he's so exposed, Alucard. I don't like this spot either. He needs to pick an angle and lock into it.
Agreed. And now look at what's happening. Like with him just second guessing. Yeah, he's getting over. Yeah, he's just going to get just swung out here. That, and again, just giving up 2 players should never have happened. That's a misplay on the positioning now. Allowed an opening here for ROC.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. You could just see Alucard, he was stuck in 2 minds. That's what you need. Kind of a mid or a window player just to be your kind of insurance policy on the flank. Oh, yeah, not to be in the end. I mean, this should be a pretty simple round to see. I know it's 3 versus 4, but and it still has some legs behind it. But as long as ROC played this right, it should be fine. And Snake making sure of it. Gets all 3 as he pulls out the pistol. Brilliant way to end just what we want to see. ROC guarantee a lead now at the half. That's good.
Yeah, that's really good and really good utility work, because even this part right here, that actually was a perfect flash that was thrown into Kiko and Jin. So that's where you could just see everybody was blind. I think even Beck, you know, tucked away in the corner, he was caught. So really good utility work from ROC, able to just, you know, take advantage of that misposition from InnerCircle. So now it's guaranteed them this half. As we go into the last round of the first half here for map number 2, and InnerCircle, it's been a little stagnant here. They have kind of shown the Achilles heel here. They're showing a little bit of their nerves in this game, knowing that a lot is at stake, that, you know, they've gotten the map done. They just need one more and they could be able to cause the first upset here against ROC, but let's hope it doesn't get to their heads yet.
That's the big thing. If ROC can get 6 here, though, that's where I sort of feel like this potentially might be starting to crumble in front of us. And that third map, as I said, I mean, I've liked what I've seen from Ankara in the past from this ROC side. They really do have a great understanding of it. Snare, nice find. I mean, he's also looking so clean right now. That combination that we speak of, Snake, Slayer, Snare, those 3, if they're finding their form, basically no team here in the West can stop them.
Yeah. Like, honestly, like the fact that we see Slayer sitting at 11-3, Snake is, you know, equal with them too, but like Slayer is really just gone on a rampage here. Like, he is just running around. He is just putting a multi-kill. He's creating openings when he needs to. So that's just the Slayer way. Now they got themselves in a great post plant. This is looking like a prominent position here to get the 6th round done. Just one more round closer to getting this thing to a 3rd and final. And yeah, Kiko finds himself 1 kill. It's probably just going to be the one. He does find 1 more kill just to add a little stat pad there. But yeah, it's a 6-3 half, and ROC show us a very, very good BL side.
Yeah, agreed. Good work. I mean, from ROC, that's exactly what I want to see. I will say, as a whole, though, that is ROC's best side. I've seen them look, at times, a little weaker, a little scrappier on the GR, so I think IC, they're going to have a little bit more of an easier time, but it's still a very difficult thing required. Hold this back. Alucard flying into the fight. He'll get one, and so will Beck.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we were kind of talking about. Is this is where I think we get to see a little bit of the kink in the armor. This is where things don't look great, but now maybe Snare, he's just going to be able to forge that armor and just reconfigure and make it look a lot better and make it more strong here, because he is just trying his best to hold middle by himself as he can. And unfortunately, he just can't get it done. But InnerCircle will be able to find that first opening round here in the 2nd half. And this is where, again, a lot of questions will start to arise here because, like you said, the BL side is the better side for ROC more recently. And do we see, you know, InnerCircle realizing that there is this weakness to a dominant team like this?
Alucard, nice find. Open things up. Kiko behind him as well. That's the one-move combo that IC got to work with. We saw it in that first map. We see it again here. Down to 3 in a matter of moments. And you've lost Slayer, who has been the main point of frags coming through for this ROC side. It's a big loss.
Being down this many players, like now for ROC, I mean, this is where they might want to try to make a bold move. They might want to be able to find something. So you can see Snake's actually getting himself overextended. There's a reason for that, because they want to be able to bring the numbers as close as they can back to even. And now they know that InnerCircle are going to have a free sight here. And they're going to take this B control, but oh man, ROC have actually leaned the wrong way. You can see the Totson ran towards A. You can see even Snake was kind of debating it. Now they might get caught off guard, but Beck, no! Oh no, a little bit of trembling on this one. All of a sudden now, this advantage is just withered away. Snare just trying to retreat. He's got the knife out. He's going for a full run, a full rotate on this. Bomb still has to go down. It's going to get planted. This is not looking great here, Neo. This is not looking good at all.
Yeah, I think you're right. This is looking a little scrappy. How have they been able to recover Alucard here, though? Awesome tapping away. Totson spotted at range, and he's tagged up too. This is a good spot for IC, generally speaking, because they know where both are. They've actually just got to stick together. Here's the main thing. It feels like they've been slightly confused. A tap on towards a C4. Alucard with a find and a nice trade by Awesome. Nice round by IC. That's what we want to see.
That's amazing. Honestly, the perfect amount of teamwork. Again, just a basic thing to do, but just a little bit of the, you know, double swing on it. Awesome just gets the connection when he needs to. It's just that extra little bit of timing he gets. So, look, a 6-3 first half has now turned into a 6-5 second half. So, ROC have not been able to find a singular round so far in the second portion of this map, number 2. And InnerCircle are starting to look good, but they lose Jin quickly. Snare is trying everything in his abilities, everything in his power to getting kills, and he's doing a great job. He's sitting himself at a 12-9, tied to a Slayer, right behind Snake with 13. Beck has been able to somehow get through main. I don't know how he does this. A little pop flash, and Beck is still trying to cause some havoc, and now they got themselves a sight. They are just going for the kill. This is carnage mode.
Like I've been saying, right, ROC, on this side, I've seen some really uncomfortable moments from them. They're fantastic, and they're the ones dictating the pace of the game. It's not always the case, though, of where we are now. Struggling when they're the ones all setting the tone. That's a nice shot from Snare, though. He was patient, waited. There we go.
Yeah, but look at him in Kiko. He was extending a lot, but he pulls back, which is probably the right thing to do in this. Again, play the time, play the bomb. Oh, but look at him. He's overexposed. He's overcommitted to this. And now, awesome. He is just now tasked with another clutch scenario. I don't think Horus spotted him, but he's dead. He's removed. And ROC somehow pull a clutch into this. And again, these mini mistakes that we're starting to see from InnerCircle, that was something that should have never, ever, ever happened. And that little bit of a miscalculation is granted ROC another round. They're first here in the second half.
2-round buffer. Or ROC, they've got to build upon that though. They cannot afford to let that just be a one and done. They can't afford to let that be a flash in the pan, may I say. Even still, I see. Feels like another map as well, similar to what Compound was, where overtime could be a requirement. Kiko and Gino start out well with this. Snare again. He's really lighting up the server now.
Yeah, he really is. And this is what, you know, the desk was talking a lot about too, is that the snipers make such a key difference on all these teams. And, you know, Snare has really, really tried to cook as much as he could. And he really has. He's sitting at 16-9, like top fragging the server, you know, just making so much impact across, you know. It's a big fish in a small pond right now, and he finds another one. My God, he is just going for a hunt. He is just demolishing everything in his path right now.
Yeah, you love to see it. Down goes Carlton's hands up. Back, Snare will follow. That is huge. And we're still getting to see really what is a bloodbath here between these two. They're going toe for toe, but I still have a feeling IC, they might have a couple of tricks left up their sleeve. I mean, Alec going to find the opener again, and it's Snare to fall. That is the most important person to drop here.
Yeah, with him going down, like you said, it really does create now more of an opportunity. Like, the threat has been removed here for this round. The hazard is gone, so can somebody else from ROC now kind of replace, can replica this impact that their sniper's been able to bring to the table? I don't know. But right now for InnerCircle, they haven't been able to be in a position where they have the man advantage and they have everybody alive. They haven't been traded out or anything. So this is new territory for them, and it's been a little while since they've been in this spot. Where do they want to go with this? They might even try the double player underpass right now. They might just try to sneak through B if they can. You can see that Horus is playing hotel. He's just kind of, again, coasting. He's the bouncer here for the hotel. He's waiting to see who he's going to have to kick out. But now he doesn't realize that people have paid to go in the back door, and now they got themselves into a site. Slayer is the only one close on by. Can he be able to stop this? He gets the bomb carrier. Horus, thankfully, can be able to find another connection as well.
Swing and a fine. Down goes Horus. It's a 3 versus 3. Jin has the right idea about Slayer being close left. But he will actually deliver. That's so well played. Now into a numbers advantage situation for IC. And they should be able to get a plant down here relatively safely. They're already set up quite well. They just got to make sure that this C4 crosses on the back of Awesome. We can get towards the boxes and get planted. They're in a good spot. Alucard holding for the swing. It's Snake in behind. There it is. Such good patience coming through from Alucard. And unfortunately, you know, for Toxin, this has been a real poor map from him. This requires something quite special. He's fallen very flat when it's matted modes go 4 and 10. And a 1 versus 3. I can't see a world in which he makes this one stick. C4 planted, open. We'll catch also. That's a nice shot. I'll give him that. 8 seconds to find the remaining 2. And he's caught from down below with the pistol. Brilliant work. IC are making a game out of this.
They really, really are. And that's where, you know, you made such a great point at the beginning of the second half, is that, look, yeah, it was a 6-3 first half that looked really good for ROC. Now them being on the GR, it begs a lot of questions. You kind of go, look, how much has improved? How much have you been able to figure out the defense? Because that has been the weaker point, and it's still showing. We know now there's an Achilles heel, and that's where InnerCircle probably wanted this map for that exact reason, realizing, look, we are a better team on this map. We have a good good offense, I should say. And now you can see that ROC, they have to call the timeout a little bit early, because realizing that this is going back and forth too much, and they haven't really been able to do too much unless Snare can get multi-kills. That's really been the only thing granting them these round wins.
Unfortunately, I do think you're absolutely spot on. I mean, you know, kind of where we're at, this game kind of only feels really as close as it is because of, especially the second half out from Snare. It feels like without him, we just don't get really a lot out of this ROC side. You know, the rifling core has fallen flat. As much as, you know, you look at the numbers of people like Snake or Slayer who were great, like I said, like 90% of their kills have come from that first half. They actually have been a little bit missing in towards the second. It's only been that sniper stepping up in the way that we would kind of expect of him. Like we said, Totson's been a little quiet. Horus also being quiet too. So relying on kind of a multi-kill from a sniper, it's just not a replicable strategy. So I think this is a smart call to pause, just regroup, reset, and hope you can put some pressure back on towards IC. So far, we've had 100% success rate of calling a timeout and then winning the round, the team that called timeout. Let's see if ROC can keep it up.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, you just cannot rely on one player to find all the influence in the server. You have to be able to find a way that everybody else can contribute and pick up some of the slack here too, because that's the thing. When InnerCircle, when we saw in the previous series way back, you know, a couple weeks ago, is the fact that they did a great job on kind of isolating a player like Snare. They were doing a good way of just like deactivating someone like Horus. They've been kind of struggling to do that here. Snare's been able to still run around rampant doing what he wants, but if they can shut him down, that's where ROC have to figure out another game plan. And honestly,
yeah,
we're not seeing it, and that is a problem right now for a championship level team like ROC.
Yeah, I think you're right. 7-all. Once again, another game on our hands here. This is still one of those that we're, for these two sides, inseparable. OT could still be on the cards, but IC have been looking pretty fantastic. I mentioned as we hit the halfway mark, as much as ROC put up a good first half, this is the second half. This has always been their weaker side, and it's showing here, but there is Snare. We talk about him, multi-killing, we get it again. We just need more behind it. Jin and Awesome will combine back into a 3 versus 3. So they've got the multi-frag from their sniper, but they need more. And they are actually regrouping here. I like this kind of pause, though, from InnerCircle.
Good. They are waiting it out. Oh, and you can see that's exactly where you're talking about, is them just kind of waiting things out. It gets a little bit antsy, but now Horus finds that little bit of a moment to capitalize. Jumps down from the skies, gets the double kill, and now all of a sudden, what was looking so good for InnerCircle is now turned into a round for Alucard to now put in himself in a clutch. He does have a lot of time, but again, it's not the greatest fight here because that bomb is dropped in the worst place here now.
Yeah, this is a really, really difficult one to recover. What do you actually even do in this spot? Alucard, 1v2 with the sniper. He's got to isolate fights, and they're just not going to give him isolated duels, or they shouldn't at the very least.
Exactly. I mean, him burning the clock like this is not a bad thing because maybe they're going to start to second guess themselves a little bit. You can see that Slayer's kind of expecting the fence swing. But if Horus overswings this and allows a kill for Alucard, that is something that creates now the 1v1. This is going to be a coin toss. Oh, okay.
Close.
Man, very
Probably
close.
closer than it should have been. Will be ROC, though, who continue that success rate. That timeout called and a win off the back of it.
Yeah, a lot of really good things that came out of that round, and I love that you pinpointed the fact about, IC were, they got that, the trades back in. They were just kind of sitting there. They weren't like over committing. They just kind of posted up in the site. ROC actually had to make a play to get that intel. I mean, they were able to find the duels, which honestly was a bit surprising for me, just given the positions they were in and how they got those kills. But I think that caught, InnerCircle very much off guard. They were not ready for them to jump from the top ledge like that and just go for a big barrel fight like that.
Yeah, you're right. ROC, 2 more rounds to take us to a third. Would be a huge, huge ask. I see, they've still got tricks up their sleeve. We've spoken about this. Is a side that seems to have a real elevated amount of depth, especially compared to previous seasons. grouping up, pushing their way through mid, and Slayer on the other side that are going to have to deal with. I mean, this game really feels like, can they shut down Snare more than anything? They can slow him down. I mean, if they can get any rounds and limit him to no kills, it elevates their chances of winning these rounds exponentially.
Okay. Yeah, Horus actually does a little bit of investigating. Works out nicely for him. Takes down one of the star riflers here from InnerCircle. Now they're just gonna run in. They're not even gonna mess around on this. And oh, Slayer, he can't seem to find that double kill. Now Jin, he's got a bit of an inkling that somebody's gonna be inventing. There we go. Another kill comes back through. So now this thing is turned into a 3v2. And Horus is the one that's gonna try to pop through main if he can. Snare is the one that's going to be creeping through fence. He's actually been able to make it through. Back. Oh, he might be able to get the timing, and he does. Now leaving all the Horus, and Alucard puts him in the crosshair, and we are right back into a tie game.
Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful work. Once again, this feels like it could have OT brewing. 8 all. Back-to-back rounds required if they want to take this in regulation. It's without a big ask. I mean, especially because we haven't really actually seen a lot of consistency in terms of control of momentum throughout this entire series. These two sides are so evenly matched. They always seem to adapt and, you know, figure out what's going on so quickly.
Horus might try to go for the big swing on this one too. He's just on the ground floor of the hotel, and oh my goodness, InnerCircle now been able to find 2. They haven't lost a body on this. They've taken some damage, sure, but they've been able to come on top of this. And now you have one player, which is going to be Snare, locked in an A. Now you have to kind of just, again, spread thin the defense on this. Now this is where we talk about somebody's going to have to do some big magic. This is the grand finale magic trick. This is something they need to do. This is to put them back into a map point to keeping themselves alive. Otherwise, on the other side of the coin, it's InnerCircle. It's going to be a map and series point.
Yeah, I think you're right. Nothing. Unless things go seriously wrong, nothing really should fall flat here for IC. I mean, Snare, he was just looking. And the other thing is that, you know, Snare is still alive, so part of me does believe, but as long as they play this smart, they should be fine. I mean, actually, Snare going to be tested in just a second here. Will they be aware of him? No! Gets 1. Oh, I might get 2 as well. He just runs out of ammo. That is so unfortunate. 1 versus 3 for Snake. Awesome should be a gimme, if I'm being honest, and it is. That's also the C4 as well. This round might not be over yet.
Might not be. And Snake's really been having himself a really good game, right? Statistically, he's been calling some decent areas too, but 24 seconds here, or 22, I should say now. The time is ticking away. The ball has to commit to something. They're going to go for the plant. They're actually going to plant this a little bit more on the side here for the GR spawn. Alucard's got the cross ready to go. He should be able to have this, and indeed he does. Perfect lineup. Now we're there. InnerCircle looking for the revenge, looking for the breaking point to finally give ROC their first loss of the entire season, and it's all come down to this round.
Slight bated breaths as well right at the end there, just because that C4 being dropped, but this is pretty sick. I see on for the chance of a 2-0. I mean, that would be wild. No one really would have said that. I always thought it was going 3, and I thought ROC might have taken it in 3, but a 2-0 IC, I don't think many people would have predicted that. This is a side that continues to ramp up, continues to get better and better and better. Snare. He is the main man. We look towards him. Missed shot as well. They now know where he is. And they're testing him once again. Snare making the smart choice just to fall back. I think that's the right call. Do we need to be there? No. Well, that's all. He's going to dip away.
Look at how fast they retreat too, right? They don't even entertain the idea of going for the fight. They just don't want to afford it. They don't want to, you know, put that risk there. So now they're going to just kind of go back to the old faithful game plan on this. And now the defense of ROC has been really shifted a little bit here. Again, just leading the anchor of Tots in A, everybody else towards mid and B. Really just putting all the eggs in this basket, just expecting this to be the hit. They have a right inkling on it. And Snare has repositioned himself. Hotel Control is going to be up for the vacancy of InnerCircle now. But do they want to commit to this? Do they really want to commit to this site? And indeed it seems like they want to. They're going to swing for this now. They're going for it right now.
Yeah. They're flying in. Oh, it's a bad time to miss a shot, but he does make up for it with the pistol. Get another hit. Missed shot from Snare. Don't get to say that too often. This could be the beginning of the end. Numbers now favor that of IC. They've got time to work with it. Slayer stuck in backside. A little nervy to peek him just yet. He will get the rotate over from Totsunu. Unfortunately, continues to have a bit of a slow game. He's really struggled to kind of make his value known. 8 seconds though, that C4 still going to go down. Slayer still stuck on site. And he gets one. Looks for a second as well. He's dancing around. He's doing so well. Oh my god, he does it. That is a huge, huge shutdown. The rifling core step up in a massive way.
How does that even happen? In that kind of fashion again, in this kind of a situation, is again going back in time. It's Slayer, the guy that just causes, you know, so much havoc and so much commotion here. Like, and I can't believe we're in this situation where he's able to put up a multi-kill to bring in this into an overtime situation. It was looking so good for InnerCircle. The pressure just gets way too much. Slayer, combined with his teammates, are able to find a triple kill nonetheless. He was able to do this last time with a quad when things were not looking good on Eagle Eye, but he does it here to keep them alive in this game. And you can even see a little bit of disbelief in their eyes as they have to stand up and get away and take a minute.
Yeah, that is crazy. It really is. My, oh my. Overtime again. Once again. Just showing just how good these two sides are and how close these two sides are as well. I mean, this is a ridiculous, ridiculous run of things. I think for IC, though, for me, they've got to be closing out that round. They had the numbers advantage. I actually think they just get a little too nervous in a way. They pause, they freeze up in a way that they probably shouldn't have. They only had 20 seconds left. They had not a lot of time, and then they panicked, and that's when they got mowed down. That's what let things fall super flat like that.
Man, what a tough pill to swallow for InnerCircle. I mean, going the distance last time, losing it in, you know, an overtime golden round, now pushing themselves in a situation that they've been so strong on the BL side. Now they have to go to overtime once again, and we just had an overtime scenario before map number 1. Boy, oh boy, is this thing really delivered to be the game we thought it was going to be. But a lot of conversation between both these teams, because now ROC, you know, they're going to have to realize, like, their defense has to be changing up quickly, because it is really shown, again, that they are not really efficient that well. They have to kind of figure out something different. But I think for, you know, InnerCircle, it's been close. It's been a very close encounter. They've been playing this so well.
Yeah. Yeah, you are right. It looks like before we get on the way in towards OT, a little bit of a pause before we kickstart that. Man alive. So there comes back. So that is normally a good sign. Getting back underway in just a moment. Can't really tell too much about Slayer. In the dark. Complete pitch black.
I don't know why he does it, but
yeah, not a bit of light in there. Yeah, not a bit of light in that room.
Oh man, like, I feel like my eyeballs would just explode. I just couldn't even imagine, you know, like,
yeah.
Doesn't that hurt your eyes? But, you know, everybody's got their own thing, but man, oh man, it's tough.
Yeah, I'm definitely like kind of, you know, with the lights on kind of gamer.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, me too. There's no doubt. I can never do it in the dark anymore.
Feels like a young person's game.
It really does, yeah. You know, us old folk, you know, we can't do that.
Yeah, us the younks out here. But, I mean, man, this is a tough one to predict. I see, have they fumbled their chance at the 2-0? That should have been the 2-0 there and then. Have they squandered it? Have they given kind of an opening for ROC to get back into this?
Maybe, just maybe. But again, we're going to another overtime, the second one here, folks. And for all the ROC fans, you're probably, again, just a massive sigh of relief that you're still in this game. And for InnerCircle, again, another chance, I guess, to be able to close this out, maybe with a 2-0. InnerCircle are going to be on the GR side. ROC will be switched over to the BL. So I think for ROC, honestly, if they can be able to find, as you know, in the obvious statement is if they can get as many rounds as possible on the BL side, that will just be a nice way for them to feel better going into the second half of this OT, just because, again, of how much of a difference there really is, right?
Man, this is super difficult to kind of predict. I know, though. I feel for Icy, if they actually don't win this first round in OT, I think they could be actually be in a lot of trouble. Just, I think mentally you start to boom a little bit.
No doubt. It's one of those things where you have to, you know, you're right there, you're able to win the game potentially, and then you get yourself into an overtime. Okay. They isolate the threat. They take him away. But Alucard can't seem to find that secondary kill. He gets bested here by the M14 of Slayer. Someone that's been putting up some great numbers. Now Beck's trying to see what he can do. It's Batman and Robin, and there we go. He jumps. He leaps. He saves his teammate. And now the bomb's going to go down. It's towards the site. Now the question is, a wounded Awesome. Full HP for the rest of ROC here. They just got to buy enough time. They just got to have to hold on for 26 seconds to get this first round. The IGL of InnerCircle has been able to break inside now. They're waiting things out. Utility is being disposed of. Everything is just being burned. But look at Snake. He's able to find a connection with this rifle. This is not looking good. Maybe, again, another massacre, but no. InnerCircle will not allow it.
Brilliant. That's sort of what we needed. Jin stepping up late round as well, but just got to make sure that you see those sort of rounds kind of over the line. They can be a little unfortunate. They can be a little scrappy at times, but I think in the Carnage, you've actually seen Icy do a lot of their best work too. They like playing in these real bloodbath moments. One, to say the least. Still a lot more game to be had here, though. Far from over. For Icy, that's the big round they needed. Just getting that, I think, it's a massive sign of relief. Like I said, I feel like if they lose that, their mental does boom for me.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you. I mean, I think really, like, in my opinion, like, I feel like, you know, for ROC, like, this is all about, they're the ones with the pressure now. I mean, this is where, again, like, they have a map loss against them. When you're going down these rounds, like, they need everything in their power. They need everything to be the positive vibes to keep themselves in this game. Even this overtime win is, again, going to a third map. So this isn't even winning the damn thing. This is just keeping yourself in the conversation of alive in this series. And they've been undefeated. That's where the pressure's built up. They're the expected team in the league to be dominant, and now they're getting very tested here. It's a good read here from the IGL, and it's a good trade back and forth. But look at Beck! Oh my dear gosh, again, he's able to find the perfect timing for a double.
Yeah, my oh my. 2 versus 3. But C4, I was going to say, will go down. He actually doubts himself for a moment. Wants to plant in the open instead. This is actually still potentially a bit of a doable post spawn for ROC. Oh, I say that. No, Slayer does reacting well. That was the kill I was worried about. Slayer's being flanked, so down he will go. 1 versus 2. Horus, how do we play this?
Yeah, with 17 seconds too. Again, look, he's got the HK, so again, he has to be flawless. He has to be able to hit the shot. The fuse is coming in. They're almost there. They're almost there. And that's the ninja. Oh, they are able to do a little bit of reverse on them. They finally get some redemption with the ninja defuse against ROC.
Don't see that all too often as well, right? Really, very rarely see it. But round is a round. We take those. Icy extend the lead to 2. Should have closed out in regulation. Should have had the 2-0 locked and loaded, but they're still well on track for it. He needs to be careful. Oh, no, he doesn't.
What?
Snare needs to be careful of Jin. How is he holding that angle?
How does he win that?
Yeah.
Like, you could just see Snare at him fully in the crosshair, and Jin, like, I don't know, he just gets a perfect lineup on it. Whew. Okay. Oh, dang.
Woogers eerily quiet off the back of that first as well. What do ROC do in response? I mean, they look A little tentative, I say that. Slayer gets one, but a quick trade from Kiko. It's only brief as he then falls back to a 3 versus 3. Double stack towards B. Jin's alone on A. Might even rotate that way. Totson gets core. That could be the information they need now. Numbers in their favor. IC just got to play together.
Yeah, they just got to play their system together. They just got to play the bodies. Jin getting a little bit over-peaked on that one. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of it. Slayer is like very much overextended on this. It's Alucard and Awesome together. They're going to play the system. They're going to hold hands on this Slayer, though. Oh my, I was thinking maybe he was going to be able to maneuver that position. Now Horus, maybe a moment here for him to clutch. He fell short here with a Ninja Diffuse. Now he might be able to just feast on his meal, maybe. Main course, and there it is! It's Horus just to spray them down!
Man, they get tunnel visioned in. The comms weren't that clean either. That's an unfortunate way to fall, but credit to Horus. They needed a bit of a hero to step up there, and they did. Oh, that is so sick. So well done from Horus. They needed him, and he's actually been quite quiet all series long. What a time for him to step up there and then.
Yeah, no kidding. And that's the thing, too, is especially being in the exact same position where he's like, okay, 1-on-2, I got to figure out a way to win this. It didn't work out the last time. He finally gets a little bit of the redemption arc. Why not? So they get only one round in that first overtime half, which is not great for considering it for them, but I mean, it's something. They're going to take it any day of the week, but now it's about closing it out.
Yeah, a bit of moment to talk as well. Looks like briefly Stairs got up as well. My oh my. I mean, it's still a decent spot though, at the very least for IC. They've got a round kind of advantage. If they can start the second off well, then sure, we've got a chance for something to really work with here, closing this out. Long way to go here. I mean, ROC are such a difficult side to put away. All right, well.
Oh, man.
Looks like we're getting back
grand
underway in
final.
just a second. Yeah. Aaron, a couple of sad, but yeah, this has been a pretty insane OT. All games today have actually kind of delivered in different ways, but it's been sick.
That is true, actually. Yeah, today has been really a really good day at Crossfire, that's for sure. And this one kind of being saved for the last is really just adding a lot more to it, right? You get the main course and the dessert here because this thing pushing to overtime, you just don't know. You just don't know what could happen here. And again, this is where like ROC are a team like we talked about before, but a team that really does, for whatever reason, when they're in these high pressure situations, they just seem to play so much better. So they haven't really been in these kind of positions for a while, but let's see if that old vintage idea is still a factor for these guys.
That's true. That is true. It's like might be in a little bit of a tech, I'm assuming, since we haven't got back underway. Did see kind of snagging up as well, so might have lost him for a brief moment. Not the greatest time as well to kind of have, if this is a tech pause, to have a tech pause, just because both sides are kind of firing on all cylinders and momentum's in a really decent spot, and then it falls, a little quiet. It's a prime position to kind of get iced out.
Yeah, exactly. Waiting things out. Yeah, I think we're just, there's, it's an icy tech pause. Interesting. Okay. We'll find out. We'll figure out what's going on. I just assumed it was ROC, so.
Yeah.
Everybody's here, so everybody looks like they're ready to go, but who
Like we
knows?
said, level 1, 2, and 3, right?
Yeah,
they're all sitting there, so that's a level 1. That's okay.
That's a level 1, so we're okay. Oh, we're right back in it. It's not even a
There we
level
go.
1. It's been done. I like that. We take those.
Yeah, all day. Alrighty, back on the way. Icy with the 1 round lead. That could go a hell of a long way, but it's Jin the first to fall.
Yeah, so Jin goes down early, and That's a really good note here for ROC. They've been able to find it, make it a second. Totson, okay, him and Snake together. Good combination. Oh, man. InnerCircle. It's been breached. They have no idea what to do with it. And now Beck by himself has to fight for the bomb. Might be able to find Horse off guard. It won't even matter. Horse gets the better of him. Back to a tie game we go. And what a way for ROC to be able to find that opening round here in the second half of OT. So convincingly. Not even really, it didn't even feel like any effort had to be made.
Yeah, it's quite dominant, it has to be said. They really don't break a sweat. On a side in which ROC have had, obviously, kind of a few issues on, too. So, good to see that they've kind of shrugged it off, especially in towards regulation, where they've struggled to start in towards that half. This is looking a lot better. Early damage dealt. It's Kiko as well. Not the one that you want to be seeing take damage. He's so important to this IC side.
This is the thing too, like when we get deep into overtime like this, like every kill, every like little thing makes the biggest difference now. Like not to say it doesn't in the regular part, right? But
yeah.
It really now, when everything is just this much of a pressure point, it all makes the world of a difference. I'm gonna go for a dead pop here now.
There we go. He goes low, but let's see what they can do. Not a lot. Totson gets two. That's huge. Kiko will get one of his own, but this is a really difficult 3 versus 4. I mean, stay still, back sight. Really hard angle to clear. Slayer should also probably be able to get one. He turns his back, though, weirdly enough. Feels unnecessary. Quick trade that comes through. 2 versus 2. Down goes Snare. We've got a round in our hands here. Pistol pulled out. Awesome. All up for the reload. Down to Horus. He clutched up in a 1 versus 2 earlier to bring us to where we are now, but he cannot do it here. It's IC who deliver.
How does that even happen? Again, like you can even see that ROC were all there. They rotated. They had the perfect position. IC were just sitting there waiting. I thought they was done. I thought they were waiting too long. They were giving so much respect for that round, but it works out perfectly. Whatever, I can't remember who was on the top of the stairs on the right-hand side, but they weren't even looking. The comms were just miscommunicated, and they got caught off guard completely. So IC, they just somehow get away with that. I don't know if that was a miscomm, but beautifully done considering I did not see that happening at all.
I'm with you. It feels like a couple of times there where it's kind of too easy for IC. They're given the luxury of getting IC to fights with, you know, people like back turned or caught on the side. Very odd. Oh, wait. It is map and series point IC. Again. Just got to see whether they can see it over the line this time.
All down to this, right? The singular round and instant trade from both these teams. The snipers hopping off a little bit. Horse has been spotted. I think both of them actually got a little bit of a sight on each other. Now Kiko's going to go for the kill. He's going to go for the flank, and he should be able to get the timing. He does, and Horse doesn't even expect it. Oh, like this.
Again, right? Where, you know, a kill given over sort of for free in a way. 50 seconds versus 3. Now more a little bit of kind of a what now? I mean, it's all a little quiet as we hit that sub 40 mark.
Oh, I like this.
Don't leave things too late.
Oh, I love this.
Oh, Jin.
This is huge.
Good find. That
This is
Slayer.
huge.
That could be it, lads. That could be it.
This could all be done. It's us down to Totson now for the 1-on-2. He's going for the long run. Bomb's going to go down. The biggest question of it all is going to be the post-hunt scenario here for InnerCircle. A moment for them to be able to find the first victory against ROC, a team that has been sitting on the top of the throne here for CFWL. Is now riding on the shoulders of Totson to come through to pull up the clutch of the year, to keep them in this game, to keep them alive. Necessary with 20 seconds against him. Jin is hunting. A fake defuse attempt is going to be done. Totson now looking. He's just praying they're going to overswing. He gets gifted with one. Now with 10 seconds remaining, Kiko, is he going to be able to find this time? And Kiko goes
No
for
way.
the swing. My God, there's time to get this defuse. And Totson once again, he will prevail and he will push this to the golden round.
Oh, you've got to ask questions there. What are IC doing? How have they let another one slip away? What's going on? They seem to have this mental block when it comes to closing out these games. They fall flat when it's in the palm of their hands. How? Credit though, credit to ROC for not giving off even a brief moment. But man alive, this game should be done. We should have the boys on the desk breaking down what went wrong. But all question marks still seem to lean over towards IC. Why can't they see this over the line?
That is the $1 million question. The $1 million question. And honestly, it felt like everything was perfectly lined up for them. They had the best positioning. They were able to play the numbers. That's all they had to do. But I think just the first swing from the initial player just allowed enough time here for Totson to be able to find the fight and reset for the second one. And then Kiko realizing, like, what do I do? And now ROC have been gifted another chance here to keep themselves in this. A round win means we're going to go all the way to port, the full distance. Otherwise, InnerCircle might be able to seal the deal. It's been a hard fought fight on this one to get themselves into this point, but like you said, they can't seem to close it.
Yeah, you're right, man. It's kind of a difficult watch at times too. I mean, how things keep falling so flat. Snake swing and a find for two. Oh, he makes it a three. We're going to port. Wow, what a way to do it, and celebrations that come through for ROC. We still have to ask so many questions about IC. They had, essentially 3 different map points there to close it out, and Laz, they just couldn't do it, man. That is brutal to watch. IC, they fall so flat when it matters most. That's a really tough pill to swallow. We now head towards port as well, and I don't know, man. That was dire.
It really was, and honestly, your heart aches for a situation like that too, just because, again, I see, like, on the brink of just, again, putting themselves in a position where they can get the win, get something done, but they just can't seem to get across the line. It just take one more step and they could be done, but now they have to fight things through all the way to the full distance support. With that said, we're going to take a little bit of a break, I think. We're going to go to the desk after and come to us, but we're going to get ready for that third and final map, but buckle up, it's going to be a good one.
Absolute cinema in map 2 between ROC Esports and IC after 3 clutches from 3 different players. From
Man.
ROC Esports, it's such an amazing game. Like,
Terrifying, terrifying. You just watch it around and you say to yourself, okay, that's the last round.
Yeah.
IC will break the undefeated cycle of ROC Esports. And then you see Horus clutching with 10 HP.
yeah.
You see Slayer clutching. You see Snare doing Snare things. And it's absolutely weird how it's just like a curse. No one can break this curse, no matter how hard IC tried. Throughout the game, it was IC controlled. Throughout the game,
Yeah.
IC played better, reaching this overtime. Not even the overtime, reaching the 12-round mark.
Yeah.
ROC Esports needed 3 rounds in a row. Round to reach 12-11, round to reach 12-12, and round to end it once and for all. And that's what ROC Esports did. I mean, if anything, when you watch such game, you'd say to yourself, okay, that's it. IC is going to lose the 3rd game port. I mean, no way ROC Esports will reach this far only to reach this far. Now, for IC, they did amazing,
Yeah.
man. They just remembered everything, but forgot how to end the
Finish.
game,
Yeah.
how to finish it. They choke at the end. They did a classic TBI scenario. It's super weird, man. How can you imagine how ROC Esports did play and what the amount of clutches? And this is something that I repeat every time I watch ROC Esports. Every player can carry his own weight. Every
Yeah.
player has his own clutches, has his own moments. We saw Horus with 10 HP. We see Snare 1v3.
Hudson.
We saw Tutsin. Yes, thank you. We saw Tutsin clutching. And you'd say to yourself, okay, it's only Snare, or it's only Slayer, or it's only Horus. And no, everyone has his clutches.
Yeah, and the amount of confidence, has him. Like Todzin, we can see like he has 0.43 KD.
Yeah.
But like to have the confidence to go and do the most important clutch
Takes a lot, takes a
for
lot.
ROC this season. It takes a lot of courage. It takes a lot of confidence,
sure.
and like it shows how good ROC are individually. Like every player can do a clutch, and they showcased it like against IC like 4 times. Like the last game it was Slayer. This game it was Todzin, Snare, Horus, and like 3 of them on a row.
Yeah.
And it's such a devastating loss, to be honest, for IC. Like, I'm not sure if you can come back mentally from this, because like we are going to port now, which is like ROC Esports, like one of the best maps for ROC Esports.
Exactly.
The map that ROC Esports picked the last time, I guess, IC and won on it.
Exactly, man. I mean, you're speaking about the mental comeback of IC, whether it's possible or not. And the only thing I'm thinking about is the huge comeback of ROC
Yeah.
Esports mentally and in the game itself. It shows how much heart, how much soul that ROC Esports, and why are they undefeated till now. I mean, I don't want to give them credits more than this because job's not finished yet. ROC Esports and IC do still have the game, but this is as close as it gets, and as close as ROC Esports finish their or end, put an end to their winning streak. It was almost going to be over for ROC Esports. It was almost going to be 11-1, and that one will be remembered forever from IC side. But no, man. The curse still exists in the ROC Esports.
Yeah, and I feel like for the next map port, I feel like the mental game from IC it would be a huge struggle, because like if you start the game, if you start port now, and like ROC Esports get a very good head start, it would be very hard mentally on you, because like you will be thinking about the last map.
Yeah.
You'll be thinking about these small moments that you could have finished the map and you couldn't, because like maybe you greeded a bit, maybe you were a bit impatient, because like
Exactly.
I feel like for the round that Todzin clutched, I feel like Jinzer was so impatient, like they were not on the same
Thank
page.
you, yes.
And like the round that Horus clutched, they were going up the stairs together, but like
True.
giving their back to Horus. Like I feel like some moments they needed discipline to finish off the game, but
True.
they couldn't.
I mean, you could look at it from a different perspective, from IC perspective. If they entered the game, got the first 2 rounds, they'd be like, okay, now we're playing a best of 1. We almost finished it the first time. That get us hyped and get us more focused, more locked in, and give us a chance to finish it once and for all. And that could happen for IC. Now, your mentality or your type of thinking, of thought pattern that you said, it might happen for IC,
Yeah.
but I think these guys, after seeing the first and the second game,
Mm-hmm.
the first at which they did win in ROC Esports map, and the second one that was that close, it'll just boost the IC mentality more and more. I mean, all what we have to do is just wait and watch the massacre that's going to happen between ROC and IC. But man, honestly, I thought even if this game is going to be close, I thought it's going to end on IC side. But now I can't stop
Cannot
myself from predicting. No, actually, I
Okay.
can predict a bit
Okay.
that IC have a small advantage, even though we did see a ROC Esports clutch. But there's no team that I can remember or remind myself of that did what IC did tonight.
Yeah, 100%. They give a very, very like tough fight for ROC Esports. That they even had the chance, multiple chances to finish series 2-0 against ROC Esports,
Yes.
which is very impressive. And like we talked about how IC scaled as a team, how they are improving so much and so fast,
Yes.
and they are proving it today. And like you can even see the challenge that they are giving ROC Esports,
True.
right, through the players' cameras from ROC.
Yeah.
Like it feels like every clutch they do or every win they get, it feels like it's a very hard round to win. Like you can see it on the players' faces. You can see how like stressed they are, how happy they are when they get the round. So like ROC today, I think it's the hardest fight since the beginning of the
For
season.
sure, and you can look at the faces, see how much focus they were in the game and outside the game between the rounds. When they win a round, you get the camera on them, you'll find them focused, locked in, and ready to fight. And for IC side, it must be devastating, man, to lose such game and lose the mentality. I mean, just look at the amount of clutches for whoever asking and doubting ROC Esports skills. Look at the amount of clutches that ROC Esports managed to get. The amount of impressive gameplay, impressive playstyle. I mean, there's still one dance to see, man, one dance to witness.
Yeah, who takes it home, ROC or IC?
I'd say IC, man.
Okay,
honestly.
I'm saying ROC. Let's see, Lazen, you have the mic.
I'm going to say I'm agreeing with the desk here. I think ROC coming towards this one just clean house. You fumbled your chance here, I see. They've really kind of let us down, lads, I think is the main thing. They should have been a 2-0 in regulation, never mind in overtime. Had 3 different chances to close out that second map, and they failed all 3. So now we're heading towards Port, and, you know, ROC have been given this lifeline. You cannot afford to give a side like ROC any sort of a leeway. You can't give them an inch. They take it a mile. They classic saying, but it's so true for ROC here in the West League.
Yeah, honestly, I couldn't agree with you more. Like, I think it's like when you kind of look at how much of a grueling matchup this has been, like overtime for the first one where IC get the win, going to the goal around for the second where really that should have been yours. Like you have given a lifeline to ROC here. Like that should have been a series that went for IC. I mean, look, and I always talk about the gas tank. Is it fully depleted? That was a tough game. Like that was the sweatiest game we've seen in a long time, and now I don't know if I have enough faith in IC to be able to really have enough to push this through against a team like this to the third and final map, but we'll find out. We're ready to go. The last map of the day is underway already, and now Alucard here on the defense is trying everything to be able to stop it with the pistol. And I don't think he's going to be able to find more than this one, and look at how fast that ROC just eradicate everything in their damn path.
Made runs directly in front of Kiko. Oh, down to Kiko now as well in the 1 versus 3. I mean, he's being held for. Should be possible. Rare missed shot there, in all fairness, from Snare. Not often you get to say that, but we'll be given a second crack at it, and he does nail it. So, 6 shot and a good start for ROC, and this could be a tell. I mean, they've been very good in the past report, especially domestically.
Yeah, this is a really strong map. I mean, I think you can always make the argument again for ROC. Like their map pool goes really, really deep, whereas I think a lot of these other teams here in the league, it's always a bit of a question of like how much preparation have they been able to do on some of these maps. But again, a very popular map that gets played, but this is a map that ROC has been able to have a lot of good matches on. And right now, Slayer off the leash right now, finding himself this double kill. So right now the BL side is looking so good. Snare able to get himself an easy one. This is just looking like a bit of a bullying session right now, and ROC are really just pushing them around and making them as uncomfortable as possible. It's a 3-on-2, sure, but again, Alucard might be falling pretty quickly here, and indeed he will. And now it's all down to Awesome for a clutch factor. Gets the bomb down, but again, his body and his back is a little bit given here. Both these ROC players should be able to swing this and should be able to get him done with a trade.
Right. Missed shot. Awesome. Allowed to stay alive for now. I mean, what do you even do if you're Awesome? You're just going to continue moving around and hopefully you can isolate a fight. But I actually think ROC are playing this really well. They are just, playing super patient because they've got loads of time and they're sticking together. That's really all you can do.
Yeah, I actually really like this though, because again, like you can just see they're kind of waiting around. They're still thinking he's just going to go for a bit of a swing on this, but actually he's just been active across the map, and now he actually might have a decent position on this because they're about to go head to head. He has to be able to get the perfect spray down. 23 bullets, gets the first, but he just cannot find the connection to the second player. So that trade does work out nicely for ROC. They get themselves still in motion here in winning ways. You can see the smirks on their face. They know what kind of position they've been put into. Now it's the question if they can get the job done or not.
Yeah, you are right. That is the big ask, but ROC starting super strong into this. Exactly what we want to be seeing as well, right? You know, we're looking at, a ROC side that are offering up a lot to kind of kickstart in towards this map number 3. And how we already spoke about, IC mentally, I do worry that they might have boomed a little bit, right? You know, you've fumbled your chance here, and Horus making sure of that. He'll get the opener. It's Jin to go down. I do worry whether IC know that they've squandered their chance of 2-0 here, squandered their chance of being the side to beat, I don't know if ROC, I mean, the only team to do so, and now coming in towards map number 3 thinking, we fumbled, maybe we can't do it.
Yeah. And that's the other thing. I think a lot of fans and, viewers probably don't understand is like when you're competing and you're playing at these games that are going right to the end degree and so stressful into overtimes and golden rounds, it's like it exerts you a lot, right? I mean, and when you don't win it and when you don't close it, like it's not even just like a mental thing. It just everything falls apart for you and you just start to really feel depleted. So that's where, I think us in the desk were talking about, look, like ROC are in the best position right now because they were down. They really didn't look like they were even going to get a map in this series. They pull through. So that momentum is really just put a fire under these guys to close things out here. So they are definitely in the better position, theoretically speaking.
Yeah, also, you look at it with kind of what makes matters worse, and it is that kind of thing of the fact that they lost the first round. I think that's the thing that really will kill them a lot. It's like, if we had, we choked a little bit, we fumbled a little bit, but we get the first round of the map. Like, okay, maybe there's something still to be had here. But you lose the first couple, and your mental starts to boom a little bit, and that's kind of, I think, where things may fall a little flat. Horus, he'll fall though.
Yeah, and I mean this kind of position now, so the bomb's going to go down, and they kind of get a raid at the 13th second here. So utility a little bit available for some of these players, but Fulton's been able to go with a good smoke. He's been able to just buy them a little bit more time. A good flash as well. So now for Icy, they have to be able to find something. And you can see Kiko is like all the way in the back of B main. I think he was hoping to be able to find a quick kill. Beck actually does get himself one. I don't know how he's able to get all 3 of these. What is going on?
Wow.
ROC, they have fallen asleep at the wheel and they got way too complacent. And now they've given up a round that shouldn't have been really here for Icy. Yeah,
when it felt like a perfect chance as well for them to be able to kind of build upon this lead and really kind of make it look super strong, and then, out of nowhere, boom, falls apart. I hate to see it. They seem given a bit of a lifeline. Still, I mean, there's a long old map ahead of us, but we'll take what we can get, really. 2-1, I see. They needed that, just for their own sake as well. It's a 4v4 to post-plan, and they're able to recover in that sort of sense. That's at least going to reignite the flame, reignite that spark a little bit, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially how convincing that was, too, right? And it felt like almost like effortless that they got it. So that's going to really make them feel a lot better. I agree. So we'll see if they can use that to their favor. ROC are now just going to go for a full B lobby explosion here. They're possibly even just going to send this. Trying to hope for a bit of a spam damage. They actually retreat this plan a little bit. Hoping to burn some extra utility here for the defensive side. Not really going to be the case. Only one smoke was thrown here. That was from Jin. So now time will just tick away onto this. And ROC are just going to wait things out. Probably go for the old classic B-house execute. Yeah, they're going to wait for this for sure. They're definitely just going to try to pop this at the right given moment. Maybe Snake to be able to catch the timing.
Smart call, I think.
Through it. Ooh. He
It's
made it
tentative this, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
There it is. A C4 as well. Second behind it for Awesome. Gets a third. My God, what a shut down. All down to taking a 1v3. Should be next to impossible here now.
Yeah, I really love the attempt from ROC. I really do. Like, I love that they were just getting ready for the B-pop, but they had Snake just kind of seeing if he could catch the timing on it. But I think the really good thing from Icy, despite obviously the highlight reel we just got there from Awesome, was the fact that they didn't really over-rotate on that. They didn't really give Snake an opportunity to, like, slither through and kind of, you know, be that little pest. And they just locked it down perfectly. So it shut down that whole game plan.
Yeah, agreed. We're a tight game here, and Icy, you know, looking back to the level that we expect them, that we want of them, right? But still a lot to be done to prove to us after their inability to close out. Maybe slightly jaded still about kind of where this side are at. It really does feel at times, as I see, that they have like this mental block about them, which is, it's tough to see, man.
It really is. Slayer should be able to... Ooh, that's a good flash. I thought Alucard maybe was going to get the better of it. Now the M14's getting it thrown. Mike, what is going on here, Snake? He is just on one. Okay, 3-on-2, but some utility available right now for Icy too. But again, they're grouped up. Find a kill. Is he really going to go for the flank on this? Surely not. Totsi, no, he's just going to post up. I was thinking, no way. Like, you're not getting away with that, are you? Now all of a sudden 1v1. All right.
Bold call. That would have been a very bold call, but back to winning ways, and I guess back to finding that form that we want to see out from ROC. Just show, I think it's now more than anything about a bit of consistency. They should just prove to themselves that they can, right? So there, up close, really fine. No, he won't. Just Kiko to get the first. That's nice work, actually. Kiko, crosshair placement, absolutely exquisite.
Well, it's good to see that again. That, you know, we talked a lot about, like, you know, for Icy, like a lot of the eyes are on them, and I'm glad to see they're still putting up some good fight onto this, especially for someone like Awesome. Like, he is top fragging right now on the entire server. He's put up like some really good highlights. Like, he is not giving up yet. But this is the thing, is now, you know, on this defensive side, they're gonna have to be able to find what they can into this, and ROC are going to go right back for the B-pop. They've lost Snare, so now they're going to go for it. Only one flash used. Awesome caught. He's blind as a bat, but it doesn't even matter. Look at Awesome again! Oh, my God, he finds the two. Why not make it another triple round? And Awesome is just having a field day on this final map.
Yeah, he's loving life in the server, he is. Gotta give him a lot of respect for how he's approaching this. He's not pulling any punches at all. This is the Awesome that we want to see as well. A guy who actually has a lot of impact and really does show his prowess at times. That's more like it. That's the player who can be the difference maker. Sick to see, really is. Unfortunately, though, there's a lot of game left in this, and we're still seeing these individual moments come through from ROC. They're still a really difficult team to put aside. So 3-all. And Snare's still firing on all cylinders. Taurus, the fine one. Slayer will get caught. Awesome just gets out. He is very lucky indeed.
Yeah, he is, and man, I was thinking even back, like, he was almost putting himself in a situation where I thought he was going to be able to find a second kill where he shouldn't have been really allowed to, but man, this is starting to get a little bit more scrappy than I thought it was going to be. I thought this was going to be a very slow-paced game, very much execute-based, just like classic methodical play, but I mean, I don't know, man. These guys are starting to just, you know, go no rules. Like, they're just going to do whatever to get these rounds moving, and I'm all for it. I mean, again, this has been the most long game we have, and now we see even the M14 again with 29 bullets in the chamber. Oh, Jin is just waiting for the perfect time, but he can't seem to find the swing on it. Horus going here with Totson. Awesome finally goes down as well. Alucard, can he be able to find at least one kill? No!
Fortunately, it doesn't work out as intended. My God, this is as we get into port, it's actually scrappier than I thought it would be. I thought, you know, we'd actually see ROC come into this and start to really take a bit of control, show a bit of prowess, but they've been made to work for these rounds, and even then as well, it's difficult to kind of fathom about how you find consistency in a game like this, which isn't really having a lot from either side. One game nonetheless, it's Snap delivering in his own regard. Icy still far from out of this. They do have a bit of catching up to do, however.
Yeah, they really do.
I think also just momentum-wise more than anything. Like, this is a side, obviously, have had really good moments, but I need to see just, again, like, you know, again, I know it's not buzzword we use a lot, but consistency from them where we don't really see it. We saw this a lot, especially in the tail end of map number 2, where they just don't chain rounds together very well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good point. I don't feel like we've really seen that much of an opportunity where either of these teams can, like, you know, chain that many rounds. It always just seems back and forth, and even if you pick up 2 rounds consecutive, it gets shut down pretty quickly, right? So it's really been the interesting tale of this matchup for sure. But ROC even this position right now with 3 players alive, like Snare's low, Snake's HP is low, Jin I think is full HP, so Alucard's sitting at about half. Even if Alucard could be able to find this 1, I mean 2 would be obviously best case scenario here, but like this would be great. But there's a lurk of Snare. This is not great. He's going to be able to cut this defense right in half.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Uh-oh.
Seconds. Oh, nice shot. Nice shot indeed. Still something brewing here. 3 versus 1, but Alucard, he'd have to get so fortunate if this round was turned in his favor. He's been spotted, and he will get away with the kill onto Snare. Snare tags him, and not enough to finish him off.
Oh, and he's got a good read on this, too. He actually has a really good inkling that this is not going to be towards B at all. He's really going for a big reposition. Oh my god, a quick scope!
Hang on.
That's a flick of the wrist, and now it's all down to the 1v1. 17 seconds to get this bomb down. It's going to happen, but Alucard needing a shot to hit. Snake's low. 12 HP to spare here for Alucard. This is not great. The rifle is definitely in the advantage situation. He's got some more ammo to work with. And look at him. He's just going to tuck his tail. He's just going to hide. And there we go. Plays a high ground. Plays a perfect angle. That is a nice job, but honestly, gotta get a lot of efforts here for Alucard, man. That was sick.
It's a really, really commendable try. A lot of respect. That looked like actually had a chance in that 1 versus 3. Oh my. But regardless, ROC, it's them who guarantee the lead. 6 spot to be in. And now a chance at, again, you know, we talk about building upon this. Can they, if they can get a 6th as well, heading in towards that second half, they're loving life. I think that's been in a really good spot.
Agreed, yeah. Well, a lot of these halves are been like a 5-4. I think that was on the first for Compound, and then 6-3. That was on the map too. So, man, if your ROC can be able to find a 6, yeah, and then move over to the defense side, it's going to be, that's just going to feel so good, right? But I mean, for Icy, again, if they can be able to at least close this half off with 1 more round, with only a 1 round differential,
yeah,
it could just be enough for momentum, right? That really does kind of feel like this matchup to me is momentum. Like, who can be able to ride on that quick wave?
Momentum's been everything throughout this series, and it's actually something that we've lacked. You know, we've spoken about it quite a lot throughout this whole series, where it's been so back and forth, and while at times the back and forth is entertaining, it's not actually always a good thing. Having kind of this sort of slightly scrappy affair can be really difficult to deal with for both sides. How do we find our in routes? What is our ways to make our opponent feel uncomfortable? It's tough to dictate this. Totson on the spam. Not a lot found from it. Information more than anything.
Now Jin, once again, going to get tested on this, and oh man, he can't make a connection here with the M14. Now you can see ROC, they're just going to go right behind enemy lines. They're going to be able to just pry open the site, and now everybody's on the rotates. I see now 3-on-5. Utility getting thrown, smokes on the bridge. This is not good at all. They are just getting suffocated into this, and it might be a flawless round in this half. What a weird way to get this.
Yeah, it's a weird, but at the same time, a good round. You got to give credit to them. Beck will get a double, though. So he's at least, you know, sort of trying to keep the idea alive. And pulling off 1v5 is should be next to impossible, but it will be. I mean, 6-3 now, lads. We're talking about it, and we had this feeling that ROC had the real advantage coming in towards this port off the back of the recovery they had, and I think they're there.
Yeah, it really does kind of feel like it, right? And you can even see just, you know, before map number 2, like ROC on the cams, like they looked stressed. There was not a smile in sight, and now they're smirking, they're laughing. They realize, you know, this is a prime position for them to continue the winning ways, put themselves on the 12-0. It's got to feel good.
Flawless is very much on the cards, and it definitely shouldn't have been. I mean, in a way, we should have been done already, right? And that's what Icy are going to think about. That's the kind of, it's those sort of games, those sort of rounds that make you kind of really stay up at night thinking, like, how did we let this slip? How are we not the team to break the streak? Yeah, stuff. Awesome. 1-for-1 with Horus. I mean, he's in a 1 versus 4 here, so an impossible round to be found. It will be a 4th. That's a somewhat silver lining. You kickstart in the half well, but, you know, we come back to the words we talk about, chaining rounds together and finding that consistency that's been so elusive. It's not been the greatest thing for IC. They've got to find a way to lock in and chain rounds together.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, again, like losing that first half 6-3, now them getting first opening round is not bad at all, despite actually there was some good utility work that was from ROC. I think it was awesome. And Beck that were very, very low. Like they were less than half HP for sure. So that's going to feel good for them. Snake, beautiful shot right through that tiny little like cubby. Able to take down Kiko. So again, able to win the man advantage here early on. That opening duel pans out nicely for them. But can now Icy be able to find a way to equalize? Can they be able to do something, like you said, to chain a round back in their favor to make this a closer affair?
Yeah,
I keep looking at the scores on the top right, and I just keep, it's just crazy to think like the path we've gotten to get here, like of how many games and overtime in the golden rounds it is to be in this position. Yeah,
it has been an insane game. The fact that this is, you know, the kind of the case of where we're at. All time for sure. So plenty more though to be done here before this game is over, and I'm not going to completely discount kind of IC just yet, especially if they can find kind of, you know, a double round to kind of start off. They've already got the first, they can find a second behind it. Maybe, just maybe. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but minute to work with. Nico's fallen. It's a big player to lose.
Now on the top ground, he actually drops down. He finds himself 2. Maybe the 3rd. He's still hunting for it. I think he still has a few bullets in the chamber, but now Icy removed from this equation, and ROC will go back into the round win category. Now it's 7-4. And now this is again a single sniper here for Icy, double here for ROC. So Slayer's going to equip it one more time.
3 rounds ahead, 3 rounds away, ROC. Good spot that they're in. They've just got breathing room. That's the main thing, but that's a nice shot from Alucard. Catching Snare. A super, super important kill to get to open things up. Beck is tagged, but alive, and well, that's all that matters.
Yeah, and even, again, just, you know, I talked about this in map number 2, but, like, just finding a way to isolate onto Snare is huge. Because, again, like, he's not putting up the craziest amount of numbers that we saw originally, but he's still showing himself the presence in the server. So him getting removed, that's a great thing, too. Now, Tolson's had himself a little bit better of a game statistically in this one. Not the greatest, but still better. But now IC have been able to find themselves 3 kills, and they haven't lost a single person yet. So this is going to feel really good. This is now putting a little bit more here for Snake and Slayer. They have to do something big.
Didn't. Gonna drop down as well. Like you said, Snake's got to go huge, and he gets immediately eviscerated. So this is that round done. Flawless one probably on track here too. It's down to Slayer, and there's next to nothing he can do in this spot as well. He's already been held on deep flanks as well, so this one is basically a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this is just really just going to be running around hoping for it. But yeah, I see as long as they just play together, they don't have to hunt this. There's no reason to. They're just feeding stats here. So unnecessary, but yeah, ROC are going to use this for a little bit of an extra conversation. Makes sense, right? Like, again, the situation, like you said, is just not going to be winnable. They have a little bit of padding that they can work with in this, so not bad for Icy. 2 rounds we go again as the difference maker onto this. Awesome has had himself a great game, sitting at 14-10. Beck behind him with a 10-9.
True, very true indeed. This is a quick move, and it doesn't really work out too well. Both Jin and Beck both get clapped to start it off, so definitely not what you wanted to see. Eco will fall as well. A swing from Alucard gets 1, but that'll be at that, and that'll be ROC finding an 8th. I mean, I don't know, really bold call there, it feels. You know, we're flying out towards long. Util being thrown over shore, but it's pretty ineffective Util. It all falls so flat.
Yeah, honestly, I get the idea that Beck was making there. Is like, look, let's just mix it up. Let's kind of just do a little bit of a gimmick in the sense that they might not expect full aggression, but I don't know. It feels like that might have been a bit too late of a call, just considering if you lose it, you're in the situation you're in now where it's 8 rounds are grabbed up for ROC. So it felt pretty risky, but I do like that he's trying to be unorthodox. He is trying to mix the playbook a little bit, but I feel like ROC are always prepared for a play like that. Slayer does miss his first shot. Ooh, he actually misses a second here. Is he going to be able to escape with his life? Oh my god, he doesn't. He actually gets 1. Oh, that's just so hard to swallow for Icy. They should have been able to have that instantly.
Yeah, you're right. I'm going to say shutting down Beck to start off the round actually is a good way to go about it. He's actually really had a lot of good moments. I mean, not many people can go toe-to-toe with the rifling core over towards ROC, but I think Beck's actually looks super solid. Slayer as well. Him falling is a big hit. It's good to see that we're seeing more out of Totson and Horus in towards map number 3. They were obviously considerably missing in map number 2. Despite the win, you know, they were still kind of non-existent. Eco, nice fight. It's Snare of all people too.
Yeah, it's actually a really good point you bring up because, again, like, Totson was a .43 and Horus was a .64. So, like, it was funny to hear, like, the desk was talking about Totson, like, you know, statistically was just not there. But he pulled up one of the biggest clutches, and that was just to win the whole damn thing. So, I agree. Like, it's good to see these guys putting in some good numbers. They're not really able to do it right here and now. So Icy, they put up some good fights, but again, even in the last map, we saw that Jin was sitting at a 1.0, Awesome was a 1.0.
Yeah.
You know, Alucard was over that 1.15. That's the kind of difference I feel like we're getting from this team. When you even look at this right now, everybody's pretty much well and even. Jin might be a little bit slower on this, but that's okay. If 1 out of 5 players is having a slower start, it's not the end of the world.
And a fight.
This might be though.
Horus. Yeah, Snake. Going in, Kiko will jump down for some of his own, and Kiko makes it 2. Pistol pulled out. Somersault Bruin here. Totson is still super low. It's actually really on what kind of Snare can do here. Gets 1, tags up as well. Onto Alucard, has to reload, so has to dip away. Snare's got the HP advantage. He should just play this confident. He should win it. No bother. But he goes up on high, and he sees him off. Well played there from Snare.
I don't even understand that either. Like, again, you still, like, look at the timer. You had 100. You had 1 minute and 45 like remaining in the round, and he goes for the plant. Like, I get that him planting, it kind of puts a little bit more pressure on it, but I think he knew that Snare was that close. So I don't know why he had to commit to it. I felt like he should have just played that back, waited a little bit longer. He might have been able to find way more of an opening, but again, the nerves are kicking in. All the pressure it's just been way all over the charts with this game, but now they have to call the timeout because it's do or die. This is the make it or break it now. They need the Hail Mary.
Yeah.
This is where they need to be able to find something, and they got to dance with the devil here because they got to get themselves something to go to overtime.
Yeah, got to be said that, you know, we look at this timeout. I like that they've called it. It's sort of better late than never, but I actually would have liked it a little bit earlier, especially on the back of maybe a little bit of a lackluster kind of first half. And we saw a bit of progress. The second they start to lose control in the second, that's where I want to see them kind of start to really find their form. Call a timeout, try and say, right, we're making this close, we're making a game out of this, let's lock back in. But leaving it down to the last round, it puts so much pressure on this here.
So like again, like just looking at all these guys, like the exhaustion, everybody's just trying to figure out how do we motivate each other to play a lot better? How do we find a way to push through this and again maybe go to another overtime situation for all 3 maps? It's been grueling, man. It's been a long journey, but that's what's been so exciting for the story of, you know, InnerCircle is again their slow start to the season, the comeback to be in this position. And now we'll see if they can do it, but they have to pull something big. They have to be able to do something to dismantle this ROC that is just riding on the biggest amount of success right now. They are feeling so good and optimal right now.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so 8-6. IC with the timeout. We've had a 100% success rate of timeouts into round wins by those who call it. Let's see if this will continue that. Yeah, oh, Jin just so patient and gets gifted a freebie.
I wasn't even able to catch it with, like, I don't know if Slayer was actually sniping or not. I don't know if he had this TRG or if he had a rifle in his hand, but I would imagine he had the snipe. But the fact that even Jin's been able to outclass him again, like, I think that was in map 1 we saw that too. You absolutely love to see it. That's a not an easy thing to do, and not a lot of players give you that lineup either.
It's quiet, not too much of a reaction from ROC. Bide their time, wait for an overextension. Pressure being though, what way do they try and get proactive and bring the numbers back level? They've got to try and force an awkward engagement. He comes over. Beck will drop down, so just gets away from the HE. Doesn't they got a decent idea about he's heading towards A though? They've already stacked 3 here, and the 4's not too far away.
Oh yeah, and Horse, look at that, an easy kill for him too. Nice little 1-tap. Finally, again, Horse is just going beast mode, man. It's a shutdown moment for him. Just, again, finding multi-kills, and now it's all down to Kiko. Limited HP. This should be over with. I was thinking Totson, I mean, maybe he was going to miss that shot. And there we go. It's all done. ROC are going to be able to get themselves the victory. They continue with the Reign of Terror. They put themselves in a position where now they are still undefeated, but they have been tested, and they can show that they do bleed, but they're still the champs here so far in this league.
It has to be said, what a fumble really by IC. They never should have let that slip in the way that they did, and that's just, it's going to hurt a lot, right? They had the chance to 2-0 in regulation, the best team that we have here in the West, and they let things slip so badly, and then they got punished in towards Port, and we all sort of felt that was going to be the case. I thought this would go 3 maps and ROC would win it, but I never thought it'd be in this sort of a fashion. A wild series. But for myself and Laz, we're done for the weekend. We're going to throw it back over to the boys on the desk to round things out.
Thank you, Laz. Thank you, Neo. I mean, ROC Esports, they keep proving that they are the best team in CrossFire West League. IC give them a fight, yes, but they ended up on top.
I mean, whether you like it or not, losing the second game was the breaking point. I mean, you can't lose the second game by 3 rounds. The first round, the second round, and the overtime round, the match point, and expect to win the last map. I mean, you would expect, if anything, you would expect is the comeback of the other team. And ROC Esports honestly gave them the golden chance and a silver plate. I mean, they told them, okay, here's the game. You guys can win it. But they fumbled. They actually fumbled the game, and it was going back and forth. And of course, on the decider report, the board is known as the comfort map for Team IC, ROC Esports. They are known for how powerful they are on this map. And it was an easy matchup for Team IC, for Team ROC Esports, because their mentality has shifted into the better, and they just proved everyone wrong. They made their strongest comeback.
I mean, they proved everyone wrong, but proved themselves right.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
I mean, they are the best team. They are the best like roster we have right now in CrossFire West League. Like,
No doubt.
They keep proving it